generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Oh, yeah.
Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as ATLANTIS will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the new sphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a program society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed.
I gotta go to so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while I smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes is 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock La Tigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. Don't destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin, now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participation before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream of human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life. To mirror the schism, unseen, hidden, the newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety. Alleluia brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nanonet filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the CT claw is risen. Man is up with cheek. With insight such disease, pray to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipedes, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking twixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage cause I'm live and in the basement with bones sitting all chrome, hitting with chrome. Like a program metal skull covered in hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel. They hit correct.
I hope the tolerance.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. Before I get started, I see Mike here. I mean, let's address his issues and stuff, and then I'll move on to theopolitical state. Obviously it's an open panel. The link might be somewhere in the chat there, for you guys who want to participate. And of course, we have lots of ideas going from the architectonic, right? Obviously, I'm going to talk about the fall of the theopolitical state before we have the rise of the democratic institutions, okay, the rise of liberalism, okay, the rise of the scientific worldview, and what contributed to that, and then the rise of the technological consciousness and the world technological system, right? So how do we get to that place, right? Well, one of the main ideas that came about was this idea of the theopolitical state, right? And I gave a series of presentations last week about how God, king, and people were linked up, and so yeah, we're gonna get into that, but yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. Let me go and reach out to the people in the chat. I greatly appreciate you guys here, and we'll let Mike and Reddington come into the discussion here. Blessings, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Calix, blessings. What's going on?
Okay, well, if I may, I'll dip in and dip right back out. First of all, Machine Lies, I have to give you many kudos. I love your support of freedom of speech and allowing us coffers and Islamophobes to say our piece. And I guess we were chatting in the chat a little bit about concubines' consent. And I did a little research on this. You said you saw me on the Orthodox Muslim. Wow.
Oh yeah, we have the clip there. So,
right,
obviously, I'm not as big of an expert as he is, right? On theological debates and all that type of stuff. That's what he does on his channel, right? My channel, as you guys can see, it's a little bit different, right?
Yeah,
it's more about the history of philosophy, theology, and political theories and all that type of stuff. So so I get more into that type of stuff. But yeah,
sure,
so
understood. And
yeah, but I think that they use a lot of philosophy in the way they debate and stuff. So it's good to have a foundation on those things for sure.
Well, it seemed like he generally only uses like what logic theory, that the Trinity can't be logical or something. So
sure, yeah, there's good arguments for that. Obviously, I think that obviously logic isn't I don't think that logic is all that truth is about. For example, for example, I disagree with Ghazali when he says that God can do anything except for something outside of logic, right? I disagree with Orthodox Muslim and his collaboration with the rabbis, right? His collaboration with the rabbis. It's pretty shameful collaboration. Because the Quran mentions Jesus and mentions Maryam, right? So there's no reason to say that Islam is more Jewish than it is Christian, but that seemed like the brunt of his presentation there, right? I thought it was completely ridiculous.
I think they like to say Islam is more Christian or Jewish than Christianity is, or kind of like the Trinity is, actually a guy, and I never did read it, a Muslim guy sent me his book, Paul, the Self-Appointed Apostle, about, the Trinitarian philosophy or Paulinian
self-appointed.
Yeah. Right. So he was years after Jesus died, and he just made himself like, I'm the guy who knows everything about Christ, and here's what he said, and here's what he did, and
I thought you said that was a YouTube channel. My mistake.
Oh no, it was the guy. This was probably 15.
No, the Apostle Paul.
The Apostle Paul. Yeah, this guy wrote a book, the self-appointed apostle that Paul made himself just into an apostle.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, but really quickly, it just seemed like when you were on the show, you were arguing from ignorance, right? You were filling in the blanks of, just because it doesn't say, you can't do this and that thing, that it means you can do whatever you want, and I think that is possibly not true. Right?
Sure, and that's funny. I posted it in the link. This woman from Boston University, who's a convert to Islam, who's apparently written multiple books on women in Islam and concubinage and whatnot. And so yeah, I will say,
so some feminist lady.
She's a white chick. She's
okay, yeah. So I mean, so she's ideologically deranged. I would say she's not.
I would say as well.
She's not coming from a biased viewpoint, right? So I would, so then instead of poisoning the well, I would take people who are objective in their viewpoints.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why she would convert to Islam, not wear a hijab.
Yeah, that's to subvert the religion. It's pretty obvious, right?
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't, like, why would she do? Yeah, you're right. Good question. Why would she do? Why would she go out of the way?
Oh, so you guys got modernists too? That's crazy.
Oh yeah, man. We have something called Islamic modernism, started by Saudi Arabia. Right? That I don't think Mike is really aware of, but Islam has had somewhat of a reformation.
No way, dude. That's pretty.
Despite popular opinion.
That's a.
You're talking like the Saudi Halloween or something.
Well, where are the Muslims with the sex slaves? Can you point me to them?
Well, there was a woman in Kuwait who said the Mujahideen in this is, I think, the war in Chechnya was still going on.
So you're talking. No. Let me ask you again.
Okay.
You're talking about war, right? You're talking about militant and all this stuff, right? Talking about where's the Muslims with sex slaves, where they're allowed by the state, right? I'm not talking about some war, some captives came in, some thugs came in and captured some people. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where it did a state, right? Modern, right? Where they make a ruling, right? And that's the ruling, right?
Okay. You'll have to explain when does modern start?
Today. Is that happening today? Is today happening?
Obviously the Yazidi were enslaved by the Caliphate.
No, you're talking about were all this stuff, right? I'm talking about right now. It was
10 years ago, so yeah, it was a war. They actually just found a Yazidi.
You're talking about again some disenfranchised group, and then some thugs came in and kidnapped them, right? You're not talking about Pakistan or some Muslim country allowed it to happen, right?
Well, there's slaves in Mali.
That's a fair point.
10% of Mali is still considered.
It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous insinuation, Mike. And the Bible allows sex slaves. Child sex slaves.
That's one of the reasons I'm not a Christian anymore. I thought when Peter drew his sword and struck the ear off the Roman, the Jewish guy's slave, and Jesus, miraculously super glued it back on him, that would have been a good time to say, "And thou shalt hold no man or woman in bondage." But Jesus didn't do that. So I don't.
Well, I think there's context there, Mike. We could go into the context of that, like, why that was, and wasn't it a soldier that got his ear struck? And
I think it was a slave of the high priest.
He performed some form of miracle. But I don't know, man. I would look at. Have you ever tried to look at like some patristic text on that? Just a question,
I missed the word you said in there. Patristic? What?
Patristic text, and what that is like commentaries by some form of saint. Look at the comment, like early Christians, and see how they interpret that verse. You might get a different perspective. Just a thought, man.
Yeah, that would be interesting, but no, I've never looked into that. I've never heard of patristic texts.
Yeah, so you could go to like something like a Katina Bible app or something like that, and it goes verse by verse, whatever verse you have a question about, You can click on it, and then it'll give a commentary, and usually it'll go all the way back to the beginning Christianity, and you'll see the interpretation that the early church, see how they seen things.
Right. Well, it's funny. I don't know if you've ever watched Jake, the metaphysical Muslim, and he likes to talk about early churchhood and Justin Martyr and how the early church has no Trinitarian doctrine in it. And,
yeah, some of them didn't, but I don't think that's what Unseen is talking about. He wouldn't consider them part of the church. I mean, right? So he would consider them heretics, like like how Irenaeus said and all that stuff. Not Justin Martyr. There's strong cases to be made that Justin Martyr did believe in the Trinity, obviously, but but the way he expressed himself was not as developed as later. The theologians mentioned it. So yeah, they talk about Arius and they talk about those people. They almost took over the church.
Yeah, right. So like with something like that, like the First Council of Nicaea, a lot of people don't know this, but they think that the First Council of Nicaea was about, canonization of scriptures. The scriptures weren't ratified until 325. That's the reality of it. Nicaea was actually about dealing with the Arian doctrine. So there was a dispute between the Arians and the Orthodox. The Orthodox were pushing the idea of the Trinity. The Arians were saying, there is no such thing as a Trinity, that, Christ was just some form of creature. Okay. And they went to council about it. That's what Constantine actually called it, because he wanted to know himself, because he didn't know really who was right. So they're like, okay, we'll call the council, see who's right. And yeah.
Okay. So who was right?
Well, what happened at the council was there was a sheep herder there. So the Arians had a bunch of guys that were trained in rhetoric from the philosophy schools, and they were very, very hard to debate, because they were kind of, how people that do rhetoric are. They just kind of shift, and it's very hard to debate them, because they don't define their terms very well, and and if they do, they shift. But so there was a sheep herder, and all the Orthodox were scared for him to go out there and talk. His name was Spiridon. We call him Saint Spiridon. And he went up there and he said, he told one of the Arians that was doing rhetoric. He took a brick in his hand and he turned the brick into water, clay, and fire, and then turned it back into the brick. And he explained this as like 3 persons in one essence by this miracle. The Arians shut his mouth. They were kicked out. They were thrown out of the council. And then the Orthodox doctrine was established. But you could read about that. It's called Saint Spiridon at the Council of Nicaea.
Okay. So you're a Trinitarian.
Well, yeah, I follow all the ecumenical councils. I believe that Christ established his church. And I believe he put bishops in certain areas, and then they came together, and the Holy Spirit worked through those bishops just the same way they did in Acts 15. So I think that you see a continuation of that. So, yes.
Okay. Well, that's awesome. You got a nice panel here. You got a Trinitarian and a Muslim. And I don't know about the lone wolf, but
skeptic.
He's kind of an agnostic, so. He does what he does.
Skeptic.
Skeptic. There you go. But I got to go watch UFC 317.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, blessings.
And, again, thank you, Machine Lives, for letting me on.
Yeah,
I got to read your book one of these days. Maybe next week. I'll
for sure. You. For sure. Yeah, read the book. We're gonna try to have debates here. I got maybe Unseen is going to go at it with a set of a cantist, if we can organize that, right? Or and then you can debate me, if you want. We can figure it out. So
yeah, I would like to see where you get whether or not concubines have to consent to.
Well, I think he answered your question here. We could watch the tape. I think he answered your question. To be fair,
he did say it goes to.
No. He said you have to marry them. So I think that answers. You give them dowry. It's a whole process. So
yeah,
it's obvious that they. they would have consented.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't think his fiqh is right here.
Well, why don't you think it's right? You can't just make up whatever you want. I mean, because
well, I'm not making up what I want. You can look at all the madhabs, Maliki, Hanafi, Hanbali, Shafi'i. None of them say you have to marry who your right hand possesses in order to have sex with them. 424 clearly says your wives and those whom your right hand possesses. Again,
but it's pretty clear that he quoted he quoted you the opposite of that. You know, we could watch it. Right?
Yeah, pull it up.
Someone coerces them, then after such a coercion, Allah is certainly all forgiven, most merciful. Oh man.
With Lucis Spark, you can.
I didn't go far back enough, but yeah, he quotes how it's not true, and then
wish to remain chaste. Those here. Here. And let those who do not have the means to marry keep themselves chaste until Allah enriches them out of His bounty. And if any of those bondspeople in your possession desires a contract to buy their own freedom, make it possible for them. And if you find goodness in them and give them some of Allah's wealth which has granted you, do not force your slave girls into prostitution for your own worldly gains while they wish to remain chaste. And if someone coerces them, then after such a coercion, Allah is certainly all forgiven, most merciful. Oh, man. There we go. All right. Hello, Mike. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you hear me read the verse for you?
I heard you, but I'm talking about 424 and all married women except those whom your right hand possesses.
Yo, does that say that you could rape them in 424?
It doesn't say you can't.
Okay. What?
That's ridiculous, Mike.
Right.
That's ridiculous, Mike.
Okay. So first
Mike,
of all,
that's ridiculous. Mike, you understand how ridiculous that is?
No, it's not ridiculous at all.
It's
First
totally
of all,
ridiculous. You're making up things that are not in the text.
Well,
you could literally do that for anything.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that for anything.
Well, first of all, so what you
like
played,
say, like what about like the laws of like the American court system?
Right. What about them?
Would you say that you could do something illegal just because in another sense it says something else isn't illegal?
People make that argument all the time.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
That's a defense, and I didn't know this was illegal. But anyways, so what he talks about first. Can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was going to play the rest of the video.
What he talks about first is forcing your slave into prostitution, right? So I never said you can force your slave into prostitution under Islam. That's
not all that it said, though. It said a lot of other stuff too.
Well, no, he started out with
it talked about coercion. It talked about not coercing people. It talked about letting them buy their freedom. It also talked about letting them buy their freedom and all this stuff. So.
Sure. There's no doubt within Islam, slaves can manumit themselves by buying their own freedom. Some masters will allow slaves to keep a portion of their.
But you don't understand. You don't understand how what you just said about the verse was dishonest.
Okay, explain it to me.
All right. No, we just got to move on here, but because I have other topics here I want to cover. But yeah, let's go in.
No problem. I appreciate the time, but
yeah. Let me
talk about forcing slaves into prostitution. I'm talking about concubinage,
right? Which it says you can't do.
No,
so anyway, yeah. So
hold on, just 1 second. Just 1 second. Where are you arriving at the conclusion that you could rape your slave girl?
Okay, so if we go back to the hadith of coitus interruptus, no reasonable person would believe that women who you've just killed their husbands, their brothers, their fathers would consent to having sex with you. They're your captives, right?
So what's your evidence for that?
Common sense. I mean,
hey, brother, do you have evidence? Because the Quran says otherwise.
Where does
the verse? Okay, I got you. Does the Quran tell you that if your slave girl or any slave that you have, whether it's a male or a female, if they want their freedom, if they want to make a freedom contract, then you must give it to them?
It may, yeah. Manumitting slaves is a great reward.
Okay. So the Quran tells you that if your slave girl wants her freedom, give it to her. Okay. Does the same verse tell you that just wait. Does the same verse tell you do not force them into prostitution?
Yes, I'm not talking about prostitution.
Well, just wait. Why does it say don't force them into it?
Because that's probably what people did with their slaves often to make money off of them.
Okay, so you can't force her, right?
Right. Not into being a prostitute.
Okay. You can't force her into prostitution. Okay, good. Now, and if someone coerces them, then after such a coercion, Allah is certainly all forgiving, most merciful. So does this verse here say to treat them kindly with goodness?
Sure. And
okay.
You got hadiths where Abu Bakr ate the same food.
Good. All right. Good. Does the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ say that you cannot put your hand on them, you cannot beat them or mistreat them?
I'm not sure about that. That's certainly possible.
He does in authentic narration. Okay.
Sure. He punched Aisha, so
he didn't punch her. We could talk about that. But anyways,
what did he do? He struck her
because Aisha herself says, I've lived with the Prophet and all his time married to me, he never laid his hand on me. Okay,
that's not true.
Anyways, well, it is true because she says it herself. First of all, second of all, it doesn't say punch. No, it's not, because he nudged her. That's what the word used there. And listen, don't run. The very context of that story is that the Prophet Muhammad and Aisha were being playful with one another, and he nudged her
into the graveyard.
Okay, so. Here we go. So wait, don't run. Don't just wait. Let's stick on this point. Okay. So the Prophet Muhammad tells us to treat the slaves properly with goodness. Does the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ get upset at a companion for beating his slave girl?
Possibly.
And does he tell her, free her for what you did? She's free now?
Possible. Sure.
Good. He does. Okay. So does he say that you cannot harm them?
Certainly possible.
So treat them good. You cannot harm them. You cannot beat them. You have to provide for them. Okay. You cannot force them into prostitution. And if they want to be free, you have to offer that for them. Okay. Now let's use the common sense that you use. Using common sense, can rape here be an option with all of those being considered?
Considering Muhammad may have been bipolar and talked against himself.
Do you have any evidence that they raped them? So I provided the evidence. Do you have any evidence that they raped them?
No, I wasn't there. It was.
You have no evidence?
1400 years ago.
All right. Well, no evidence. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for coming.
So you conceded the point. I mean,
well, I didn't concede the point.
Yeah, you did. You said you have no evidence.
Well, yeah, I have no evidence because I wasn't there 1400 years ago. But
right,
I don't concede the point. I don't concede the point that concubines have to consent to sex.
He just proved you wrong though. But hold on, he just proved you wrong because you accepted that it said all of that you can't do all of that.
No. He said you can't hit them. You can't treat them badly.
Yeah.
Did in the 7th century
define treat badly?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, good Lord.
Treat badly is having sex with your sex slave, treating her badly in the 7th century. Probably not. I mean,
oh my God.
Right?
I mean, I just think that's incredibly dishonest. That was an incredibly dishonest exchange where you claimed that it said things that it didn't say. You know,
I'm saying it doesn't say she has to consent to sex.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't say what you want it to say. That's all that's going on here.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I would hope
the problem is that you're having No, so the problem is that you're having problem proving your point from what's in the text there.
No. I think I proved my point totally.
You do?
Yeah.
How do you think you proved that?
Where
you literally admitted at the end that you have no proof.
I have no proof.
So how do you think you proved your point then?
Consented or didn't consent? How would I have proof to something that happened 1,400 years ago? Of course, I don't have proof of whether the women consented or didn't.
Okay,
consent.
Mike, I got to move on with my show. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I would hope your all-powerful God would say to his last prophet, your sex slaves have to consent to having sex with their masters.
I would hope that you stop lying about what the prophet said, literally, because you literally just did that.
I'm totally baffled.
You did. No. Yeah, you said it doesn't say that you can't rape them, and then you asserted that that's what it says. So it's just wild. I mean, it's just wildly dishonest. But yeah.
Okay, obviously it doesn't say you can't.
If you make up what historical resources are actually saying, then we can't have a serious discussion about what they're saying.
Okay, well, I'll send you this paper from the Boston University check.
Boston University. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure that'll resolve everything. Yeah.
Well, it's not a big university, but she says she's looked through all the madhabs.
The feminist lady looked at all the madhabs.
Yeah,
I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that, Mike. Okay. I think he proved you wrong in front of your face, and you don't want to accept what he said. That's all that's going on. Yeah, you don't want to accept. You don't want to accept the truth.
I would accept if the Quran said, "Do not have sex with your concubines if they don't want to have sex." Even your wives. What are the hadiths? Says,
it does say that. But it does say that.
It says if your wife refuses you sex, she will be cursed by the angels.
I know, Mike. But previously in that, he also demonstrated that you have to marry your sex slave. So you're wrong about that again.
No, not at all. You can marry your sex slave off to someone else without her consent.
So Mike, you can't just make up something that it says there.
I haven't made anything up.
You have made it up. You totally made up what it says. You made up your own rules. You made up your own rules. You inferred your own rules based on what it says.
What did I make up?
You've inferred your own rules based on what it says. You've admitted that what the context you're holding is not in there. Several times you admitted it.
No, I admit that the texts are not clear, and it's obvious.
No, it doesn't. No. You can't just make up what it says.
Okay. What does it say?
Not what you're claiming it says.
Okay. So when,
I gotta actually move on. Move on for sure.
Y'all have a good one.
Yeah,
I have watch the UFC fights.
Yeah, because I think
thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Mohammed, you have a good one.
Yeah.
I appreciate you letting me on.
Yeah, for sure.
Take it easy.
Sure. Yep. I think some people just want to believe, they'll stick to their beliefs, no matter what.
let's just quick clarify one point where it becomes rather painstakingly clear that you can't just rifle off every single act that you can or can't do.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
The law books would be literally endless. So
so that's a ridiculous claim that you can do anything that it literally says, that that it doesn't explicitly say you can't do. You could do all of those things, right? And also that's strongly inferred by the text that you can't do them.
Right, exactly.
It's talking about compulsion. It's talking about prostitution. It's talking about freeing them. It's talking about not treating them badly. It's like with all of that evidence, you still can't make a decision. It's like, well, I guess you got to just believe whatever you want then.
Are you at this with the same logic? You know, oh, the Quran doesn't say I can't put my hand in the toaster, so I'm gonna put my hand in the toaster. Like, that's ridiculous.
Right. I mean, yeah, you can't just make up stuff that you know, that law books actually say. So, yeah, that's pretty clear. But yeah, so where are we at? We're an hour into this show. You know, so I'm going to start up with my presentation about the architectonic. Okay, so now let's see what happens. Okay, in terms of the architectonic, right? Where did the where is the theopolitical state gone? Right. So I have a lot of ideas that I want to talk about, especially about Aquinas and Maimonides, right? And how their sort of philosophy, right, and their sort of link to Aristotle, sort of culminates in a lot of the ideas that go on in the 15th century. Okay, but before we get to the 15th century thought, we're actually going to talk about the origins of art and culture, right? And I think that obviously technique is, I personally think that it's universal. I think that technique and nothingness and other things were actually created by God, right?
Like
I
the
think
freak has quoted the Quran that may shed more light on the subject. Sorry to interrupt.
I mean, it's just all over. like the punishment for graping people is death, dude. Like it's like, dude, like what? Like you get stoned, right? So Islam brought back stoning. Some people thought it was based. Okay, and yeah, that's the facts behind it, right? So yeah, so let's be clear. It's totally bad logic, totally bad. Insinuating things, right? And obviously, the system that Islam used for the for the slaves, was extremely ethical, in comparison to the other systems that were there at the time, right? So we will say that, and also in response to women, right? But yeah, where did the sort of theopolitical state, how did it turn into the state plus economics, plus plus technique, right? So obviously, we're looking at the ideas from Rome and Jerusalem. They're going to be the huge, big ideas that basically get thrown around. And for that, we have two candidates here, right? We got Aquinas and Maimonides, right? I put them backwards. It's actually, actually, no, I didn't. Yeah, Aquinas is Rome, right? And then and then Maimonides is Jerusalem, right? So I have actually Copleston's history here, right? So so as we came to the conclusion, there's different ideas about knowledge and values, throughout history. So Plato combined these two ideas, right? The church, it put values as the ruler of knowledge. Now I think that actually that's not that much true in terms of, I don't think Aquinas is the guy for that, right? I think Aquinas is part of the problem in terms of putting knowledge and values in two separate but equal spheres, right? And then that basically, kind of degraded. And also I want to put Maimonides on with that, right? And that also degraded into the system of Kant, right, where knowledge and values were totally separated, right? So because he put knowledge and values in two different spheres, right, and namely this was about faith and reason, right? Okay, it was mainly about faith and reason, right? Which he kind of
separating, you know, they're separating dogma and revelation from logic and you know, what they can see, touch, and, you know, this type of ideology, I would say, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, and that's why I say it moved from religion to politics, from art to science, right? So we have this whole idea of how the current system came about, right? And obviously the scholasticism was one of the ideas, right, that that brought forth the the pre-enlightenment synthesis, right, of knowledge and values, right? So I have some candidates here, right, starting with Boethius, who was hugely influenced by Porphyry, right, however you say that, right? But yeah, it was basically a Porphyrer, right? Let me actually look this up, so I could put this on the, so I could Porphyry of Tyre, 3rd century Neoplatonic philosopher. So let me actually put this up, right? Because his works and Aristotle's works were kind of like the first to be translated. There's a huge translation movement. So these were sort of so they were hugely responsible for the spread of Aristotelianism during the Middle Ages. So it says he wrote a work called Isagoge. I don't know how to say that, right? Isagoge, right? But basically, this was one of the most translated works, right?
Isagoge is probably about as close as we're gonna get.
Yeah. Yeah, and as it says here, introduction to Aristotle's categories, right? So as we're talking about the compartmentalization of knowledge being a huge culprit, right? It's important to mention the spread of Aristotelianism. Because as I said, Aristotle had created these different subjects, right? So, so I say here, the Ostrogoths, right? Rose up a prominent. Actually, let me read this first. This by Pliny. This quote by Pliny. He says, he says, in the East, doubtless magic was invented in Persia by Zoroaster. All the authorities agree with this. I have noticed that in ancient times, and indeed almost always, one finds men seeking in this science the climax of literary glory. At least Pythagoras, Empedocles, Democritus, and Plato crossed the seas, exiles in truth rather than travelers, to instruct themselves in this. Returning to the native land, they vaunted claims of magic and maintained its secret doctrine. So he's talking about the link of Orphic Pythagoreanism, most likely. The link of Orphic Pythagoreanism with Plato's philosophy, right, and with the thoughts of Democritus, right? Because Democritus, obviously, this idea of atoms in the void, right, is huge, right? So this Neoplatonist named Boethius, right? He had an Aristotelian conception of nature instead of a Platonic cosmology. He studied in Athens, produced philosophical prose that had a poetic quality. He held a high magisterial office until being executed for high treason. Boethius transmitted Aristotelian logic to the early medieval period, translating into Latin the Organon of Aristotle. He also wrote several influential original works while in prison, including the Consolation of Philosophy. For Boethius, God was the perfection of all form, and matter was the derivative quality of form. Matter was just a correlative principle extracted from form. Form and matter are terms frequently employed by Aristotle, right? Okay, and also by Aquinas, right? These are the terminology that Aquinas, one of the many forms of terminology that Aquinas borrowed from Aristotle, right? Boethius marks the beginning of scholastic theology. The Neo-Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism of his student Isidore. Okay. And also Cassiodorus. Okay. And also they helped to build the Blue Mosque, right? Okay, let me actually pull up this video. Because this video is hilarious. If I can find it. Right, but it's about the giant mosque in Turkey, right? The Hagia Sophia, right? And how they used like sacred geometry to build the mosque.
Sophia, eh?
Yeah. So let me actually. Yeah, this is crazy stuff. But yeah, check this out. Because there's all these Islamic, like, you know, like markings on it, right? But it's like a satanic temple. It's pretty crazy.
Imperial door. Each is a golden rectangle.
Fibonacci sequence.
On this wall. Upstairs in the Queen's Gallery, a golden rectangle separates her sight from the nave below. And on the inside is a second golden rectangle. What is remarkable is not only do we see the golden ratio on the imperial wall, we can also discover its proof, according to Euclid's Book 4, Proposition 11. The segments of the line AB are the proportions of the golden ratio. This star shape, a pentagram with the point at the bottom, was the logo or symbol of Pythagoreans.
Ruh-roh.
When we look at it as an overlay over the imperial wall, we see that it is a perfect fit. All of the important intersections of the pentagram align with important locations on the imperial wall, as does the large pentagon. The inner pentagon embraces perfectly the Empress and...
Anyways, you guys get the picture. But you guys see what he said? He said, or she said that the pentagram is the symbol of Pythagoreans.
Yeah, ruh-roh.
Right.
They bore it on the inside of their palm.
Right. Just like in just like Donald Duck in that video. Right.
Yeah, the one that linked.
Yeah, Math Magic Land. Yeah.
That's a really classic video.
Yeah, it is.
Cartoon or something.
So they're basically saying the builders built Hagia Sophia.
Didn't Disney kind of put that film out or something about that little cartoon or something? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, but yeah, and then Cassiodorus. You know, it says he would create the 7 liberal arts: grammar, dialectic, rhetoric, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. So people who study the occult should be familiar with those 7 liberal arts. All right, that's all of the areas of study for the Blue Lodge. Right? It's literally written there on the Blue Lodge, I think website. You know, that they have those 7 liberal arts, right? So yeah, the 7 liberal arts actually come from Neoplatonists, right? The science of trivium and quadrivium were used to construct the Blue Mosque, right? Okay. So these were the impacts of Hellenization. Okay, and Boethius was extremely early, right? He was like in the 500s, right? As I said, he was in the time of Saint Augustine, right? So so it's interesting. Right now, let me go to Maimonides, right, and Aquinas. Okay, but first I'm gonna read some of this here. You know, I think I should, to set and play some of what I'm talking about here. Okay, in terms of the pre-Socratics. Okay, so I say the organizing principles seen by pre-Socratic philosophers. Okay, the organizing principles seen by pre-Socratic philosophers, and in the Platonic synthesis, and even in some versions of the Eastern traditions, as mind woven into the substance of the cosmos, as pure mind or understanding with the ability to manifest thought and will into creative novelty. Okay, this is corresponding to the cosmic push or original celestial essence. Okay, and was abandoned. Okay, for the doctrine of self-transcendence. Okay, which not only have had a profound importance for religious mystics and occultists, but also which perfectly fit into the designs and pursuits, okay, of the technological, the political, the ecological, the eschatological, the soteriological. Right? Humans no longer yearn to climb holy mountains or to create a resonance with the divine, but to master one another. This is endemic to any philosophy that views man as a passing phase while claiming to uplift him, using duality to proceed and using the self to get beyond the self. Is the view of self-transcendence, infinite complexity, which reinvents itself in every moment for the sake of pleasure and not for some teleological end, was taken out of the picture almost permanently for some. These themes and views, however, had a lasting effect on the views and opinions of Western thinkers throughout the ages. Many of these ideas okay, let me skip some of this. Yeah, let me skip some of this. But yeah, the reason why I'm saying this is because of the idea of self-transcendence that's mentioned in Gnosticism and in the Kabbalah, right? So they talk about the individual, right? They talk about the notion of enlightenment, right? They talk about the how the cosmos is ordered, okay, based on the mind and is a reflection of the mind, right? So this whole notion of as above, so below, right, is about mediating the cosmos through through basically human reason, right? So that is one of the main things that they come up with. Okay, and I don't think that Maimonides and all these thinkers really got out of the problem, right? They got caught up in the Aristotelian sort of straitjacket.
Right. So what it becomes is like, okay, we have logos, we have the mind. Now how do we start understanding it? But for the Christian, it's like, well, this is Christ. This is the logos. For them, they have to create the logos in their own image, right? So it becomes an idealistic thing that they start developing. But it has no real, this is just doesn't make any sense. That's why they get caught up in it. I think, there's no personality to it. It's an impersonal logos.
Yeah, and if you could say that the human being is the vehicle of potentiality and change, so the human being is pure potentiality because of the mind, right? So that he can basically, that he's the mediator, between, A, the cosmos, and B, reason, right? So I think that is this doctrine that basically sublimates, both nature and reason into the human mind, and then it forms a notion of the collective will out of the notion of the universal mind. So this idea, right, is huge in the Kabbalah, because the Kabbalah literally substitutes the notion of logos for the divine will, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a huge idea. I mean, right, and this is all over in the Kabbalah, right? So, yeah. So
it is definitely a huge idea. Only starting to wrap my head around it now.
So what is the directing principle? What, I mean, they replace logos, but what is in place of it, I guess? So it's just like, I missed it. I don't know what you said.
Divine will.
Divine will. So what does that mean? Like, divine will. I gotta look that up.
Divine will, the will of God, will of the mystery.
Yeah, because logos for them is something totally different, right?
Right.
You have nature, and then you have logos, right? They're totally two separate things, right? I think for Aquinas and Maimonides, they're like two separate things, right?
Because logos is represented as consciousness in the pleroma, I believe, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Yeah. And then in the Kabbalah, it's like, what even is it? But yeah, it's interesting. I'll etch this thing out. But yeah. Various influences around the time, the rise of the church, unification of Europe, most apparently set the stage for the rise of the secular state. Okay, so that's what we're kind of getting into now, how that happened, right? Okay. And okay, so people like Maimonides, okay, lived in basically Islamic lands. And also they came up with the Kabbalah, right? So during the 11th and 12th century, they were coming up with the Kabbalah, right, which consists of two books, right, the Jazira and the Zohar, right, and that had a lot of Neoplatonic influences as well. Okay. So let me actually read some of this. Right, it says most mystical tenets of the time included substitution of the logos for a divine will. This corresponded to the will or passion of man. Ultimately, it would have a major influence on later Western thinkers who made will superior to reason and freedom. Also sometimes referred to as mind or spirit superior to natural law. Okay, so will instead of reason, right? Freedom or spirit instead of natural law, right? Okay, and that kind of culminates in this notion of man transcending nature through reason, right? Which is basically
transcending, through gnosis.
Oh yeah, that's basically that's what links these ancient philosophies to transhumanism. Okay, right.
Because it's the initiations into to attain the gnosis, so you can return home, basically.
Oh yeah, it's technique, as it were.
Technique. Yeah, exactly.
Technique is
salvation through theosis. That's what it's like,
Right. Yeah.
Techno-theo.
Right. So I'm laying down this because I'm going to talk about how basically Luther was hugely influenced by the Kabbalah and what that means, and how some of these ideas and how the Kabbalists and the Protestants reflected on the theopolitical state. They had some unique ideas about it, right? They had unique ideas about man in relation to the state, in relation to nature. Okay. And
I got some stuff on the Kabbalah too. After you finish, though, you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Just to add to the topic with you, brother.
Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah. Blessings.
No, you first.
No, I'm just darting around here, so it's all good.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can read a little something from what I'm looking at. So it says this is what they said about the Jays. The Jays imagined the Messiah as a powerful earthly king who would exalt them above all nations and make them wealthy and powerful. Okay, I'm just get to straight. I'm gonna skip over some of this stuff and go straight to the Kabbalah section. I thought that was interesting though. That comment says this is a hieromonk Job. He says the essence of Kabbalah is certainly not pantheism as liberal scholars believed, but is rather pan-Israelism. The Kabbalistic God is needed in Israel for its salvation. Kabbalah is divided into the contemplative Kabbalah Ilanut or something, and Kabbalah Masit. The central aspect of the Kabbalah, in the Ein Sof, the infinite, in contrast to God of Holy Scriptures, Ein Sof has no name because he is without person, unknowable. So he's like an impersonal God, and incomprehensible. No attributes can be ascribed to him. Ein Sof makes himself known in his manifestations, not to all, but to Jewish mystics. Ein Sof's chief manifestation is the original man, Adam Kadmon. Through his emanations, flows, the 10 Sephirot come into being, which are the authorities of God. 10 Sephirot represent the mystical body of Adam Kadmon, heavenly Adam. He appears as a result of emanation and has no image or form. The earthly Adam was created in the image of the heavenly Adam. The 10th Sephirot is called the, quote, kingdom, or Malkuth. It unites all 10 Sephirot. In Zohar, Malkuth, or kingdom, denotes how the Neset, or Neset, assembly of Israel, is a mystical prototype of the house of Israel, Shekinah. In the dialectics of myth, Aleski Losev writes, quote, as a very well-educated Jay and great expert on the Kabbalistic and Talmudic literature, for which I, with the nasty havoc of a European observer, sought to learn exclusively about the Neoplatonic influences in Kabbalah, told me the essence of all Kabbalah does not at all consist of pantheism, as liberal scholars think who compare the doctrine of Ein Sof and the Sephirot to Neoplatonism, but rather with pan-Israelitism. The Kabbalistic God needs Israel for his own salvation. He was incarnated in Israel and became it. Therefore, the myth of the world domination by deified Israel, which is forever contained in God. This is what do you think of this so far?
It sounds like Neoplatonism for sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it is. I think it is. Clearly. But he's saying there's a deeper root to it that that's just why kind of like the Zionists are all about land, because their God needs, to.
To me, it sounds. I think that you had some very aggressive people who usurped Greece in Rome. And I think that there was ancient roots with what we would call Kabbalah now, with a lot of these different concepts and ideas. And I think they took not only usurped the nations, but they usurped these ancient ideas. And then it evolved over time.
It's hard I think that's true too. But yeah, it's saying that their God needs, Israel for his salvation. So the land of Israel. You get what I'm saying? So this is
Yeah.
something the Kabbalists are teaching. That's why we're seeing a war right now for that land. Like it's literally a part of their, their
Theology.
myth of world domination by deified Israel. For it's forever contained in God. It goes on to say the Kabbalists have established a corresponding among the different Sephiroth with parts of the human body. Becoming familiar with this primitive mythological arrangement of the structure of the universe, it becomes difficult to ignore the question that Kabbalists themselves do not ask. What is the source of this knowledge? How does one manage to conclude that the Sephiroth of the crown, Keter, is the brow, and the Teferet is the chest, and victory is the Netzach, and the majesty, the Hod, and man's hip? The esoteric teachings of the Zephyr Yetzirah and the Zohar are fundamentally incompatible with the biblical teaching on God, the world, man, and humanity's path to salvation. Contemplative Kabbalah represents a combination of elements of Gnosticism of the 2nd and 3rd century AD and Neoplatonism. From the Gnostics, it borrows the teaching of the 10 eons, which comprised the Pleroma universal fullness. Dualism is the link between the Gnostics and the Kabbalists. The idea of eternal enmity began with good, which is light, and evil, which is darkness. Kabbalah's dualistic worldview finds a direct expression in Sefer Yetzirah, quote, also Elohim made every object one opposite the other. Good opposite evil, evil opposite good, good from good, evil from evil. The good delineates the evil, and the evil delineates the good. Good is kept from the good, and evil is kept from the evil. It is evident that the teaching which subscribes evil on an ontological status leads to the justification of evil. In contrast, according to the Holy Scriptures, evil was not created by God, but arose as a result of the gift of freedom given by God to his creatures, angels and mankind. Kabbalistic teaching is an obvious expression of pantheism, a complete retreat from monotheism. God and the world are understood as one complete whole. The world is also a manifestation of God. Pantheism is fraught with internal contradictions. Its logical consequences inevitable. First, the derogation of God, and next, the denial of him, because all the world's imperfections are attributed to him. Kabbalists divide the world into male and female elements. The right and the left spheres are respectively male and female. The world is presented as a loving union, as the unification of male and female elements. The relation between the spheres is interpreted with the help of gender symbolism. Kabbalah represents itself as a fantastical blend of esoteric occultism blended with pagan religious and philosophical ideas. It attests to a complete regression from the great and saving teachings of the Bible and the deep sustainable monotheism. That was Harmon Job.
Well, yeah, it's a consolidatory, or however you say it, thing. It's almost like a group of nomadic people took some elements from multiple cultures and threaded it into one.
That sounds about right. You could find, the earliest representation I've seen is, Simonian ionology. It seems like that, and this was like an early Gnostic group because they made diagrams. So you know how you see the tree of life and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And then each section on the diagram, it kind of, they lay out something that's very Kabbalistic in nature. Like the same way you have the tree of life and the Sephiroth, the 10 Sephiroth, they have these designations in the diagram for different parts that represent something. I don't really understand it, but
it's the emanations, it's the chain of
right,
being.
exactly. But I mean, they had it then, and I'm pretty sure he would have gotten. So this is Simon Magus from the Bible, who tried to buy the Holy Spirit. Well, he created his own sort of cult with him and this woman Helena, right? And he called himself the Standing One. All right. And supposedly they baptized people and like they turned into sparkles or something. They're like sparkles when they did it, very weird. But there's a story of him. This other guy wanted to be the standing one, and he goes and hits him with a cane, and he disappears in the smoke. Right, like he just,
poof.
Yeah, right.
Insane.
But what do you think about the Neoplatonic kind of apophatic God? I know that's not quite the God of the Orthodox Christians, but to me, when you brought that up, I was thinking about how in contrast to the actual Bible, which has seemingly natural theology in it, like the firmament, for example, being proof of God's handiwork. So it seems like you have, and there's multiple situations where God physically came down in time and space on the earth. It seems like the Bible had more of a physical God than this
a personal
Neoplatonic,
God instead
apophatic,
of an impersonal
unattainable
God.
one.
That's a great point. Yeah.
But sometimes when I hear people talking about the Orthodox Christian God, it sounds Neoplatonic in that sense.
Well, I would say
not so
that
much as
in
lack of
Neoplatonism, as
personal.
we've seen with the Kabbalists, they have an impersonal God. I mean, I think there's a misinterpretation because you have concepts like within, Saint Dionysius, the Areopagite on the angelic hierarchies. Well, they say this, he took that from the Platonists, but the actual evidence shows otherwise. I got a book on that. I could send that to you. I think I'll send it to you, and you can read it yourself, and you make your own judgments on it. But yeah, I would say that what you'll notice with how Neoplatonism develops, they have a very impersonal God, and why is that? And I would say that where does this concept of the impersonal God come from?
It depends on what you mean exactly, because with the whole emanation thing and returning to the source, like what Kabbalists would call their version of theosis, returning to the one, like Plotinus himself said that he did on a few occasions and all that. So,
I'm sure he did.
So it depends on what you mean by.
I'm sure they, I've heard of Kabbalists getting sucked up into the third heaven, right?
Yeah.
No, what does that mean? No. From a Christian standpoint, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know, but I know there's a demonic realm too in high places. So,
and weren't a lot of the early fathers, the church fathers, weren't they in the Eastern Orthodox Neoplatonists?
No, I wouldn't say they were Neoplatonists. What if you look into somebody like Saint Justin Martyr? It's where you're talking to Hellenistic Jews and the Romans, so you're using philosophical terms in some sense, but the philosophy doesn't come first. It's only a tool, as terminology. You see, so you wouldn't have Saint John, who wrote John 1, 2, 3, John and Revelation. He wouldn't have the same ideology on the logos or something like that as a Hippocrates or something. Or my point is I think when people try to do that, what they're doing it they're kind of just slandering a bit, like saying, well, the Orthodox are Neoplatonists. But if you really look into it, there was a clear rejection of that teaching, and as pagan, it was viewed as pagan. So there's an antithetical. You might find terms that are shared, but the concepts aren't the same, I would say. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that there could be a case, but like Christianity, Gnosticism, and Neoplatonism, they have a lot of similarities and around the same time period. Yeah. And they're all Greek, writing and all that type of stuff. So they have lots of terminology and stuff that's very, very similar at the time. But this is about the Alexandrian systems. There's huge differences between Gnosticism, between Christianity and between Neoplatonism, right? Even in the words of Plotinus, he despises the Gnostics, right? And the Enneads.
Yes.
And then Christianity does not use the same hierarchical Trinitarian formulation. Once it gets to once you have the writing of the Nicene Creed and all that type of stuff, it looks like it's rejecting Neoplatonism, right? So that is
So were they because we're talking about more
but influences.
later
I
cults.
think they were influenced, though. I mean, in terms of that, it's all that same region, right?
Well, yeah. Do you agree though that it's more so later on when the Gnosticism and Kabbalah and all that's being synthesized by Sabbatai Zevi and all these people? Do you think at that time that there could have? Because to me, Plotinus railing against the Gnostics, yeah, later on everything got consolidated in, but to me that doesn't mean that the early Christian fathers weren't Neoplatonic. Weren't they pushing like a transcendent God that wasn't isn't it more than just language?
I
Isn't
think
it
there's an
actual
conflation between
philosophy?
the Merkabah and the Kabbalah, right? Now the
Well, it's a
Kabbalah
hypostatic.
is a subversion of like Merkabah, right? We would say that Judaism is a perversion of what Christianity had always been. That the prophets were actually Christians. That this had existed long before, Christ's incarnation. And if anything, the aspects that are true of Neoplatonism that you might find in Christianity are one more proof of the universal, that Christ is the universal God. He is God. Now that I know that sounds like a cop out to people, but it is what it is.
Well, I don't mean that they just joined a Neoplatonic cult. I'm saying that they took Neoplatonism to another level. I
would
think
say
they made their
no.
own
I
brand
would say
of
no.
Neoplatonism.
No, that's not what happened. If you read Saint Justin Martyr, you would see that that's not how early Christians viewed it.
So what about pseudo Dionysus, for example? Was he involved?
Well, when you say pseudo Dionysius, that's why I want to send you this book, because this book, the whole term pseudo Dionysius came from two scholars in like the 15th century or something.
Let me just clarify this one point, and I'll see what you guys think. Right, this idea of hypostasis, right? It's mentioned in Plotinus, right, and it's mentioned in the Nicene Creed, right,
That's
because
true.
of the idea of the hypostatic union, right? Now this idea, right? Now, first of all, right, because the good emanates, the good emanates, the
nous.
Yeah, the nous, or the intellect, and then that emanates the world soul, right? So there's three levels there, right? In terms of so in other words, because Arius was more subordinationist in his understanding of the Trinity, right? And they understood that. So I think Catholicism and Arianism, right, because their idea that something gets emanated from another thing, right? Because I think the filioque is like,
they would say it spirates from the Father and the Son. It's like
the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit,
Father and the
exactly.
Son.
That's a
Well,
distinct difference from Neoplatonism.
From the Father and through from the Father through the Son. There's a difference between that, because this isn't an eternal procession. There's a difference in procession.
So that's the difference. It's a difference of how those three hypostases proceed from one another, and right. And then obviously in their hierarchical formulation, so the Trinity avoids that, right? So that's why it's different.
It's unique. I agree that it's unique, but I think that they made their own unique brand of Neoplatonism.
Well, you're wrong, but okay.
In response, or the question is, did they do it in response, or was that their original doctrine? And then is essentially what you're saying, right?
I would say if you looked into what the early fathers are saying is that the philosophers had the Septuagint. Do you get what I mean? It's not that Christianity took from the philosophers. It's the philosophers taking from Christianity.
Yeah, from Moses, basically.
Well, yeah, but I would say
because
you're not basing your theology on the Septuagint. You're basing theology on authoritative interpretations by people who, in my opinion, some of which were Neoplatonic.
I don't feel like arguing that. It is what it. I don't care about your opinion on
Oh, so
the saints. It's like,
so you do go by the
it's like
Bible and
you're
not
this
the
modern guy,
authoritative.
right? Like
Right.
just look at it from my viewpoint for a second. You're a modern guy critiquing like these desert, ascetics. It I don't know.
So you do go by the Septuagint and don't go by the authoritative commentary by the Church Fathers.
I would say it's not a either or, it's a both and. They're one and the same tradition.
But what happens when Neoplatonists are interpreting this Septuagint?
There's a discernment between what they are teaching, the pagans are teaching, and what the fathers are teaching. And the fathers aren't just the later saints. The fathers are the patriarchs, Moses, Abraham, Zechariah. The prophets themselves were a continuation that are, they're prophesizing what's to come.
Well, yeah, I get that you have a
And that's Christ.
streamlined
now, if you read
theology.
if you read what they said, you would see that they're prophesying Christ to come. The Neoplatonists don't have an understanding of logos as a person. That's the difference. It's impersonal. And why is it impersonal? Because if God's personal, then there's expectations, and they don't want expectations. That's why.
That might be part of the. I'm not disputing any of that, because I know you have a streamlined theology that's consistent and all that. But when you kind of backdate, if somebody is putting authoritative descriptions on things and reinterpreting things through the lens of Neoplatonism, then that's exactly what it is, right? Like,
again, you just keep repeating the same thing, and I've already explained that why that isn't the case. But I mean, it just seems like you're stuck on that, and why?
Because you brought up the Neoplatonic thing and you compared it to the Bible.
No, I was talking about the Kabbalah is Neoplatonic. Yeah. I said that the early saints, like if you go to Saint Justin Martyr, they use terminology that the philosophers use, but that's because they're speaking to Hellenistic people that think in philosophical terms. So if we use strictly similar terminology because we're a part of the same culture, that doesn't mean that I'm stealing from you, like your ideas or something. Because in the first place, these ideas are older than what even the Greeks had. A lot of the philosophers are taking from the Septuagint, and they'll admit that. Like ethics and morals and all types of things are coming from the reading into these ancient texts. Even the concept of logos itself is developed from this idea out of the scriptures. But that's the difference, is like with Christianity, it's no longer an idea, it's a person. It becomes a personal thing. It's not some abstract idea that we can just develop over time. It comes completely different to what was originally taught by the prophets and the saints. There's a continuation of what they taught.
So the concept of logos predates Greek philosophy.
Absolutely.
And in which part?
the part where that God has a son. Okay.
That was in the Old Testament
The
before
Lord
people
said
like
to my Lord.
Philo and all this.
Yeah. The Lord said to my Lord. Or, the three youths in the fiery furnace.
Shadrach
Or
Meshach,
Jacob
and Abednego.
wrestling with the Lord. Or who's appearing in the burning bush.
That's logos, you're saying?
Yes. That's all, a prefiguration of the fulfillment of the incarnation.
So it's retroactively logos before Greek philosophy, but nobody's actually heard of it before the Greeks talked about it.
No, that's not true. That
Now I'm confused.
because you had Lao Tzu talking about it around, prior to them or around the same time as them, talking about Tao, right? This had already existed in some form.
I'm confused. I'm confused if you're doing the logos pragmaticos thing, or if you're actually saying that Christians promoted the concept of logos before the Greeks ever did. I'm confused.
That's what. Well,
kind of blurred.
if you understood what I meant, that if you read like somebody like Saint Justin Martyr, he says, there was never not well Saint Augustine says there's never not a time that Christianity didn't exist. And St. Ignatius says that Christianity didn't come out of Judaism. Judaism is a version of Christianity. You got St. Justin Martyr says that even the atheists that were searching for truth were truly Christians because they were searching for truth. And because whatever they said was true is of the spirit of truth.
No, I get that thing. I get the logos pragmaticos thing, but I think it's just conflating logos pragmaticos with actual world history chronology. It's kind of conflating and blurring the lines a little bit.
If Christ incarnates in flesh, and St. John, who writes the book of John, says, "In the beginning was the Word," or "In the beginning was the Logos."
Yeah.
Right.
Was that before or
all
after the Greek
prophets are
philosophers like Philo
prophesizing,
talked about it?
The incarnation. How is it that you think that the Greeks are the first to, maybe term wise, but just because we use a term doesn't mean, the essence of the term didn't exist before the term. And it's not a retroactively going back and it would just be way too absurd to even think that. The reality of it is it's almost absurd not to accept the prophetic nature of the scriptures and their fulfillment. Any other way, it just becomes like this, this weird, strange mental gymnastics. But that's not what it is. And why? I don't want God to exist. That's what it's rooted in.
Well, it sounded like I agree more so with what you were saying about shirking responsibility when you create this pantheist type of
You're
environment.
trolling. Okay, all right. He's trolling. All right.
Who's trolling?
But
well,
Jim Bob, he's in the chat.
Yeah. Well, I find that interesting. So I haven't heard that it's just strictly language thing. Kind of like a youth pastor uses language of the cool youth to speak to them, and there was no lens, there was no concepts being introduced that were Neoplatonic in the Christian theology. It was just strictly using language. Fair enough.
Yeah, you don't think that's the case? You think that they,
I get that there's a place for that. Like, obviously, if I'm talking to a bunch of Hellenistic people, I would speak in a language they would understand. use
then you would
terminology they
use
would understand.
terms, right?
I think it's
Like
more than
you
that
got
personally.
someone like Saint Justin Martyr. He was a philosopher, and he studied in the philosophy, like at the philosophy schools with other philosophers. Like he was, a student of Platonism, right? Now, if you this is how you refute this. Go to his writings. Go look at his dialogue with Trifo, and you're not going to find a Platonist there. You're going to see someone who respected Platonism but seen it as limited. And even the monks who brought the philosophers to Europe after the siege of Constantinople, these people looked at philosophy as a lesser form of an unfulfilled Christianity. They seen Christianity as the superior philosophy.
Yeah, no
That's
doubt.
a fact. And where you have is Europeans nitpicking these things and throwing cherry picking what they like, and then we don't like God, so we're going to throw that out.
So you're basically saying unequivocally that the Neoplatonism did not influence the direction of the early Christian church, especially the Eastern Orthodox.
I'm saying no.
Okay.
Now, your real question is: are modernists influenced by Neoplatonism?
I would say I was talking about the early people. I would say the modern.
You don't think that maybe there's like, let's say, like Roman Catholics that might have been influenced by the Kabbalist or something?
I don't know.
So what if you're taking something that was pushed on to Roman Catholics, let's say by the time of like Pope Innocent III or something, right? And then you think, oh, see, there's these traces of Neoplatonism and Catholicism, so it's obvious got to be there in the early church. But Catholicism isn't rooted in the early church. They say it is.
I'm not making a deduction like that just based on current things and projecting it backwards. I was more so looking at, like, where does theosis come from? When did that start being talked about among Christians?
I would say, like, this was if you want the truth of it, the way that we understand theosis, this is the state Adam and Eve were in before the fall.
Well, yeah, but that's like kind of backdating stuff. Was there people
It's
talking
not
about
backdating
theosis?
stuff. It's if it's true, man. See, you're going into it with this preconceived idea that these things are false and just ideas.
No, I'm trying to be somewhat chronological with it. You're saying chronologically,
Well, the script
Christians
you
have been
can't
talking.
view scripture that way,
Christians
like
have been talking about
chronologically,
theosis
really.
since Adam and Eve.
What?
I asked when did it start that Christians started talking about theosis, and you started talking about Adam and Eve. So
I don't
were Adam and
necessarily
Eve
know
talking about
when
theosis?
Christians started talking about theosis, but when did theosis begin is with Adam and Eve. They were in a state which is like theosis.
That's not what I was asking. I'm talking
It
about
doesn't
Christians.
matter if you're asking that or not. That's what I'm telling you. Now, if something's true, you can accept it or not. I don't care. The blood's off my hands at this point. Man.
Yeah. So basically, Plotinus was stealing from Adam and Eve. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't logically follow.
Well, of course it doesn't logically make sense, because we're not dealing with logic here. The fact that it's, super or meta, above logic is an indication it's not of this world.
Well, I'd have to agree with that. If it's transcending time, chronology, logic, and it's out beyond my jurisdiction.
Well, I mean, okay, right. So if a prophecy is written, let's say, 700 years before it happens, does time really matter in how things work?
Well, I don't know. Ask Joseph Smith.
That's a false equivocation. You're comparing apples to oranges.
I guess you made a better case than Joseph Smith but isn't it the same thing? If I said, hey, actually Abraham was talking about this, when I can just go back and retroactively impose my current interpretation.
That's like you trying to make everything black and white. All right. It's like, oh, I don't understand that this is, this is revealed through divine revelation through these great ascetics that stayed out in deserts and fasted forever, and they studied these texts and they came to these conclusions because they themselves reached this state, like St. Anthony the Great reached the state of theosis in life. And he was revealed the fact that, this is the same state or a higher state that Adam and Eve were in. Right? So
did Plotinus achieve theosis?
I don't know, dude. Probably not. If he's like stuck in fallen human logic, like what it seems to me is like it's like the Adam Green narratives, like these kind of like, well, maybe Paul was like an agent for Rome. It's like, so what? Maybe your dad's your uncle and your or something. Like, who cares about that? That's stupid. There's no maybes in this situation when it comes to divine revelation.
But Plotinus could have done theosis if Adam and Eve could have.
Dude, what? Like,
I know, because the idea didn't come until after Plotinus. That's why. Because when you start mind fucking time and chronology, it starts to not make sense.
Do you believe a concept can exist before someone creates another concept of the same thing?
What do you mean, like a form, a concept form?
No, what I'm saying is that before Plotinus came up with his idea, do you think someone else had that same idea before he wrote it down? Do you think he got it from somebody?
He was definitely inspired by multiple people to formulate what he formulated.
Okay, so if he's inspired by multiple people, what I'm saying is the fact that you find similar things in philosophy and other religions isn't a negation against Christianity. It's one more proof that it is eternal truth. It's like broken pieces of truth, in a mirror, and they don't have the fullness of this truth.
Well, I get that.
Yes, but then you would
go ahead, Bronze Boy.
You would say that the Bible is not devoid of Neoplatonism then?
Me? It depends on what you're talking about.
I was like, maybe. Okay. Yeah. I'm just curious what you guys thought.
No, to me, it's kind of a cop-out when you can say, yes, I've created a cohesive theology, and I'm not disputing that you have your thing and you have your beliefs, but to just backdate that to totally
you're assuming it's being
history,
backdated. That's the problem. You're assuming it's being backdated.
You're assuming it's not.
That's the presupposition of it. Like, you're presupposing that these topics are being backdated and that saints are getting it from, Plotinus instead of God. It's like theosis isn't divinely revealed. It had to come from Plotinus. Like, it's stupid, dude. And what is that rooted in? You haven't read the text. You haven't read someone like Saint Justin Martyr. You haven't even you haven't read Saint Dionysius the Areopagite. So why you're making assumptions without studying this the source material, and then like I gotta argue something that you're presupposing. Like, it does. I mean, there's no prove to me that the Christians went to Plotinus to develop their idea of theosis.
I didn't say that you went to Plotinus. Come on. No, I get what you're saying. You're saying nobody can put a trademark on concepts, basically.
I don't believe so. I mean, just because someone said something similar to somebody else, does that mean that it didn't exist before it? Yeah. All right. It's like, and if you take St. Justin's position, it's like those that said anything true in history were inspired by the Spirit of truth to say it.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that Plotinus invented theosis and that it's impossible that anybody before him thought of it, but
It's not an idea.
Okay. It's a process. It's an action, right?
Right. You know, it's that's the problem. If we're just like depending on reason and logic to talk about these topics, and they're not in the realm of reason and logic. I'm not a deist, so I don't care if you don't believe what I'm telling you, right? And I don't care if you think I'm absurd for saying it. I know it's not a guess. This isn't just some like, you know, me guessing and searching around in the dark that maybe this happened. You know, I know that the saints and the prophets were revealed things by God, and theosis being one of them. And they even reached that state in life. So it's no longer in the realm of like idea. It's in the realm of reality. And it's a reality that's not commonly accepted by people that depend only on reason and logic and are skeptics even to their own detriment.
Well, yeah, I get that. You're putting. You just said that it's actual reality since it was the actual church authority saying
It's
so.
not about
and
authority saying it. You know, it's a consensus. It's not like some guys just like came out and like, you have to believe this. You know, it's like these are conclusions we've come to through divine revelation. Like that's what the problem with framing things is. If you frame things, you know, and with the presupposition like this isn't true, and you know, I don't want God to exist, so I'm going to frame things as if, you know, these authoritative ascetic monks, you know, are trying to control the world or something. It's stupid.
Well, that's not where I was coming from.
But that's what it feels like sometimes, you know, when people do that. Like it's just, it's absurd to say that they were Christians didn't even, you know, they weren't prepared to be in power. And what I mean by that is like, you know, Constantine, they never thought that, you know, Constantine would convert to Christianity. This was just as absurd to them that this happened. You know,
it does come
was
down
just
to,
as unbelievable.
But it still does come down to trust and faith in a process and a power and an authority, right? So
But
if I
you
came
have to
out,
have a trust and faith that this isn't true as well.
we're
We're all
if I
depending
created,
on some form of faith.
if I created right now my own cult like Joseph Smith did, and I created
Why
my
are
own
you
version.
comparing
No, I'm trying to
Christianity
get you
with
to
Joseph
understand.
Smith?
I'm trying to get you. No, I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm saying if I created my own cult the way Joseph Smith did, right? And I created this concept of spermaticos logos, and I told you, hey, Adam and Eve
Yeah,
is practicing this
you're
thing
doing
that.
just like what I said you were doing. You're
No, you're
comparing
not. You're
Joseph
not listening.
Smith.
No,
This is a
I'm
false
not.
equivocation.
No, you're not listening.
You know, I am listening to you, and
No, because
I'm
you don't even know
stopping
where I'm
you right
going,
where you're
and
at.
you're
That's
proving that you don't even know
blasphemy.
where I'm going.
Joseph Smith is a false prophet.
But you're
These are
proving
not
that you
false
don't know.
prophets that came up with these
You're
things.
proving that you don't know where I'm going. Where I'm going with it is, if I were to say that stuff to you and say, here's what actually happened with Adam and Eve, that's an older version of the concept I'm talking about, you would reject my theology. You would reject my cult. You don't trust me. You don't trust that what I'm saying is true about the past.
I don't care if you trust me. That's the difference between it. I don't care
want
to
you to trust me,
convince
dude.
you.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm
I don't
saying
care
you
to
have
convince
chosen
you.
who to.
Like after I tell
You
you the
have chosen
truth,
who
the
to
way I
trust.
look at it,
So it does come down to trust and faith
after
and
I tell you
authority.
the truth, right? And I'm telling you, okay, look, if you cannot accept this to
No, you're
not
not
be
even
true,
hearing
and
what I was
everybody
saying.
can accept this not to be
You're,
true, right?
you're
But
shadow
there's going to be
boxing
consequences for not
yourself.
accepting the truth. Now, when you have to deal with those consequences for not accepting the truth, that's on you. That's not on me. You know, I'm being honest with you when I'm telling you that this is a reality. Now, you don't have to believe that. I don't care what you do at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you I respected your decision to trust in authority, but now all of a sudden you're trying to gaslight me like you don't trust in authority. You wouldn't trust me if I made my own version of spermaticos logos because you don't trust my authority. And you don't take what I say as truth. You do take what a different authority says as truth. And I'm not even knocking you for that. That's your choice in life to do that. But it does come down to a trust and faith in an authority. See, what is Jim Bob saying in the chat? That arguing that laws of logic didn't exist until
Yeah, I
they
think
were
he
described.
basically showed up exclusively to troll Mr. Anderson. So it is what
Fair
it
enough.
is. Mr. Anderson's got some old friends.
Fair
Blessings. Yep. But
I won't pull a Jim Bob and just start calling him an atheist and a vegan.
I do have something
because
about
I can't answer his
Neoplatonism here, though.
questions.
Yeah, okay, so Saint Dionysius the Areopagite, right?
Right.
So the
Yeah.
first person in modern times to challenge the corpus outright was the Italian humanist Lorenzo Valla. This was in 1406 to 1457, followed by the German Erasmus, 1469 to 1538 or 36. The Critique of Dionysius was then taken up by Martin Luther, who found, Dionysius' mystical style and the early references to bishops and sacraments and monks and prayers for the dead antithetical to his own religious opinions. Beginning in the early 17th century, a great scholarly debate raged in Europe with the writers of generally more Protestant-bent attacks on the corpus and Roman Catholics defending it. Each new generation added to its own arguments as to why it thought the work were, false or genuine. Finally, by the late 19th century, the prevailing academic opinion was that the work had been written by anonymous Neoplatonists sometime in the 5th or 6th, early 6th century, probably in Syria. And the pages that follow, we will challenge this received opinion. Okay, so I have a book on that challenges this narrative. And I could send you that book. I'm not going to go through it today.
Yeah, you could send me that. I'd rather not continue on the Neoplatonic thing with
Well,
your
what
church
I'm
and
telling you,
stuff. I didn't
what
realize
I'm
you were
telling you
disputing
is that
that.
this
So
came
since you
about
are
in the
disputing it,
14th
I
and
don't want to.
15th, 16th century, where actually people are backtracking the Neoplatonist claim. It's not the other way around. Nobody had that thought until, much later. So.
Well, yeah, because for me to go deeper into that, I would rather just do a presentation and cite sources instead of just going outside of my wheelhouse like that.
So, in other words, Mr. Anderson, I kind of got you, dude. I mean, I got the sources right there to kind of prove that.
So you just
It's
now
what it is.
prove that there's no
I'm not gonna
Neoplatonic
do this for you,
influence
though.
in your
I'll
church.
send it to you. I'll send you the source. You do with it what you want.
Okay. And you can practice theosis, which to me is Kabbalah, with a energy essence distinction without a difference.
And you can take, that idea that you got from 5th and 6th century, scholars in Germany, and this Valla guy who came up with it, this idea in the 15th to 16th century.
Well, yeah, if it's a hoax,
No
then
one ever
I'll
thought
admit
that
it's a hoax.
beforehand. There was never not a time where someone questioned the validity of these, Saint Dionysius the Areopagite's corpus until then, right? And then they backtracked it and say, "See, he got it from Neoplatonists." Well,
yeah,
the evidence shows that he didn't get it from Neoplatonists.
If it's a hoax, like you're saying, then I'll admit that it's a hoax. And like I said, I never said that like they're joining a Neoplatonic cult. I just think that just in life in general, you're influenced by the people that came before you. There's different concepts, ideas. Doesn't mean that like I right now could come up with some ideas based on all the religions and things that I know of. It wouldn't mean that I'm part of the whatever church. It would mean I was inspired by those ideas. So I get what you're saying. I'm not saying that they joined a cult or they were perpetuating an existing cult. I see it more so as using ideas and using it as a lens, because just like they say, like these Christian populists and Christian nationalists say, oh, well, we want Christians in places of power so that they can use their Christian lens to pass policy. I'm saying it more so in that sense.
I think you're right about Christian nationalism. I think it's, it's some sort of I would think that there's no, nationalism is incompatible with Christianity.
What that's a whole thing. I'm
But
opposed to
if you
Christian
mean,
nationalism because of the fact that I'm not talking about this watered down weird shit that people on YouTube are pushing. I mean Christian nationalism, like a Christian nation.
well, like, what do you mean, like a monarchy?
Well, I do think, like you said, that it's in conflict.
If nationalism means, loved one's homeland or people group, fine. If it means malicious intent against other homelands or people groups, then it's evil, right? So, like, it matters how we define the term nationalism, I would say. That's why I would rather use, like, it's okay to be patriotic, but not be a nationalist.
Well, if you have a whole people group that's being, I don't want to say the word, but apple cidered, that's okay under Christian nationalism because you still have the Christian diaspora. It's okay if an entire people group goes extinct.
No.
Still have the Christian diaspora. That's the real reason
I would agree with you if you're talking about the way Christian nationalism is formatted today in the modern world, because it's really just like, like a white nationalist movement. It's not really Christian. They slapped the name Christian on it to, sort of get people in a trap or something. But no, I if you looked at like a czar running Russia, he didn't like destroy other people groups like Muslims or something. He built them. He allowed them to build. He gave them land and allowed them to build their own things there.
No, I was saying more so allow. I wasn't saying that Christians are going to go and destroy people groups. I'm saying that if people groups are being destroyed, that's allowed under Christian nationalism because you still have the Christian diaspora. They don't have a prerogative to save a people group. They have a prerogative for Christians, for the kingdom of God, basically. Right? Neither Jew nor Greek, so on and so forth.
Yeah,
right?
Neither Jew nor Greek, neither slave nor free, neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus.
So if the Greeks went extinct, it wouldn't matter. You'd still have the body of Christ.
It feels very strange the way you're putting that. Like, I don't understand what you mean.
I was just
there is no distinction between
the real
neither
reason
Jew nor Greek or slave nor free, then not in a Christian worldview, you wouldn't be persecuting those if you've seen everyone as one in Christ, or you've seen some divine spark in everyone, or you treated everybody as if they were Christ.
I wasn't saying it'd be at the hands of the Christians. I'm saying it'd be allowed under Christian nationalism. It wouldn't be a prerogative to stop it.
It wouldn't be my prerogative to stop what?
The extermination of a people group.
Why do you think that?
I didn't say you. I said that's why I oppose Christian nationalism, because it allows for that.
Yeah, I would. I agree. Oh, so you're going against. I agree. I'm against Christian nationalism too. I think it's
I was just going into my probably number one clash with it, and the reason why you won't see me promoting Christian nationalism. Secular.
I know Jim Bob wants to, create a, symphonia between the Moscow Patriarchate and the state or something. So.
Oh, roasted. Got straight roasted.
Well, yeah, I think the Christian nationalism that Jim Bob and them talk about, that's not anything I'm familiar with. That's some new weird like LARPing version of Christian nationalism, where they say, no, we just simply want to get in places of, it's like, that's not Christian nationalism.
It's idealism first and foremost. And honestly, like Jim Bob, if you're listening, dude, I would check out a letter It's Father Seraphim Rose to Thomas Merton. You know, if you know, if Christianity isn't directed towards, you know, the salvation of souls, you know, then everything else is kind of, it should be on the back burner. That's not saying some of these movements are like neutral. I'm not going to say that they're good or bad, but if we're having some idealistic, you know, like direct, like the church's mission is to ascend this, you know, you know, I don't know. It just seems kind of absurd.
They said, "Nah, I just want at least 10 people I love to convert. Orthodox Symphonia is like 30 generations, not a realistic life goal."
I agree. You know, I don't think that we're ever gonna see, we might before the end of time like see maybe like a true Russian czar, like Tsar Nicholas, come about or something like that, and maybe the splinters of the ship will be like, you know, come back together in some way. But yeah, I agree with you. You know, if it's not the here and now and how we deal with like our brother in front of us, then everything else is like obsessed with efficiency and all these other things. That's just idealism.
So, just to change the subject a little bit back to what the theme of the show is, TML.
Oh yeah, I got you guys. Yeah,
you've
for
got
sure.
to separate. You've kind of separated. It sounded like theology from politics, from art and science. What if it's still a theocracy, so to speak, but the techniques have changed in that it's a scientific religion? So
Oh
still,
yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. I don't think the theological framework has gone anywhere. I just think it's transformed. You know, so
yeah,
you know,
I agree.
yeah, because all of the architectonic ideals, they still have semblance. I mean, right? I think they're the only things that have semblance. You know, like I think religion, philosophy, you know, science, history. You know, I think those are the only. If you don't have a concept of those things, then you know there is no semblance, right? So, but in terms of those ideas, you know, it looks like Neoplatonism, right? You could sketch the idea of three main concepts. You know, one would be mastery of nature with human reason, right? The other would be the notion of self-transcendence. The other would be the notion of the archetypal man. The other would be the notion of um um you know this whole idea of, you know, I think actually that's enough. The archetypal man in terms of Adam Kadmon, that unseen warfare so eloquently sketched out with his reading there, you know, it's basically the same notion that's evolving over time, right? So if you go to the Persian system, right, the Persian system, Zoroastrianism, how it influenced Orphic Pythagoreanism, how Orphic Pythagoreanism, influenced Plato, how Plato influenced the Neoplatonists, right? How the Neoplatonists influenced the Kabbalists, right? And how the Kabbalists basically, influence the, the modernists, the modern philosophers and all those ideas, right? So we have a notion where we could link all of these ideas transforming through time, right? The notion of self-transcendence, the notion of mastery of nature with human reason, the notion of the archetypal man, that lead to universalism, right? That lead to the notions of the collective mind, right? That then lead to the notions of, this whole, concept of self-transcendence transformed into transhumanism. Because the basic idea is there in transhumanism, right? Mastery, man's mastery of nature with human reason, and then separation from nature as a consequence. So yeah, so that's.
I see no link right now. I see no link between Neoplatonism and transhuman.
Great. Great. That's great. That's a sketch I'm going to draw because basically the whole idea of the archetypal man, right? The notion of the hierarchy of being, right? That's related to evolution, right?
Is
And
it
the
though?
whole.
Is it related to?
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah.
related to evolution.
Oh yeah.
Okay, how would you say it's related to evolution? The archetypal man.
Oh no, I said the hierarchy of being is related to the notion of evolution.
Okay.
Yeah. So the hierarchy of being is basically that, like depending on your form of reasoning, right? Right, you have a cognitive apparatus, or maybe even a soul, that relates to it, right? So basically what Aristotle came up with was that there's a vegetative soul, right? There's an appetitive soul, and there's a rational soul, right? So man possesses all three of these, right? Plants possess the first one. Animals possess the first two. You get what I'm saying, right?
Would that be
Yeah,
another way
I
of
get what
saying
you're saying.
consciousness, or no?
I guess, yeah. I think it would be a similar way to saying consciousness, but the same idea that, like, basically the soul changes, on its nature and its potentiality and and rationality, right? That rationality and potentiality are basically what's changing and transforming things, right?
Actually,
Yes.
I might take back what I just said.
Yeah, they get better and better. They get better and better. They move up through a chain of being. So obviously, once you hollow out this notion of all of its spiritual value, you take out the soul, you take out all this stuff. What you have is, things developing, right, through their complexity and their potentiality, right? And so it gets transformed into this idea, right? And the notion of archetypal man gets transformed into the idea of the species being, right? Which is like basically just like, like you asked me the other day, what is an archetypal man? And I said, it's like one guy that represents everybody. You know what I mean? Right? Right? Like nobody had a notion of that before, right? Because there was Greek people and there was all these different types of people, right? So they said everyone's different, right? They came up with universal concepts, right? They came up with notions like equality, right? So what I'm saying is I'm tracing how these came, and basically, so the notion of archetypal man is related to the notion of, Adam Kadmon.
Yep.
Because he's like a guy who represents everybody, so to speak. So that's how I'm sort of moving about with this whole thing. So all these notions get transformed over time, but how do they get transformed, right? What we how does the notion from Orphic Pythagoreanism, make it into Plato? Then how does Plato make it into the Neoplatonists? And how does how does Neoplatonism move it? Move into the Kabbalah, and how does the Kabbalah then move into the modern situation? Right. That's that's essentially what you're asking, and that's what I'm here to tell you guys. Right. So I'm going to take a little musical break, and then I'll move on with showing how that came about a little bit, and then we'll look at basically separation of church and state and all that type of stuff. Yeah. So this is during the 11th to the 15th century, right? You have the response of the Neoplatonists, okay, to Aristotelianism, right? I'm sorry. You have the response of the Christians, right, to the attacks of Neoplatonism. So the Muslims and the Christians, right? They are being savagely attacked by Aristotelianism in the 11th century, right? They come up with all sorts of responses to it, right? And that develops, the ideas of Neoplatonism into the Kabbalah, right, during the 11th to 15th century, right? So this is a huge change that happens, right? Huge change that happens, right? Like basically the Lurianic Kabbalah, you could say it was developed in the 15th century, right? So what happened from the 11th to 15th century? You know what I mean? I'm gonna get into it.
Mhm.
So let's play some music, and we'll get into that. Blessings. I still have lots of music I wanted to play.
I look forward to it, honestly.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, it's just a little bit about Maimonides and St. Thomas Aquinas. You know, because they seem to have made certain compromises that I think put them super in line with Neoplatonism.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then and that's why they're hugely I think responsible. You know, although they did a good battle against Aristotle, you know, but I think they absorbed too many of his ideas. So this is where we're at, folks. But yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Isidorian decretals? Like something like that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Isidore, Isidore, Boethius, Cassiodorus, you know, they were all in line with each other.
Yeah.
Right, they were all part of the same school of thought. You know,
one thing I'd just like to say is that the people that are running the world today, they're going to take every philosophy and pervert it.
Oh yeah,
you know?
1,000,000%.
So it is interesting to kind of see, these responses.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's 1,000,000% interesting. Yeah, we appreciate the chat. We had some interesting people in the chat today. You know, for sure. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. A lot of activity in the chat. Good Lord. You know, I don't think I'll be able to refer to all of it right now, but yeah, check out this little remix I made. Okay, of Subculture by Styles of Beyond. Blessings. We'll be right back with the Aquinas and the Maimonides stuff. Blessings.
Yo, everybody, come on. If you with it, come on. If you ready, come on. If you want it, come on. Bring it on. Come on. Come along. Come on. STYLES beyond. Yo, everybody, come on. If you with it, come on. If you ready, come on. If you want it, come on. Bring it on. Come on. Come along. Come on. Yo, STYLES beyond. Yo, it's like being in a position to get yourself lynched. Attacked with the sick ass 12-inch, the metal blade serenade. Cup out of kid, the click, what's happening? This is how we took over the Atlas. From the beginning, a known rapper stole the stone cactus. What? Know what the fact is. Galactic arachnids coming with killer venom attachments. Action of words, rip quick, draw fastest. Flash leather attack, medevac in the wounded. Swoop down from 30,000 for true movements. Rolled with 2 units. Boogie lounge speaker that's banging the true music. Taking a few bruises. In particular group weapon to shoot cruise with. Catchable over your suit's blueprint. Now, who know the roots to the new acoustic? Heavy on the way, cause we crooked and dropping the scoop stupid. Recoup it, coming for cash, so give it up. Everybody rocking, but riot with talk, say what? With 2 tapes in a deck that's set to dub over. Press record and absorb the subculture. Yo, hollow points with anonymous tips. 5 shots in a pine box, ready for 6. At the bottom of a crate, you can suffer the same fate. Make a rapper ship well platinum and blank tapes. Up, rock, morph to 8 shapes, the Great Dane. Gamma ray, able to bake brains, you might as well shelve it, huh? Still spinning with 12 helmets, something that they punish themselves with. They felt it, vocal velvet, melt metal, excel, quick tell. Everybody in the clique to get down with the Celtic. With the felt tip, attack raps around sounds, so bounce now. You ain't got the fingers to count styles. There it is, that ambiguous cat, greedy kitty, my Ricky raw rhetoric rap. Piggyback my style, rip, rebirth. Cause I don't give a cuff like the F word reversed. Yo, get ready for the ride when no one else has been. Check the code locks and strap yourself in. Beware the holder, loops and roller coasters. Al Canoga, what? Same as it ever was. Get ready for the ride when no one else has been. Check the code locks and strap yourself in. Beware the holder, loops and roller coasters. Al Canoga, what? Same as it ever was. Beat, rhymes, style, wicked. All depends on how we kick this. Breakers, sneakers, all the night freakers. What equal sleepers, those who might peep us. Fresh to the Cascade Demon. catchphrase. Last missing piece in this puzzle of rap thing. The world in a twist, lost for who to blame. Make a wish, light a flame, and toss the boomerang. Yo, number one, crew the rain king. The root of pain through the vein of a lunar slang. Thinking with sharp fangs. People are strange, it got me wondering why. You want fame, make a record that someone actually buys. The click, nobody rips, nobody gets. Not even a half a second to block my rock karate kicks. Chop suey, duck, fooey, sharpen my chopsticks. Excellent for trouble and they double as lock picks. Get ready for the ride when no one else has been. Check the code locks and strap yourself in. Beware the holder loops and roller coasters. Out Canoga, what? Same as it ever was. Get ready for the ride when no one else has been. Check the code locks and strap yourself in. Beware the holder loops and roller coasters. Out Canoga, what? Same as it ever was.
Yeah, blessings. Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to basically what I was talking about, right? So so they're exchanging the will for reason, freedom, or the spirit for natural law, right? This was perceiving the world through evolutionary changes, right? Quite central to the view of Heraclitus, right, who viewed all things as strife and change. The Aristotelian drive of the telos in nature, or the hidden potential within things, putting back in place the holomorphic composition and the order of the universe, became more attractive than the abstract realms of Platonic thought. The idea that contemplation of the lower stages leads to higher stages, apprehensible only to those in a state of divine stupor or spiritual ecstasy and intoxication, promoted the notion of an ecstatic intuition as opposed to reason. Okay, that is basically what the notion of self-transcendence is based on. Okay, but instead of here, right, in the Kabbalah, right, using reason, right, it's the will, right, or grace, right, which you could actually supplant quite easily the idea of the Protestants in here, right, because they have a similar idea, right, that it's like ecstatic, grace, or right, that type of stuff, right? But yeah, finally, the concept of nomos reflected the inclusivity of faith and the tacit agreement of law. Law encompassed all in the work of Maimonides. Okay, we see Aristotelian and Avicennian influence that would remain active in Jewish thought. The thoughts of Maimonides and St. Thomas Aquinas represent a decidedly Aristotelian turn. Actually, I totally forgot to mention Avicenna, right? Because the whole idea of Islamic science, right, and Avicenna, right, and Ibn Rushd, right, if you go from Boethius to the ideas of Avicenna, right, then to the ideas of Aquinas and Maimonides, right, there's a huge link there. Okay. Okay, so you have the ideas of, the 7 liberal arts, basically comprised by the students of Boethius. Basically in the decisive treatise, Ibn Rushd, okay, he's promoting all of these ideas, right? He says that basically reason and revelation, right, are on equal footing, right? And basically Aquinas is saying that reason and faith are on equal footing, right? So he's just replacing revelation with faith.
Crazy, actually.
Yeah, but it just seems like he's keeping this entire Aristotelian design, right? Um, but yeah, it says they represent a the thoughts of Maimonides, St. Thomas Aquinas. They're Aristotelians, right? And they see the whole thing is that they anticipated the religious Reformation in the 15th century for both the Jews and the Christians, right? And I do believe that they're putting knowledge and faith in two separate but equal, places. So it says here that that Moshe ben Maimon, or Moses Maimonides, was born in Cordoba, Spain. Okay, he felt that Aristotle was comparable to the prophets of the Hebrew law. Okay, he said from Moses to Moses, there was nobody like Moses. Right, that's a statement made about him. Excuse me,
Sheesh.
right? By the, I believe it's by the Kabbalists. Right, it might be in the Lurianic Kabbalah, because I think Maimonides is actually a central figure in the Lurianic Kabbalah, right? So he's a huge figure in the development of the Kabbalah, right? But yeah, from Moses to Moses, there was nobody like Moses. Okay, and it says, excuse me. But yeah, he adopted certain Avicennian views, right? Okay, he had to allow God to suspend natural law, but he still believed in natural law, right? He said God created the world ex nihilo. Okay, in contradiction to the ideas of Aristotelian philosophy, right? And this is one of the main reason why they had to do battle against Aristotelian philosophers, right? Because they had to argue that God created the world ex nihilo, but the Aristotelian philosophers basically thought that the world was eternal, right? They thought that God simply fashioned the world, that he did not create it out of nothing, right? So this was a huge change. Okay. And this is actually what led to a lot of the philosophy of Avicenna, right? Avicenna had a huge argument for this, right? In which he argued that God was a necessary being, right? And basically, said that everything is contingent upon this necessary being, right? And he argued that everything in the universe functions by causality, right? That there has to be a causeless cause, right? Or else, you go into infinite regress, right? Obviously, this hugely influenced, both Maimonides and Aquinas, right? The only thing is that he also had to argue that God, only controls primary and not secondary causes, right? So we had to basically say that that God can't directly influence the world, right? So this was a huge problem, right? So this is how they get into this problem, right? But yeah, some Jews held that his work were that his works were too generous to Greek philosophy, right? So there are Jews that actually argued against Maimonides, right? Like Gersonides is one of the guys, right? If you look up the writings of Gersonides, right? I forget his first name, but yeah, there's actually people who
weren't having it.
yeah, there was other Jews who were like, no, this is too Aristotelian, essentially.
They were even pushing the Christian Inquisition to go and burn his shit.
Yeah. So it's interesting. So but yeah, the main thing is that that they kind of argued that the truth arrived by reason is equal to that you can come to by revelation, right? And that is the huge idea that these guys are playing with, that actually came from Averroes or Ibn Rushd, right? Instead of these other guys, right? So
Marrakis,
yeah.
Marrakis or something like that. It's scholasticism. It's like human reason becomes the measure instead of tradition. That's really where they went off. I think where Rome kind of went astray. And you're right. It's like Aristotle. He's like Aristotle was extremely influential, like in those times, because he had like this universal philosophy. It's like his view of nature was considered like absolute truth.
Yeah, because what Aristotle was at the time was basically it was the most up to date science, right? So instead of being like philosophy, it was actually just science. So it's like, you could kind of say that religion and science always did battle, because basically, what was a battle between Plato and Aristotle? What was a battle between philosophy and science, right? Because, basically Aristotle's saying, look, if we believe in the forms, we can't do like empiricism, right? So like, it'll stop everything, right? So he's saying that this is hampering science, right? So what happens? Obviously, philosophy hands a philosophy takes science out of the hands of religion and hands it to science, right, where it belongs, right? So this is partly a huge change that happens, right?
And the irony is that now philosophy and science are combining, and then
right,
it's made out as if it's strictly science. You know what I mean? But this is the gotcha to any higher understanding, like revelation in some sense. It's like only reason can deduce absolute truth by observations of nature or something, right? Like
that's a good point, and and Maimonides is trying to reconcile those two things together. The religion with the science. That's a good point, though, that it could be a covert thing, like a trick, kind of.
No, they're working together. And the common enemy is, religion.
So basically, Maimonides is like ultra progressive for his time.
I think anybody who was basically an Aristotelian, like in like 1100 to 1300, was like at the pinnacle, of of advancement at the time. Because like if you look at Aristotelians and you look at the debate between realism and nominalism, it's obvious that they would have chosen nominalism, and it's obvious that that's the side that won out, right? So it's like, so it's like, the main philosophical debate, the 13th, 14th centuries, right, was won by the Aristotelians, right? Even though the church was still in charge, right? That's obviously just symbolic, because intellectually they'd been, totally usurped,
Yeah, it's a fork in the road that was destined to happen as far as the clash. It had to go one direction or the other.
Right, because they felt inferior. So
exactly.
So if if you're having these opponents and everybody's like seeing like, oh, look at this, lofty scientific method and these philosophical concepts, then things like divine revelation, like with the Roman Catholics, they were like, oh no, like now we have to, we have to be more scholastic.
Yep.
We're going to have to use the philosophers and put reason ahead of, the prophetic and the mystery of God, in some
Yep.
sense.
And remove ritual and bring you even further away
A
from
move of
nature.
asceticism, all these things that, that were so important to Christianity and the deep roots to Christianity, where this is where the wisdom was coming from. If it's lowering, everybody sees it as like an enlightenment, but it's like a lower level to what these great ascetics would have been achieving, whether they like it or not. That's why you have something like St. Gregory Palamas. You look at it, like his writings, they're just above and beyond in everybody. Like it's not even close.
Yeah, and separating you from nature as well, even further, because you're intellectualizing. To me, ritual and things like that keep you more in tune, as opposed to intellectualism.
Well, yeah, for the Christian, there's a mystical element to the liturgy, right? Like we're transcending time and space in a lot of ways, and I think that's missed. Like that's just like deleted. Modern man doesn't even think about that, and what can be achieved through prayer,
It's ingenious, really, that the scientific dictatorship that's been created out of all this, as far as removing people from God and taking them on that other path. Because even as a kid, like, the teachers would tell you, oh, God created the world in 7 days. There's always been this clash of Aristotelianism, like TML was saying, versus the Platonism, in a sense.
Well, that's where that's why Roman Catholics now, they kind of believe in evolution, right?
Yeah, we got to be modern. We got to be modern and accepted by the modern consensus of intellectualism.
Right. So this is the devil infiltrating the church, if you really want to talk about it. But I mean, that happened. Really, Aquinas is a big reason of that, because he's this guy looking around him and feeling, inferior to the philosophers of his time and the scientists. So he's got to combine them into some sense to keep, Christianity up to date. But in doing so, this is where doctrinal developments come in, and it's no longer the same religion preached by Christ and the apostles. And what does Christ say? It's like, even if an angel from heaven were to preach a different gospel, let him be anathema. So
yeah, and the early Jews of that century would probably say the same thing about Maimonides and say, what are you losing in order to gain this modernism?
That's the thought. This is the myth of progress. Like, what are we losing in our obsession with efficiency in a utopia? That's the biggest argument. But I'm going to shut up. I mean, I know that I want to hear what No, I'm not saying you have to.
No, go ahead, Timo.
Yeah, but check this out. This is one of the main charts that I always, show on the show from GaryGeck.com. But I think this is pretty accurate. And I think that, like they're saying, like, what's the blue and the red, like in occultism.
Can you describe
Is
this chart?
is that
Like, how is it?
purple, son?
Yeah, but essentially what it's saying is that, you know, there's two ideas. I mean, rationalism and empiricism. You know, and there's more on this chart that goes, you know, but yeah, I thought there was more on this chart. But yeah, I think what it's trying to show is that basically there's two sides, you know, math and logic. You know, and I think Aristotle basically worked out the logic side, you know, and as it's related to language, you know, and I think Plato worked out the math side, you know, and both of these comprise into like modern science or whatever, you know. So you know, how did these ideas come about? And it's in the difference of these guys, right? And I like how one side says mysticism and the other side says materialism, right? But they're both part of the same tree, right? You know,
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense if people think about
The
it.
real and the shadow.
Yeah.
So is it a dichotomy that's drawn to achieve a synthesis, or?
I think it's like controlled dialectic or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was
You know what I'm
getting
saying, right? You know,
Yeah.
Syzygy.
Syzygy, exactly. That good old Manichaean.
Yeah, because
Manichaean word.
what if they basically understood that, you know, most humans are going to fall or naturally have a predisposition towards mysticism or rationalism? So here are the two sides of the dichotomy that we can control people with.
Right.
It's like people hurting.
Yeah. Yeah, we're thinking like like Andrew Wilson, like they have like a red and blue, like how Jay Dyer and Andrew, like how they have like red on one side and blue on the other side, or whatever.
Yeah,
like in all their presentations. It's pretty funny. I mean, yeah,
interesting.
That is true. We have seen that, man.
Yeah, but yeah,
Might be some one-eye symbolism in there somewhere.
Exactly.
Well, what I figured out was like the whole, you know, rhetorical triangle. Is that what it's called? Like pathos, ethos,
right?
You know, that whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, Hegel made a bunch of these. You know,
because we know the Sabbateans and all that have their own synthesis they're looking at, but as far as this chart you showed, what is the synthesis for that? Just control itself? Because I know there's a little bit of both in a lot of different ideologies.
I just think it's weird how like from 400, you know, BC to like, you know, the modern times. You know, you could see how both of you know, you could see different ideas like logical positivism, you know, or the perennial tradition. You could see that they fall on either side.
So it's effectively just technology then.
Oh yeah, I think these are
philosophy,
you know,
is different. Different philosophies is different technologies that can be utilized.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely. I mean, well, it's relation to science. I mean, look at science relation to technology, and then I think people just don't see that philosophy is, and theology are just as much related. You know, but they're the two systems that are basically hidden, right, from public view when they're talking about them. So, you know, there is a religion of technology. There's a philosophy of technology, but it's hidden, like, you know, perhaps in occultism or somewhere else, but it's there.
You're right, and that's not revealed, right? you said, and why. You know, but I think that because it shows the game, right? Like maybe
Yeah,
people
the
would
pressure
question,
points.
like, why are we using these things if, you know, if people knew the roots of it, you know?
Even that picture is just so classic dichotomy.
Oh yeah, yeah. In the picture, if people don't know, in the famous school of Athens, Plato is pointing to the sky and holding up one finger, saying it's the one up there, and Plato is saying no, it's down here, and he's holding out all 5 fingers. So the symbolism just in the transaction that's going on in the painting is huge, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So what is he? So he's pointing up to, you know, the lower god in Gnosticism, and then, you know, what is the 5 fingers down, like emanations of it? Is that the point of that?
Oh yeah, it could be seen that way, or a number of other ways. That there's a
Possibility,
strict
yeah.
dichotomy between them. That there's one and then there's the many. Essentially, the one and the
Oh
many.
yeah, there you go.
So
Yep.
that would be the highest form of it. But I think, ultimately, I think that Plato did this whole battle with these people called sophists. I think, what Aristotle is basically saying is that it's a language, it's not mind. It's language again. So there's a battle between language and mind. It's going on. Sophists say it's language, Plato says it's mind, and then Aristotle comes back around. He says, "Look, you can't do science without language, right? So we need language for science, right?" Whereas Plato is saying, no, symbols and language, they're part of the ethereal realm. Because it's math. It's geometry.
And you know what's interesting about the Kabbalah? There's this concept of like divine names, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So what is that about? Is like, are those in another realm? Is this is there some forms to the divine names or something? Like
Yeah, it's interesting.
The forms thing still, it's never made sense to me. I understand the metaphysical and having a non-physical realm and all that, which is where our thoughts and all that reside. Like, I'm not an atheist materialist that believes, oh, I see a little blip and a light right there. That means on my sensor machine, that means I've seen a thought. You've never seen a thought. So I do believe in the non-physical, but the whole forms thing just does not make sense as far as how they actually interact with the particulars.
the cookie and the cookie cutter, right? Like that whole.
Yeah, and it's like, at least you can describe a cookie cutter being physically placed onto some dough and creating the cookie. With the forms, how did the forms actually interact with the particulars? Plato couldn't explain that. Nobody can explain that, because it's all like a logical exercise. So it's never fully made sense to me.
Back to Aristotle on this. So he rejects forms, right? And says this is all language and it's rooted in symbols. Are these the forms, I guess, in his worldview? Or am I just being stupid? I don't even know what I'm asking.
Well, that would come down to universals. I think Aristotle is more so saying that we develop universals, and Plato's basically saying those universals were predating you in another realm, basically as a blueprint.
Right.
That'd be like a universals thing, I think. because it does the other side does make sense that who's to say that you can't develop universals from experience? Why can't you do that? If I see this chair, that chair, the other chair, why can't I develop the general concept of a chair? Why is that not possible?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think it's more also to do with the idea that, you know, Plato basically saw like, all right, there's one and then there has to be like two. You know, so like everything is basically from math. So like there has to be like 90 degrees so that you could make a fucking square. Right. So his whole idea is basically, you know, like I'm like, that's not how you know, like Aristotle basically looked at things, right? Because what he's saying is like, no, look, there's stuff, like the world's made of stuff. Now let's argue what everything else is made out of. Where Plato's saying, look, there's principles, right? And everything has to function based on these principles because these principles are true. So the world has to function based on principles and ideas. Whereas basically what Aristotle says is, look, you could look at nature and then argue to God. I mean, Plato's saying, no, you have to have God to argue to nature.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because like it won't go the other way around. You know, and Aristotle's like, you know, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like it's obvious, like, you know, you begin with stuff and then, you know, you could look at the stuff and find God in the stuff, but you're not gonna just have God and then get to stuff, right? So it's interesting.
Yeah, that's deep, because it almost becomes a chicken or the egg thing.
Right.
You're saying that I wouldn't even be able to develop that universal if there wasn't, without the presupposition that existed in the first place to allow it. So it's almost a paradox.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Aristotle's like, well, you know, how did you think of stuff? You obviously began with something, right? And that something is not an idea. Right?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
experience.
And Plato's saying in a vacuum that these concepts exist. And Aristotle's
Right.
like, if you never saw a chair, would you really sit in a vacuum and be able to create? Because Plato's basically saying it's all built into us and we're recollecting it, basically. Like we're the knowledge is there. We just have to attain it or recollect it.
Right.
And Aristotle's like, what do you mean recollect? If you never saw a chair, there'd be nothing for you to discuss.
Yeah, that's why it's like, like Parmenides said, you know, like you have to have the concept of the one, and then you can derive everything else from that. You know, so like if there's no like one, then there's just a multiplicity of different things. There is no thing, man, right? Because there's no consistency to anything, right? So it's like you know, you have to have a stable concept that you can measure all other things by, right? So yeah, it's interesting, but yeah, so that's why it's so interesting when St. Thomas Aquinas, you know, he begins to basically, like Avicenna, you know, argue like, look, you can observe the world and then argue from the causes of the world to God. You know what I mean? Like they'd be like, what? Because like that's Aristotelian reasoning, right? To get to God, right? Whereas most people would have rejected that at the time. You know, so it's interesting. Yeah, but I go on to say, well, I'm sorry. Does somebody have anything else to say?
No, other than just how is a presupposition? How do we know that that's true reality? Without the presupposition of God, you can't arrive at that. So I'm not fully understanding that. Because isn't that just a presupposition? Like it's not it's like a paradox because you can't empirically verify it. So what's stopping somebody from doing it using Aristotelian logic?
I guess it was just, you know, it's mainly this idea of ex nihilo, right? Because if you accept causality, right, then you have to go back to an uncaused cause.
Okay, yeah.
And so remember, Aristotle already solved the problem because he said the universe is eternal, right? So he just said, oh yeah, my presupposition is, it's the universe, the universe just exists, right? So if you grant Aristotle the universe exists, he'll help you out, right? But yeah, this is the thing, you have to grant the universe existence, right? Which is huge, right? They wouldn't do that. They'd be like, no, God created it. Right?
Yeah, you would have to grant God's existence, or it would go regressive.
Exactly.
That way,
Yeah, so,
anyway. It's always going to be a regression no matter what. You have to just pick your way of ending the regression.
Yeah, and that's why Avicenna was so huge, because he literally said, look, you have to stop the infinite regress. So either choose God or the universe. Which one is it? Right?
Choose your own adventure.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Eternal God or eternal universe.
Yeah.
The other.
Yeah, you know what I mean, right? So they said,
and based on what you want,
yeah.
Right? No. Why would people choose the universe over God? What do you think that is? Just.
yeah, that's a good way to put it. Right?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Like, is there a non-emotional, because a lot of people will do it just to dismiss God because they want to do their own vices. They want to do whatever the fuck they want to do. But is there even any other option than that?
Well, what I would say is that, would you treat any other question the way most people treat God? Right? And what I mean by that is, why is it viewed so nihilistically? And that to me is a sign of a cognitive issue going on, or some spiritual issue going on. I would say it's both. It's both cognitive and spiritual. But I've come to that conclusion not only through logic and reason. I've come to that through experience. And that's the difference between, I would say, those that depend strictly on logic and reason, like an atheistic kind of mindset, is that they're not thinking of these experience, and they almost rid themselves of spiritual experience. Even if they had them, they would admit it.
Yeah, they kind of try and talk it down and write it off as something else. And that's called, what's it called? Confirmation bias.
Right.
Try and find something that fits your currently existing narrative of things, rather than being open-minded enough to go, hey, I actually had no idea about this. Maybe it's something else.
Yep. I think it's
like
deeper
they're
than that.
Not willing to overturn the rocks that might answer questions, from this other perspective, Yeah,
that's when cognitive dissonance kicks in.
It's deeper than cognitive dissonance too.
No, but it's impossible to challenge a strongly held belief when you're given information that goes against what you believe.
Well, here's the royal path about it too.
You will always rail against it if
That's
it is
true.
A strongly held belief. If it's an idea, you might be open to hearing other ideas. But if it's a strongly held belief, you will rail against anything that challenges it.
Well, that's why it's got to be deeper than just railing against an idea. It's got to be more so you want to cling to sin or whatever phrase you want to use for it.
Right.
It has to be deeper than, because some people are actually convinced of that. Just intellectually, they actually do change their belief and say, you know what, I guess it is just the universe. But to me, it makes more sense that creation makes more sense. Created in God's image, and that I'm a creator as well.
Mine's a combination of both. I believe there is a creator, but I believe it's the creator of the universe. I believe it is overarching over everything. I just don't like organized religions.
There's such a thing too, like in a religious context, that you could have cognitive biases about certain things that science has revealed, and they could be true. But that doesn't mean that this scientific thing necessarily refutes. And I'm not talking about evolution. I'll give you an example. Early Christians, when they, the pagans were talking about I don't want to really get in this topic, but I'm just going to say it as an example. Early Christians rejected the idea, some early Christians, not everybody, the idea of a spherical earth, based on the fact that pagans came to that conclusion, right? And the reason they did that is because pagan came to that conclusion. They didn't have any like empirical evidence to say otherwise, and even the scriptures doesn't necessarily tell us that
It's
the world's
actually the
flat
other
or
way
something.
around, and they tried to twist it. Because actually all the earlier pagan religions had all said the earth was flat, including the Bible. And then it was scientists, scientism, Scientology, whatever you want to call it, who started saying, no, it's a globe.
That's actually not true.
That's
but,
correct.
That is
No,
not
it actually
true.
is
Oh my god! I
100%
just opened a can of worms, dude.
No,
No.
it's fine. No, keep going with what you're saying, Unseen.
You have only yourself to blame.
You're just using it as an example,
I
so we
was
don't have to
using
go
it
there.
as an example. That was it. Okay, let's move
Which is
on.
ironic example because
I don't want to talk about it.
now
Okay.
you're like Maimonides merging science with your religion.
I'm using this as an example, but I don't want to.
Sad trombone.
It's an example of how you didn't stay with your ancients and you went with the modern times. But go ahead.
No, the ancients. For one, dude, the ancients. There's a presupposition that the ancients taught certain things that they didn't necessarily teach. I'm just going to say that.
But you're not making the claim that the Christians of the first 1500 years and the Hebrews before that believed in the sphere Earth, right?
Yes.
For 1500 years, Christians believed a certain thing, and then they went with the modern times.
No, that's not.
Right?
The reality of it is there were some fathers that had their own personal opinions, not based on divine revelation, that it was either one or the other. And this was a debatable topic, right? But it wasn't it wasn't like a dogmatic thing that they like decided in council to say like you can't say either way, right? Depending on the evidence of their time, they would go like that's why I'm saying like there were particular pagans out there that said the world was a sphere based on this stick method, or something.
Yeah.
Something to do with stick.
Greek.
All right. Okay. And then the fathers were like, okay, well, obviously since the pagans said it, then it can't be true. So this obviously is the Christian position. But that wasn't the case either, because there was prior, like you had like St. Basil and others that pulled from the scriptures, actually, like Isaiah, where it says that, something about
don't go there.
Where it's a reference to a sphere in some way.
He also references a circle, and he uses a different word.
Which one of them got hung for impiety for suggesting the world was round? Was it Copernicus or Galileo Galilei?
I thought Galileo, right?
One of them got hung for impiety or some shit.
Yeah, it was Galileo.
I don't think they got.
He wasn't hung for that.
No. Yeah, he wasn't hung.
Locked in his house.
Yeah, he only got put in house arrest.
He got house arrest. Yeah, he got house arrest, and he had a little cush
One of them
setup.
actually got killed for it.
I don't think Copernicus did.
No,
I think it's like Giordano Bruno, but I think there was other problems. I think he was like espousing other stuff too.
Oh, that was for other things, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was like a sorcerer.
All right, okay, I'm conflating a few things then. All right, my bad.
Yeah, I think he got hung for like some type of sorcery.
It's just like Maimonides, like it's like, hey, let's go with the cool new kids and the modernists and the scientists. Let's merge our religion into that. That's what they did with the sphere. But go ahead.
No, that's absolutely not true. I could show you evidence of this. I don't want to. I didn't want to get into that. I don't know why I did that, dude.
Yeah, it's all right. It was just a silly thing to bring up.
It's okay to admit Christians believed in flat Earth for 1500 years.
I mean,
that's not true. Why are you keep saying that? That's not true.
Go watch a I'm curious what your response
Watch
would be.
a YouTube documentary? Okay.
No, go a Bonanza episode of all things called "Devil on Her Shoulder" with the Quakers. I'm just curious, what your response to that propaganda piece would be.
My response would be like patristic texts with like St. Augustine, St. Basil the Great, you know.
I found a video the other day that actually proves flat Earth. If you want to see it.
No comment.
Right, exactly. Shall we move along then?
Yeah, because fire's not a positive claim.
See, my way of doing it is
just Earth.
I must admit, I do take a scientific approach to things. It's try and disprove it. If you can't disprove it, it's more likely to be what's true.
Sure. Yeah, we're talking about the legitimacy of that for sure.
Well,
the
that's
scientific
it. It's like
worldview.
some things are easy to disprove, and some things aren't.
Yeah, earthly
Some
things
things
though.
you
Are you
can't
proving an earthly thing, or are you proving a non-earthly thing? Also, is a question. Because
Either.
yeah, if we're looking at how to boil water, we can get Aristotelian. But when we're talking about the bigger questions
but
of
some
life,
obviously has to be theoretical. See? But either. Let's try and disprove everything. If you can't disprove it, you might have to start thinking about it a bit more.
Not
That's it.
everything.
Nothing else. I'm not
Not
saying
everything,
believe
right?
it, but if
What
you
about
can't
God?
disprove it, think about it more.
You're not going to use the scientific method for God, though, right? You're going to use the
Dude, I
scientific
can't,
method
hey,
for
I can't
earthly
disprove
things.
God. No, I can't disprove God. Everything is too perfect. I can't disprove that.
Yeah,
There is
irreducible complexity. Yeah.
Yeah, there is definitely some element that did this. And for lack of a better term, I use God.
Fair enough.
No, dude, we just got symmetry and proportion and the adaptation of one thing to another out of nowhere, dude. It just happened over millions and millions of years.
So you think you're a fucking frog?
Who thinks they're a frog?
Anyone who
He's
believes
being sarcastic.
in, like the theory of evolution.
Yeah, that's obviously sarcasm.
He's howling at the moon.
Denise is just face bombing. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I think it's because he said the line about science after we've been talking this whole time, about the scientific worldview. But yeah, it's interesting.
Well, no,
but
see,
yeah, check it.
I do
Here, hold on,
actually
DK.
I do actually have belief. I just
Cool.
apply scientific method to things.
Awesome.
If I
Awesome.
can't disprove, then I have to actually have the ability to accept.
Amazing,
Acknowledge.
enthralling, incredible. Let me read some of this. Blessings, guys. So, it says, unlike Aquinas, Maimonides refused to attribute positive characteristics to God, but claimed God as pure act. Okay, without matter or immaterial, and infinitely removed from creation. Okay, so that might be a little bit complex for everyone, but just roll with me for a second and we'll figure it out together. It says his view, known as via negativa, right, is the view that that you can only talk about what God is not. Right. This, he said, was apparent in the various types of intelligences between God and man. Okay, so there's different levels of intelligence between God and man. Right. And that extends the hierarchy of being, right, way past the animal and the plant and the human world, right, over to the angelic world. And obviously both Maimonides and Aquinas, they both did this, right? They made like lower demonic energy. Here, hold on. They made lower demonic energies, and then they made higher angelic forces. What were you saying, DK?
I was just going to say I've never heard that term via negativus before.
Oh yeah.
You're only allowed to say negative about God. I've never heard that before.
Yeah. It's about how God is basically that God is removed from human reason. They had
to have.
What?
It's a crazy ideology to have. It doesn't apply. It doesn't. Well, it kind of means that whoever's saying it isn't even close to open-minded and accepting of things.
Well, no. What they're trying to do is they're trying to separate God from the concept of reason, right? Which is why this idea of pure act came about, because if it was discovered through human reason, then it would be limited according to their understanding, right? So it goes so then he said this okay, here, hold on. Yeah, so Orthodox Jews in the Kabbalah, right? He separated essence and existence. Okay, so that's a huge move, right, for Avicennian ideal, right? In the thought of Avicenna, right? God is the only being whose essence involves existence, right? So this difference between essence and existence is a huge design for Aristotelian cosmology, right?
Oh, that's
So that's one
almost
thing I want to say.
simulation theory.
Oh yeah. Definitely, simulation theory has to come from this, right? It's way preceding simulation theory, right? Because simulation theory comes from the pleroma, right? The idea of the pleroma from the
crazy. You come up with some really awesome things sometimes.
right.
I know
Thank
there's
you.
a lot we don't disagree. We don't agree on, but damn, man, sometimes you come up with some of the most amazing things.
Yeah, blessings, DK. Yeah, just listen for a second. It says here, this idea of a being whose essence involves existence. This was then used by Descartes, right? By Spinoza, by Leibniz, right? So this is a huge idea. This Avicennian cosmology, which is really affirming the Aristotelian cosmology, right? Was basically affirmed by Aquinas and Maimonides. This is a huge idea, right? That I'm laying forward here, right? That's going to be really important, right? But he separated essence and existence, which is foundational for the dualistic cosmology, right? And he held that all things could be described by something outside of their nature. He maintained that God was an immaterial, simple substance without parts, similar to Avicenna, right? But in seeming contradiction to the views of the Bible, one of the most notable Christian thinkers to appear at this time was St. Thomas Aquinas, who showed a similar debt to the views of Aristotle. At this time, the school of St. Albert the Great were engaged in the height of the scholastic period, and one of the most premier patrons of Dominican learning was St. Thomas Aquinas. Right? St. Thomas would begin his explanation of the world not as an idea of God, as in the Augustinian view, but from the subjectivity of the created world in relation to God. In other words, he used the old Aristotelian view to argue from causes in the world to the supernatural, instead of seeing reality as derived from the ethereal. St. Thomas Aquinas made the most severe distinction between theology and philosophy in a complete compartmentalization of faith and reason. He said that the distinction cuts very deep, even can be viewed in terms of human psychology. He said that truths of reason and truths of theology are dissimilar. He further saw two different realms between knowledge and experience. In his attempt to defeat the notion of double truth that plagued the Aristotelian philosophers of the time, Aquinas saw Aristotle as the first human intellect and mind attuned to philosophy, and was nothing more than Aristotle dressed in the robes of a Christian monk. The reform of both Jewish and Christian traditions came from a blind acceptance of Aristotelian views. The most pivotal dualism of Aquinas rests on his acceptance of Aristotelian distinction between form and matter. Form acquires its individuation by matter. Aristotle's having relegated the forms to a universal instead of transcendental category had to make corporeal substance a potentiality in the hands of an efficient agent. Hence, the changeability of matter was its privation, similar to the Platonic derivation of matter as devolution of the transcendental forms. Aquinas formed a hierarchy of being and intelligence similar to Aristotle. This was primarily based on the false belief that rational inquiry demonstrates scales of consciousness, from vegetation to irrational minds to irrational man, and finally angelic beings. This false notion was used to justify anthropomorphic and humanistic tendencies. Okay, that was used to justify anthropomorphic and humanistic tendencies, it should say, was found to support Darwinism, especially in the Darwinian notion of man's lowly origin, quote unquote. Quite plainly, it is the use of man's flawed nature to put down all life. Like Avicenna and Maimonides, Aquinas made a wide distinction between essence and existence. Existence on its own had no essential form, but is only activity which gives rise to the individuation of matter. Aristotelian philosophers apparently believe that existence is a mere accident of essence. Aquinas said that everything that did not belong to essence was extraneous. He used Avicennian philosophy to prove God is a necessary being. Similar to Maimonides, Aquinas proposed that we can only know of God that he exists, can say nothing about the essence of God. He said that God can only be known by comparison. In the Platonic realm, God was banished to a higher order of things. In the Aristotelian sense, God was far removed from the world through the chain of contingency. In the claim of, I'm sorry, if the claim of Aquinas, excuse me, is true, that we could only know God by seeing how God is manifested in the world, then Aristotelianism provides a roadmap. Indeed, if we are to follow the conclusions of Avicennian philosophy to their logical end, then it is just as he says, right? God is far removed from the affairs of the world, right? This is the crux of a sort of subjective idealism, right? The ideas are links between physical objects and ultimately gives rise to empiricism.
Well, that's something I've said before to you, Mel. I'm saying think of God as someone who just started a terrarium in his house, and every so often he goes and looks at it. He's not concerned with every aspect of everything that's on there. But if things
Deism.
start going bad, he might try and fix the thing that's going bad once it becomes noticeable. But until then, it's like he thinks everything's going okay. Think of it as more overarching. He's looking at like an aquarium. You're not focused on what every fish thinks.
Well, even in that sense, if you're looking at the aquarium, right? So the people in the aquarium or terrarium, the question more so is, would they only be able to rely on Aristotelianism if God is removed from the equation entirely?
Well,
It's pretty profound
what it
argument.
gets down to is like theoretically everything should be in symbiosis, and you should have the things that cleanse up debris, mammals that create carbon dioxide, the plants that convert carbon dioxide back into oxygen. Everything works in symbiosis. And so from an outside perspective, you'd only notice when things aren't going right. And that's when you would intervene. So I don't know if it's as much as people think and would like to. I don't know
that's
if
where
it's as much about like us wanting something as when it becomes visible to the outside looker.
Yeah, this is an idea, basically developed by Aristotle, right, about the natural God, right? So he basically had the idea of basically, natural philosophy. He basically created natural philosophy, and he said that God is basically subject to nature's laws, right? So this was his whole concept, right? So, it's a huge influence on the medieval psychology or whatever they were saying, because obviously, you need a God that, and in this sense, they had to try to remove God from nature, right? So this is kind of the idea that, because of the attack of, Aristotelianism, they made this sort of unhappy compromise, right, where they threw, Aristotelian logic and this concept of dualism, and they removed God from nature, right? But this means that, that both God and nature had to change in significant ways, right? And I
See,
think this is where
that's
science and the Kabbalah really came from.
Yeah, I fully don't agree with that. I mean, as I say, going back to my like looking at a fishbowl thing, is like if you create it perfect in the first place and everything's living right and in balance, then it can only be the things that are in there that are putting something out of balance. But you won't notice till something's extremely out of balance. And then it's about trying to fix that. So I don't know if it's the fact that it's like removed from nature, as the fact that it created this nature and has to constantly check on it to make sure everything tries to stay in that balance.
Well, this is bigger. He's claiming that God is subject to nature. So
yeah, I'm saying the other way around.
In other words, the laws of logic and physics and all these things, God was operating within that paradigm.
I'm saying, I like to be honest, I'm comparing it to us doing it. If you have this terrarium going that you created, aquarium, whatever, if you have this going that you created and you notice things going wrong, you pay a bit more attention there and you try and fix it. So it's not about being beholden to nature. It's the fact that nature also has its own rules, and it's like, this needs more water. This needs more sunshine. That chemical doesn't work.
That's subject to the laws of nature then. Because did you create the elements that made up the glass and the water? Did you create the water?
But if they start getting out of balance based on the creatures that are in that environment, you have to start correcting them again.
Yeah. Let me lay them. Let me lay the different options on the table for you, and then I gotta move on for sure. But yeah, this you could have God be nature, really, so they could be, so nature could just be God. This is Spinoza's. Here, hold on, man. Here, hold on. Let me finish my 4 things. God, being part of nature, right? That's panentheism, right? If God is inside of nature, right? You could have God be nature, right? That's pantheism, right? You could have God be inside of nature. That's panentheism. You could have, nature and God be in some sort of relation with each other, and finally you could have either, nature on top, God on the bottom, or God on top and nature on the bottom, right? So there's various, solutions to these things, but I got to move on here. Thank you guys. But yeah, so in terms of that, obviously the guy who created this whole, problem was, this guy Avicenna, from his argument from contingency, right? So he had created this notion of the necessary being. He wanted to defend the notion of God as a prime mover, right? So that's what, kind of happened. But yeah, so Aquinas proposed that, that we could only know God, that he exists, right? But we can't say anything about it, right? Okay, so God is removed from the affairs of the world. This was the crux of a sort of subjective idealism, right? That ideas are links between physical objects, right? That ultimately gives rise to empiricism. It was a separation of the rational and the sensitive, the body and the soul, theology and philosophy, secular and divine, faith and reason, which ultimately gave rise to the desacralization of knowledge, whose ultimate manifestation was the separation between essence and existence. Okay. Now, how did this manifest on the worldly plane, right? This at least led to outwardly to the divide between church and state, readily found in Aquinas, making the state the handmaiden of the church, right? And this is very similar to philosophy being the handmaiden of science, right? But yeah, the state was a caretaker of reason and of the natural and civil laws. The church, however, maintained the lofty status of being caretaker of the soul and the laws of eternal rule. This idea is clearly reflected in the several of the creeds. Okay, a collective salvation, right, to be found in positive affirmation, right? Obviously in asceticism, right? There's a separation of the body and the soul. Right, the political domain was a mediator for the otherworldly goals. Okay, one was told, that that there was that world has its own ways, that heaven has its own ways. Okay, so think about that when we separate knowledge and values, right? The moral law within, the starry sky above and the moral law within. Knowledge and values being completely separated, right? Okay, you had to accept the ways of the world. Okay, but also undervalue one's own relation to the happenings of the world. This endangered a considerable amount of aloofness. Okay, but also there's a conformity in that, right? Okay, that you can't change
aloofness is
the world.
yeah, ignorance
yeah, exactly.
is bliss.
Yeah, the world is change, right? So after all, man was flawed, right? Nature was incomplete, right? And then there's a whole idea of God's entrance into history, right? That basically causes this idea of futurism to emerge, right? Man being reconciled to God, right? But also man could not seek salvation through the institutions of man, right? And this created the idea of the spirit of the laws, right? Similar to what Payne was saying, right? About going beyond the law, right? That freedom is the spirit of the law.
That's a wild statement. That's an interesting statement there.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think Hegel basically saw the same thing.
What's their definition of freedom? Is it do whatever I want? Is that freedom?
Now, see,
Well,
I still believe freedom, like the way it should be defined, is morality and responsibility.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to coincide with that previous statement.
Right.
Yeah. No, but I see. That's the thing. I don't always agree with others' previous statements. I think that's how freedom should be defined.
Word.
Morality and responsibility.
Oh yeah, definitely. But this whole idea that that Paine is talking about, right? Thomas Paine would declare the government to be a necessary evil, right? So this notion of necessary evil, is about participating in evil because sin is part of man, right? So the state is a perfect representation.
So Socrates actually said something similar as well. He said that once any community gets above 500 people, then it needs to start having some form of governmental organization. Once it starts getting even larger, you'll find that the stronger people start trying to push people around and take over. Then the unscrupulous people will try and work their way into those roles that give them power, and you'll end up with a complete collapse of society.
Yeah.
How's your democracy going?
Yeah, but this whole idea about the necessary evil, right? That you can't help participating in sin because it's a part of man. This leads to the holiness of sin, right? And also to the Albigensian thing, right? Because nature is evil, right? So see, you can't help but participate in nature, right? And the government basically represents something that's based on natural design, right? So the separation from nature seems to suggest a bunch of different things, right? About the spiritual law and about the earthly rule, right? So so it goes to here, right? We see nothing clearer in the notion of the necessary evil than I'm here avoid participation in evil, right? Yeah, so this is all about the denial of one's own nature, right? The state is a perfect representation of man-made humiliation, right? Dispensed through man's own misgivings about himself, right? and this was taken to the extreme in the dualistic sects of the Albigensian and the and the Cathari, right, vowing to curse the flesh. Right, they endeavored to forbid marriage. Right, they broke worldly oaths. Right, they rejected the laws of both church and state. Okay, regarded matter as synonymous with evil, including their own flesh. Right, they considered their own flesh to be cursed. Right, they ultimately believed that sin had no real existence because man and woman, man himself and woman herself, were extension of the divine. This divine quality was ultimately embodied in the combination of good and evil elements in order to reach spiritual stasis.
I thought he was actually going to say because they were from the original sin.
Yeah, that's got part to do with it. But
I thought that's where that was going, just in that statement you said then. I thought he was about to say not that they're from the divine, but because they are from original sin.
Yeah, and these guys were noted by St. Thomas Aquinas of being totally a curse. You know, right? So these were even noted by St. Thomas Aquinas of being like basically, pantheistic. He noted their idea that God was prime matter, right? That God was basically essentially ether or something like that. Yeah, exactly. So this is a idea they had, and also, you have people like Dante, right? Dante put Siger of Brabant. He put other Aristotelian thinkers. Okay, he put I'm pretty sure he put St. Thomas Aquinas in the top place of heaven. Like as being like the king of the people who like know like philosophy and stuff, right? So he had a huge place for Aristotelian philosophers in his heaven, right? And so in the 14th century, if you read Dante's Inferno and if you see the basic influence of Aristotelian philosophers right at the time, right, you could see them popularized in those types of works. Like Dante's Inferno. So it's pretty interesting, right? The spread of Aristotelianism. And of course I have a lot more on that, right? Going to Copleston's book, right? So I'm going to actually whip out Copleston's book and read some of his reflections on it. So let me actually play some music and then we'll go into that. I'm into that whole thing.
Is that volume 1?
Yeah, that's volume 1. History of Philosophy. Actually,
right now.
Actually, this is volume 2. It looks like, yeah, volume 2. Medieval Philosophy, Part 1.
I think I have that one, but I haven't read it yet.
Yeah. And then Medieval Philosophy, Part 2. So we'll be reading selections from that in a minute. But of course, Spooky Saturday, right? So here is a frightening ballad, right? Combining Amon Tobin. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Amon Tobin's work. But yeah. Excellent. Oh yeah, excellent composer of melodies.
Not
and
so much of his recent stuff, but yeah.
Oh yeah, he's incredible. Right? If you guys aren't familiar with Amon Tobin, one of the top producers in the world, pretty much. And I've mixed one of his incredible tracks called Defocus with Immortal by Apathy. Right? So
hey, when you come back and you do your next text after you're finished with that, if you have time, I got something on Aquinas.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think you'll like it. So
yeah, I need that would be great to have some because I don't think that the Orthodox Christians would be totally in approval of his philosophy. But yeah, definitely. I think they'd have some hang-ups about it, right? So yeah, definitely.
But then again, everything we talk about, there's going to be some group that has a hang-up about the things we say, because there's so many people from different groups here, which is why I like it so much.
Oh yeah, yeah. But if you go like oh man, like Aristotelianism is a problem. I don't think anybody's gonna like, right? I don't think too many people are gonna be like, yes, I agree, sir.
Shun
It's
the
a horrible issue.
Aristotelians.
Yeah,
To
exactly.
be honest, most people wouldn't even know what you're talking about.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. I'm actually pointing out things that are a problem that most people don't have a problem with that I think they should have a problem with. So this is a very informative program. But yeah,
I
blessings.
do that I do that myself, but
Sure.
I do
Sure.
all the conspiracy stuff. You
Sure.
do all the long-held belief things. I do the recent conspiracy.
Yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same thing. But yeah,
it's about changing people's perception of what they've been led to believe.
Yeah, sure. But one causes the other, right? It's a philosophy. It's a philosophy that causes the other stuff, right? So
Yeah,
that's the problem.
in the long run, they're all the same thing because look where we've got to now.
Yeah, let me move to the song here, blessings, and yeah, we'll be right back. We'll be right back. Thank you, friends.
I spit to make the mic like a flammable torch. It's understandable. My mind is a mechanical force, and I'm a cannibal. My mandible is chewing your corpse. I'm tyrannical, a vandal of intangible sorts. Not a mineral, a mammal, or an animal. I'm metaphysical, the syllables and critical rhymes. Flows blowing off your limbs like invisible mines. Been invincible with rhymes since the biblical times. A warlord with a sword from the Mongol horde. Speak the tongue of the Lord to bless my vocal cords. They tried to resurrect hip hop, but faith is gone. So I take it over by force like Genghis Khan. If you say it ain't wrong, you better pray to Allah. Cause I got an arrow that'll travel straight through the jaw. Got breath control, flow like a ship with a sail. Divine when I spit, like if I sip from the grail. Cause I'm immortal. Sleeping by the third rail where the A train runs. My brain strains to lift freight trains from off the ground. When I'm walking around, I'm the talk of the town. Cause I harness mental power scientists don't understand. So I'm on the low, hiding from the average man. In a bad savage land, I'm rocking a gas mask with black gaps attached to snaps on backpacks to easily grip. When frequency blips alert me to intruders in the sewers where I secretly sit. Fine tuning my rhymes until I got the hottest style. The rest of the mics from mutated crocodiles that slipped into the pipe sometime in 88. Now they taste nuclear waste that makes them radiate. I'm subterranean and melt the steel titanium with powers of uranium coming out of my cranium. Immortal. Reverend run cells as Adidas. I stomp cats and leave a path of skeletal pieces. Y'all are washed up like shellfish on beaches. I'm a genius that's developed speeches deeper than telekinesis. My immortality's recorded on record, never distorted and torted it into 240 seconds. You press your single up and nobody will hear you. Like that Puerto Rican flag CD hanging off your rear view. Get ready to rumble, let's get busy. I spin the axis backwards, make your planet dizzy. Decapitating, catching the quickening. When I'm spitting, I'll be wetting motherfuckers like a christening and crippling your click. Quick when equipment equipped like Blood's blast grips. My hammer never clicks, back up clips. Slaughter all the competition when ripping the mortal man. And cut your heads off like only an immortal can. Is immortal, I live forever. 1-2 is immortal, I live forever. Self-titled is immortal, he'll live forever. Open mic is immortal, he lives forever.
Excuse me. Let me open this up. First, a section on Islamic philosophy, right? Okay, this is going to be very important because of what I was saying earlier, right?
I'll do my best not to interrupt you.
Yeah, blessings, DK. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that, and I appreciate your time on the panel. You know, excellent.
Hi, and thank you for constantly letting me back, even when I can be a dick. So thank you.
Exactly. No, actually, what I was saying is that we need to get DK a wizard hat, and maybe with a wizard hat and like a
and staff.
Yeah, you said that, the wizard hat and stuff. See, to be honest, I want the Viking braid. I want a Viking braid and the beard. I want to do the Viking thing. I wasn't going for wizard. I was going for Viking. Then I want.
I'm thinking of like.
I actually hate it. It's so annoying. I don't know how anyone wants a long beard. I hate it.
Yeah, I'm thinking of doing like, yeah, it'd be funny to have like a drunk wizard like moderated debate or something like that. That'd be hilarious.
I'd do that. I'd do that for fun. That's for sure.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I've got a crazy ass Irish Guinness hat from last St. Paddy's Day. I could do like an Irish leprechaun thing and moderate something maybe. But I don't have a wizard hat.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could start a GoFundMe for a wizard hat. I'm fine for that.
Do I have to start looking for a wizard hat?
Yeah, we'll start a GoFundMe to get DK a wizard hat, and that's our next move. So yeah, moving on. I know Unseen had a little reading here too. So if you want to jump in here, you could start it up, or I'll start it up. You know, it's either or. If you're not up there, yeah.
You could do your thing, and I'll follow you if you want. So.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be a little minute before I get to Aquinas, anyways. So yeah, it says here. It says here, and this is now in Copleston, not in the TML book. It says that Aristotle, therefore, when he appeared to medieval Christian thinkers in the shape given him by Averroes, for example, naturally appeared as an enemy of Christian wisdom. Okay, Christian philosophy in the wide sense. This fact explains to a large extent the opposition offered to Aristotelianism in the 13th century. Okay, so that's first, right? So if anybody's saying, if anybody thinks I'm saying that, you know, Aquinas is a Christian, therefore Christianity is Aristotelianism, wrongo. Right? What I'm actually saying is that they did battle against Aristotelianism. Right? But this whole idea, right, that, you know, God had to be taken out of nature. You know, some people fell for it, some people didn't. Right? Aquinas clearly fell for it. Right? He took the bait of the Aristotelians. I believe so. Okay, and he fell into kind of a struggle. There's kind of like some type of crackling going on. Whoever can stop that, your blessings. But yeah, it says it explains to attention paid to the Islamic philosophers, right, by those particularly, of course, St. Thomas Aquinas, who saw in Aristotelian system not only a valuable instrument for dialectical expression of Christian theology, right, but also the true philosophy for such thinkers had to show Aristotelianism did not necessarily involve the interpretation given to it by the Muslims. Okay, so how did Aquinas get caught up in Aristotelianism? Okay, it's because of the predominance of Aristotelianism, okay, and the translation of these philosophies, right, among those who are developing science in the Muslim world. Okay, like Avicenna, right? So I'm pointing out, okay, he says on page 213 here, it says it was Christian Syrians who first translated Aristotle and other ancient philosophers into Arabic. The first stage consisted in translation of Greek works into Syriac. Okay, and it was not the Muslims specifically who did this, but actually the Nestorians. Right, so they're Christians, right? A type of Christians, right? Sect. The school of Edessa in Mesopotamia, which was founded in St. Ephraim by Nisibis in 363, was closed by the Emperor Zeno in 489 because of the Nestorianism which prevailed there. Right? So remember what I was telling you about Nestorians? Okay, they, like Arius, right? They believe in some form of, well, actually, I don't think they're subordinationists. I don't think they think that Christ is a created being, right? But they do believe that he's got like a different that God possesses one nature, right? Is that right? Or dual natures, right?
Yeah, that's dual separate natures.
Okay, so dual natures is the thing with Nestorians.
So what
right?
Orthodox believe is like that, you know, he's God and man in his one person. Nestorians believe he is you know, God. You know, it's some weird, it's very strange, like as if he has two completely separate natures in his one person. They're separate.
Yeah.
They're not of one essence.
Yeah, but you see the whole idea with form and matter with Aristotle? You know, they had to preserve this concept.
You know what's interesting about this is that there's dialogues amongst the fathers, the early church fathers, that said that, you know, it was likely that Satan had a Nestorian view of Christ, and that's why he thought that he could crucify him and it would be over. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, oh, you know, the Logos is just taking on this form, you know, of a human, and if I kill the body of this human, then the Logos will have to, you know, get a new body or something. You see what I'm saying? This is kind of like the, you know, the Nestorian narrative. It's
No,
not that
sir.
Nestorians taught that. It's just that it's likely
Yeah.
that Satan thought like a Nestorian.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have to say, don't know what you mean, unless if you mean Satan is Aristotle, then it makes sense. I'm just kidding. Right, but yeah, but yeah, Aristotle definitely. You know, why did they preserve the works of Aristotle? I mean, right, and then they have to separate, right, physical and spiritual, but have to see how they interrelate with each other, right? So I think it makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah, you know, if it's that's the difference, I would say. With you'll notice with the Coptics and the Nestorians, and then the Orthodox teaching is very different. It's otherworldly almost.
Yeah,
because it's not in the realm of logic.
Yeah, because I was thinking like, wait, you know, like in my mind, originally I was thinking, look, the Nestorians are like Arabs, so they don't understand Greek philosophy, but I was wrong. They understand quite a bit about it, and they have to because of their theological underpinnings.
Right.
So this is what's interesting about it, right? So
now the Nestorians were fully a part of, you know, Greek culture, everything. Like they were around, you know. They were trying to steal buildings from, you know, Nestorius was a bishop, an archbishop, right? If I'm not mistaken, some form of metropolitan over what was supposed to be an Orthodox church. But he had this erroneous teaching. And a lot of fathers didn't know that he actually taught this. Like Saint Cyril didn't know, I don't think he knew that Nestorius taught this until he sent him a letter, and then he started asking him questions, and then he found out he had this weird Christological view.
Yeah, now I don't have time to get into Avicenna, but it just suffices to say that similar to the Aristotelians, right, where and the Albigensians and all these people are considered heretical by Aquinas, right? Like Ghazali and all these people, they thought like Avicenna and all these people are basically heretical, right? Actually, I think if I'm not mistaken, Ghazali says that Avicenna is like basically an atheist, right? In his opinion. So to him, like deism is basically like you don't believe in Allah, right? But yeah. But yeah, let's go on. So Avicenna had a huge influence on these guys. Check this out. It says, and this is where the pure act stuff comes, right? It says, in Avicenna's eyes, the notion of necessity is also a primary notion. For to him, all beings are necessary. Okay. Okay, now see see necessary, the idea of necessary and potentiality or contingency, they seem to go together, right? Which doesn't seem apparent at first, but if you really think hard about it, okay, it's true. Right. And the way he works them out is, by looking at causality, by looking at how causality can't infinitely regress, so to speak. So yeah, he says a particular in the world is not necessary of itself. Its essence does not involve existence necessarily, as is shown by the fact that it comes into being and passes away. But it is necessary in the sense that its existence is determined by the necessary action of an external cause. Right. So he says the chain of causes cannot be infinite. Since then, there would be no reason for the existence of anything, but that there must be a first cause, which is itself uncaused. This uncaused being, the necessary being, cannot receive its essence from another, nor can its existence form part of its essence. Since composition of parts would involve an anterior uniting cause, essence and existence must therefore be identical in the necessary being. The ultimate being is necessary of itself, whereas contingent beings are not necessary of themselves, but necessary through another. So that the concept being, quote unquote, as applied to necessary and contingent being, but has not the same sense. Okay, so this is basically, if you go to Copleston versus Russell on BBC, he uses this argument against Bertrand Russell. So he uses Avicenna's argument in the modern day, right? So this is how strong he believes Avicenna's argument is, that also St. Thomas Aquinas used. Okay, so this is but of course it's moving from causes to causeless, right? So it's moving from our subjective experience of the world to universal principles. Right? Potentiality, as Aristotle said, is the principle of change. Okay, check that out. Potentiality as the principle of change.
That's a hard one to understand.
it's like, nature has telos, right? So how do things change, right? They have to be moved towards their perfectibility, right? So everything's imperfect, right? And then everything's trying to reach its perfectibility, right? So that potentiality is that potentiality is its perfectibility.
Why it needs to be
Oh
forced.
man.
No, that's it. Serious. Change is painful. That's why it needs to be forced. Most people are unwilling to go through the pain of change themselves. It generally needs to be forced.
Yeah, I guess that's one way of looking at it. But let me actually examine this statement again. Potentiality, as Aristotle said, is the principle of change, right? So the fact is that, right, everything has perfectibility, right? So if it trying to move to its perfect state, right, is basically change, right? Because everything is striving, right, to reach its perfect state, right? So in Aristotle, right, this perfect state does not exist in some ethereal realm, right? It's part of the process of change itself, right? So it's part of like nature, right? So the perfectibility exists as potentiality within nature. Does that make any more clear sense, Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, it does. That helps a lot. As far as the forms versus potentiality, basically.
Right.
Because
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
the very fact that you have potentiality, it kind of, from Aristotle's sense, you're kind of bastardizing the concept of potentiality when you talk about the forms.
Yeah, and I don't want to get struck for real, but if I could go to Nussbaum here in The Great Philosophers, she actually says it, and actually I don't know if this is strikeable content at all, but let me actually try to open this up. Great Philosophers. But yeah, she actually says like that Aristotle was an empiricist, that he like kind of like invented evolution because of this notion of the telos.
I was actually thinking that when you were saying potentiality.
Right. Doesn't it sound like evolution? Right. Like this thing has the potential for, right. Like change already in it, and right.
Because there is no potentiality in the sense of Platonic, because in Platonic sense, you're just, especially a Neoplatonic sense, you're just an imperfect representation of the form, and it'll only get worse and worse the more you replicate it. It'd be kind of the opposite of fulfilling potentiality. It's kind of the opposite.
Oh, wow.
Like Plotinus himself said, don't make any pictures or paintings of me because I'm already an imperfect representation of myself, and now you're going to make an imperfect representation of an imperfect representation. So that's kind of the opposite of fulfilling potentiality.
Now, assuming you're a perfect representation of your idol,
Imperfect.
is putting yourself up on the same pedestal.
No, imperfect representation.
You're not that awesome.
Imperfect representation.
No, I don't care what you think.
Platonic would say.
You're not as awesome as whatever you think of as your higher power.
Here, hold on, DK.
Created in the same image. Same image isn't same everything. It means physical, image, appearance.
Yeah, sure.
Think you're that awesome.
Enough. It's not always going out of existence while we're actually talking about what it is. Now, early philosophers before Aristotle had not always held these questions so closely together, or they had focused on one and given strange answers as a result to the other. Let me give you two examples. Some early naturalists, the most persistent, were led. Let me give you two examples. Some early natural philosophers were led, seeing that it looked to them like matter was the most persistent stuff. I mean, they could see that trees, children, animals, were born out of material stuff, and then when they died, what was left around was, again, material stuff. They concluded that matter was the basic underlying principle of change, and then they seemed to conclude from that matter was also what things really are in some fundamental way. So they took an answer to the first question, and without much further reflection, they plugged it into the second one.
Okay, I'm not finding this right now. Give me a second. Let me find this actually.
What are you looking for? A definition of telos?
Yeah, just her kind of saying that Aristotle replaced, the forms for telos. Because that's basically what he did. He basically replaced this idea of the forms for this notion of potentiality.
And as far as telos, because Plato would say that attaining knowledge of the forms basically would be the goal. What do you mean with telos is with the forms?
Like perfection, right?
Okay.
So like he would replace, knowledge for like perfectibility, in nature, right? So it would be like, like the goal would not be like knowledge, but happiness, right?
So for Plato, the knowledge of the perfection would be the goal, and then for Aristotle, it's replacing that with actually achieving it in the physical realm.
Yeah, because Plato, like, virtue is its own happiness, right? But Aristotle, it's like, no, right? It's like you have to like.
So it's like devolution versus evolution.
Oh yeah, definitely. Aristotle was way more futuristic. He was way more involved in, like evolution, is what I'm trying to get to.
Is that
this
the core
notion
of futurism?
Yeah, but like this, like telos, right, is the core of futurism, right? And Aristotle birthed that, right? It's the engine of futurism, as they say. So, like you got to have it for Teilhard, his whole notion. Right?
So I'm sure you would agree then that telos and evolution has done more damage than devolution concept.
Oh yeah, 1,000,000%, yeah. I think I think it's a slam dunk between Plato and Aristotle.
Yeah,
and that's why I think Christianity's huge W for Christians, because they like chose Plato over Aristotle for a long time, right?
Yeah, in the world, but not of the world.
Right. Oh, whoops. There goes my StreamYard crash.
Not of this world, man.
Again?
What?
The lights went out here.
That's still here.
If you die before you die, you will never die.
And he's just saying that because he wanted to go smoke weed.
No. But yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find this part. Okay, so.
Right? As usual, I don't agree with everything, but there is definitely interesting points being made.
Yeah, I'll watch it. I'll watch this next time and figure out where that part is.
It is. Hang on. Let me give you a sec. Give me a sec.
I got something on this telos thing I've read that might be interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Roughly 4 hours, 16 minutes in. So I've got the YouTube on my other channel. I'm streaming on D Live as usual. But yeah, it's about 4 hours 16 minutes in. So write that down. Like give or take half a minute. But write down 4 hours 16. That's where you want to look.
We ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so telos, or quote, what it is for. This person says, as a child, I received a small toolbox with little screws, screwdrivers, and hammers. I found a set of Jenga blocks and decided to build a project with them. I had ran out of nails at this time, so I used the hammer and began nailing the screws into the Jenga blocks. Since I could not exert enough force with a screwdriver to turn the screws into blocks, my project did not get very far, because none of the materials were being used as intended. The lesson learned was one that the Greeks had wrestled with millennia ago. Telos defined. Aristotle spoke of 4 types of causes: material, efficient, formal, and final. The material cause is the, quote, stuff, the physical constituents that form the solid basis for something, like the metal, carbon fiber, nuts, and bolts used to build a car. Efficient cause acts upon the material cause, moving to assume its eventual form, such as the engineers and factory workers who design and assemble the car. The formal cause is the idea of the thing, the abstract concept, the distinction that distinguish it from other things, allowing it to have a distinct identity, separate from all other things that exist. This is the idea of, quote, carness. The thought is that a car couldn't exist unless the idea of a car were different from the idea, for example, of a warthog. And lastly, the final cause is the purpose for which something was created. In the case of a car, to drive people from point A to point B. To describe this final cause, Aristotle coined the term, quote, telos. It is from the term telos that we get our term teleology, or teleology. How do you say this?
Teleology.
Teleology, okay. Which is the principle or study of intentional design. The idea of final cause is not often emphasized today. Modern man, influenced as he is by naturalism, tends to believe that things, quote, just are. Unless they were created by man, they have no purpose. The idea of all things having a purpose or design plan seems antiquated with mystical. After all, you pretty much need to assume theism for such an idea to even make sense. Telos abandoned. There are advantages to living in a modern age, such as being able to use an iPhone, drive cars, and fly planes. One of the distinct disadvantages of living in a modern age is that we often assume all knowledge and all sensible thinking came into existence about 5 minutes ago. We can thus convince ourselves of absurdities, unlike any seen before. How could Aristotle be right about causation when he knew so little about planetary mechanics? Because of this, modern man is predisposed to no longer believe in the telos. Quote, everything was made for a purpose. How can I believe that when I'm not sure anything was made for a purpose? This has various ramifications for our culture. Things like, going to abortion.
To be honest, it actually only has ramifications for his own psyche. Him thinking something doesn't have ramifications for the whole culture. It has ramifications for him personally, and he's trying to share his mental illness with everyone else.
So without the forms, there's no telos?
Well, it's like telos is basically functionality, right? How something functions, right?
Well, purpose, right?
Yeah, like what he means by form is something different.
Because mechanics is different than purpose, right?
Yeah, because what Aristotle means by form is just composition, right? And then basically, the functionality of that composition would be telos, right?
So the achievement of functionality.
Oh yeah. Basically,
Yeah,
is
no,
what
cool.
he
No,
seems to mean.
I
But
like trying to get definitions correct because I know that
yeah,
me and you quibble over definitions of things quite a bit.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I'd
But how
rather
that
get
relates to
correct.
yeah, but how that relates to perfectibility in nature, right? Is the key theme, right? Because
Nature's
everything's happening in nature, so it's
nature's
dealing with the
perfectly fallible.
perfectibility inside of nature, right? So I mean, so you know, how do you change through perfectibility in nature, right? And that is basically has to do with the notion of the telos, right? But let me move on here.
I was
It
just
goes
going to say
into
nature is perfectly fallible. See, a
maybe
certain thing can get moved to a different area and suddenly it takes over.
yeah, sure, that's your opinion. I mean,
No,
you know,
serious. No, that's a real thing. Like if you take
maybe
some
it
part from
is,
one country to
maybe it is,
another, it can suddenly take over. So
yeah,
nature
maybe,
is fallible in
yeah,
the
could be,
sense that it is supposed to be where it was, and when it moves, then there is
yeah,
an
could
issue.
be, but yeah, let me move on here. Yeah, so potentiality, as Aristotle said, is a principle of change. Potency is another thing. Act and potency are basically two ideas. There's prime matter, right? There's pure potentiality, right? And there's the pure act, right? So that brings us back to the pure act, right? Of Maimonides, right? He basically said that, you know, God creates the universe through pure act, right? And that is basically in all capitals, right? So, for example, the being which is always in act without potentiality or privation. Must be absolute goodness. And since the divine attributes are ontologically indistinguishable, the divine goodness must be identical with absolute love. As God is absolute goodness, he necessarily tends to diffuse his goodness, to radiate it. And this means that he creates necessarily. See, so this is what they mean, that God creates by necessity. Right? I think this is a huge mistake, personally. I mean, but yeah,
That sort of actually ties in with it being an aquarium or a terrarium type theory.
You
So when you
don't
see
have to
things
make an
going
aquarium
wrong,
though.
you might add in extra stuff.
I know, like what? No, it doesn't.
Add in this bit.
But you don't have to make an aquarium.
And
It's not by necessity.
Yeah, but yeah, we gotta,
Aquarius lives matter, bro.
Yeah, but I said or a terrarium, which is land.
Aquarian, rather.
But it wouldn't be by necessity. You wouldn't make a terrarium by necessity.
Actually start with terrarium.
yeah, how? Yeah, I guess if you had to create the,
I mean, you see what keeps happening, so you keep adding bits as things keep evolving, because you watch everything that's happening.
I got to really read this for sure. There's no free choice in creation, that God could not create otherwise or create other things than he actually creates. Okay, this is the idea of necessary creation, right? Intelligence is created, okay, in the sense that it proceeds from God, it receives then its existence. Okay. Avicenna deduces that 10 intelligences which exhibit a growing multiplicity and so bridges the gap between the unity of God and the multiplicity of creation. Okay, the 10th intelligence is the giver of forms, which are received in prime matter or pure potentiality, right? So rendered capable of multiplication within the species. These separate intelligences can differ from one another only specifically in virtue of their greater and less or less proximity to the one. Okay, and decreasing simplicity and process of emanation. But as matter is the principle of individuation. Okay, I'll read this right here. It says Avicenna's idea of necessary creation, his denial that one has direct knowledge of the multiplicity, that the one has direct knowledge of the multiplicity of concrete objects, set him at variance with the theology of the Quran. Okay, I'll skip the idea of Ghazali and his refutations of that stuff, right? Because Ghazali basically attempted to refute that, right? From a theological perspective, he basically got rid of it, right? In terms of the theological scope of it, right? Okay, so in Jewish, right, you got Philo of Alexandria, right, who attempted a reconciliation of Jewish scriptural theology and Greek philosophy. Okay, you have the Logos of Oriental thought. Okay,
He hypothesized the Logos, basically. Philo did.
Have you ever
Oh,
heard
yeah.
this before? That if you haven't learned another language, you don't actually even know how to think differently?
Yeah. How many languages do you know, DK?
Fluently? One?
I know two.
I know words from about 10, 15 different languages that I could not speak fluently in them now.
Yeah. Logos isn't. Yeah, Logos isn't reducible to language other than by the sophists that we saw. I mean, so the sophists did do that.
It's due to certain words in different languages representing different concepts that aren't represented by words in other languages. So you have to start thinking in different concepts rather than just in the physical word and its.
Yeah, try to focus on the words that I'm saying, DK, because I'm talking about the foundation of the Kabbalah here, right? So so check this out. In the so Philo of Alexandria, right? He was like a 25 to 40 AD roughly, right? So he obviously tried to combine Greek philosophy and the Jewish scriptural theology. Okay, so the fact that he tried to do this back then, right, signifies that when the Kabbalah started to do it, it wasn't a huge deal, right? So this is why this is why Copleston is mentioning it in the beginning here, right? Of his chapter on Jewish philosophy, right? So Philo of Alexandria, right? And he said that this insistence on divine transcendence, okay, from Stoicism, okay, they borrowed the doctrine of the Logos, right? Yeah. So then from Oriental thought, they got the idea of intermediary beings, he said. So I think he's talking about Orphic Pythagorean thought. By Oriental, I think he means Persian. I mean, right?
The merchants and the traders.
Yeah. So it's interesting.
Merchant trading class is what that references.
And at that point in time, it'd be more so just Hellenization. So it's nothing new.
It's the ones who are actually bringing products.
Yeah, he definitely. Yeah, I think he definitely. I think he definitely mentions Hellenization at some point. But yeah, he says in the philosophy of Philo, the transcendence of God was strongly emphasized. And this insistence on divine transcendence was characteristic of the doctrine of the Kabbalah as modified by Greek, particularly by Platonic theories. The Kabbalah consisted of two works, the Jazira and it was probably composed after the middle of the 9th century AD, and the Zohar, right? Or the Brightness, right, which was built upon the beginning of the 13th century and committed to writings by a Spanish Jew about 1300s. Okay, so it's debated who wrote it, and if you kind of look up the rabbis that they say wrote it, there's like not that much information about them apparently, right? But it says additions and commentaries were subsequently made. The Kabbalistic philosophy shows the influence of Neoplatonism, whereas doctrine of emanation and the intermediary beings between God and the world, the one of the channels by which Neoplatonism influenced the construction of the emanationist philosophy of the Zohar, was the thought of the Spanish Jew who was known by Latin scholastics as Avicebron, and who's also known as Solomon ibn Gabarol. So it says he was born in Malaga in 1021, was educated at Saragossa, and died in 1069. And he wrote a work called the Fons Vitae, or Fons Vitae, Vitae. Okay, so he says here, the Neoplatonic influence shows itself in the emanationist scheme of Avicebron's philosophy, the summit of the hierarchy of being. Okay, so he borrows this idea of the hierarchy of being, okay, from Aristotle, right? And the source of all limited being is, of course, God, who is one of the unknowable by the discursive reason. So God is unknowable, like I said before, right? Apprehensible only in the intuition of ecstasy. To this, Avicebron added a peculiar doctrine concerning the divine will, by which are created or from which emanate all lesser beings. The divine will, like God himself, transcends the composition of matter and form and can be apprehended only in the mystical experience. But the exact relation of the divine will to God is not easy to determine. Okay, substitution of will for logos from the world soul in turn proceed pure spirits and corporeal things. Okay, now let's turn to Maimonides, right? It says this doctrine of universal holomorphic composition in creatures was maintained by Saint Bonaventure, for example, the great Franciscan contemporary of Saint Thomas Aquinas. And he says Augustine himself taught that the function of the lower forms is to lead to the higher forms, and that this is also and that this is true also of these forms as represented in human knowledge, i.e., that contemplation of the lower stages of being should lead the mind to higher stages. The most interesting of Jewish medieval philosophers is Moses Maimonides, okay, who was born in Cordoba, in 1135. Aristotle, whom he reverenced as the greatest example of human intellectual power apart from the prophets. Okay, for example, theology, okay, he says here, teaches the creation of the world in time out of nothing. And this means both that God must be the author of matter as well as of form, and that the world cannot be eternal. If the eternity of the world could be demonstrated by reason in such a way that the opposite was clearly to be seen to be an impossibility, then we should have to interpret the scriptural teaching accordingly. But as a matter of fact, the scriptural teaching is clear, and the philosophical arguments adduced prove the eternity of the world are inconclusive. Right? So he says the creation out of nothing of both matter and form is also necessary according to Maimonides. Okay, if the fact of miracles plainly taught in the Old Testament is to be allowed, since God is able to suspend the operation of natural laws. So he says he must be absolute sovereign of nature.
Wait. Can you repeat that last half of that sentence again? Suspend the nature of the laws of nature or something, was it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it says the creation out of nothing for of both matter and form is also necessary. According to Maimonides, if the fact of miracles plainly taught in the Old Testament is to be allowed, since if God is able to suspend the operation of natural laws, he must be absolute sovereign of nature. And he would not be that unless he were creator in the full sense of the word.
As I said, terrarium is just watering and tending to certain bits when he when he sees things aren't going right.
But that would be a great art. That would be a grand architect creating a terrarium, because you didn't create the elements and everything to make that terrarium.
Yeah, well, we've got to add in the fact that he created the elements and then put it there, and then
Well,
he
that's
watched
not
us
ex
screw it
nihilo.
up.
Yeah.
No, then he watched us screw it up, so he adjusted things as it went.
Well,
yeah.
In Genesis, it says the Spirit of God hovered over the waters, right? So the water was already there.
Play both sides of that one. He made everything, made it, sat back and goes, let's see how it goes. And then every once in a while, he has to adjust something because it isn't going as well as it should.
Yeah, one of the main things he's saying here is that basically that there's action, right, that's pure without potency and without matter, right? So God is immaterial, he's pure act, right, which means that all the activity in the world is basically based on what God's doing, right? And so this whole idea of immaterial, right, without potentiality, right, is hugely significant because it was worked out by Avicenna and his Aristotelian cosmology, right? So yeah. So here we go. So he goes to say that, okay, where was I? He says he seemed to be a selling of the Holy Scripture to the Greeks. That's what Copleston
that
said.
last sentence that I made you repeat, man. Whatever one that one was.
Yeah, we got to move on here.
No, that's where you're
please.
up to. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but yeah, this idea that he's talking about, that, yeah, he said to the fanatics of Maimonides, allegorical interpretation of some of the scriptural pictures of God seem to be selling of the Holy Scriptures to the Greeks. And some of the Jews in France even went so far as to try to enlist the aid of the Inquisition against this heresy. But in point of fact, he was merely saying that there can be a fountain of certain truth besides theology. Okay, which is a really important point for the Averroes, right, who had basically declared that, knowledge and revelation are on equal footing, right? So yeah, that he was no blind worshiper of Aristotle. He had has been shown already. He says Aristotle thought Maimonides went wrong in teaching the eternity of the world, right? But as I said, like, they seem to have fixed Aristotle's philosophy around this notion, right? And that's basically where you get Avicenna, Aquinas, and Maimonides.
Sorry,
right
who
up.
was the author of that one? Because I actually quite like that first part.
Oh, this is Copleston.
Frederick Copleston.
That I'm reading right now. He's a Jesuit. I'm sure you'll love that.
Roger Copleston, C-O-P-P.
Copleston. Anyways, that Yeah, that there can be a fountain of certain truth besides besides theology. In other words, he gave character to philosophy and thus influenced the growth of philosophical interest among the Jews in Spain. Okay, I read that part. Aristotle thought Maimonides went wrong in teaching the eternity of the world. Even if philosophy cannot demonstrate creation and time, it can at least show that the arguments brought up in favor of the Aristotelian position are inconclusive and unsound. Relying partly on natural theology of Al-Farabi and Avicenna, Maimonides proved the existence of God in various ways, arguing from creatures to God as first mover, as necessary being, and as first cause. These arguments he supported from statements of Aristotle in the Physics and Metaphysics. But if Maimonides anticipated most of the types of proof given later by St. Thomas, he was more insistent than the latter on the inapplicability of positive predicates to God. God is pure act, without matter and without potency, infinitely removed from creatures, and in regard to qualities, we can say that God is not rather than what he is. He is one and transcendent. Between God and the world, there is a hierarchy of intelligences or pure spirits, and we cannot form any adequate positive idea of God, he says. St. Thomas, of course, would admit this. But Maimonides was rather more insistent on via negativa. Via negativa. Okay. So it's interesting how much of the philosophy of Aristotle and Avicenna, this guy basically held up, right? Now let me move to Aquinas.
You know what's really funny? I think sometimes you're waiting for someone to jump in, but I only do it when you don't want it.
So
Yeah, I mean,
doing apophaticism or
no, I was. I'm sorry. What was that? Wait, I'm sorry. What was that?
A lot longer.
Is he going the apophatic route, like Maimonides, like
Middle of things
as far as God?
Whoa. Yeah, he's going a little bit. I mean, apophatic. I mean, he's a little bit of. Yeah, I think he's a little bit of that sort of thing. But I think that it's more about and I think he may have been one of the founders of like this sort of apophatic, but once you add the notion of reason, you have this notion of the universal mind, you have the separation between, the material and the immaterial, right? So you have all these things that, as a result, I would say sort of become unknowable or divine or or separate from creation itself. And I think that yeah, I think he's fully apophatic, but yeah, I think it's all about how much you want to put reason on side. Now, they have this notion of the divine will, replacing reason. Right? So it's pretty interesting because they, like, it's almost like they want they want their, it's like they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to have their reason and
it's contradictory.
And not need it for for God.
Eat their cake and have it.
Yeah, it's contradictory. It's like using reason to debunk reason. It's just
yeah, it is kind of like that. It is kind of like that. interesting to read now.
It's like a thought exercise in futility.
Right.
Kind of like how Plotinus was doing. He was bringing out those concepts just to show how futile it was. It was almost like a thought exercise. It was more about the process of how to think and not think. Like Plotinus would drag out saying God is this but not this. He's this but not this, just to show you that there is no human reasoning and concept that can grasp it. And then whatever was left over, the nothingness, is as close as you would get. Kind of. So it is kind of just bizarre. It's like mindfuckery almost.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, see, I knew that Unseen would bounce. You know, that's why I told him to read that shit twice. but yeah, man. Oh well. So yeah, moving on to Aquinas. Yeah, see, I was kind of looking out for him for a minute, but then I noticed he's not even on the panel. So yeah. Wow. So yeah, we'll just have to move on.
He left like about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, so very close to when we actually got there. But yeah, I told him to hold on for that. But yeah, maybe we'll get that. Yeah. Yeah, Copleston.
So page 302.
Oh no, this is on 123 of volume 2 now. So I'm on a different volume. Volume 2, part 2. I'm of medieval philosophy, Albert the Great to Duns Scotus, page 123. You know, and he says here, if Saint Thomas says that the church is instituted to help man to attain the supernatural good, and the state to help man to attain his temporal good, it would be absurd to conclude that in considering man in relation to the state, he is considering man in a purely hypothetical condition. Okay, so he's talking about the relation between these two things, church and the state. Right? And look at what he said. He said that the supernatural good and the temporal good are separated. Which is really interesting. Right. And so this whole idea of faith and reason being separated into two different spheres. Right. You know, it's pretty interesting. You know, and let me move on here. Actually, I think I'm. Oh yeah, he has a whole chapter on St. Thomas Aquinas and Aristotle. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah, let me go to this political theory, because this is the main thing that we're trying to get to here. And then I'm going to go ahead and move to. I'm going to move very quickly around to different things. Probably I'll read not that much of Skolmowski, and then you know, move to ellul, and then I'll probably read not that much of the Tao Te Ching and move to transhumanism. So that's what we'll do at this stage, because we've been here for a very long time. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding this, but yeah, he says here. I'm starting in page 133. Right. I mean, I'm not going to read that many of these, but he says the church is a society superior to the state. Okay. Okay, this is a huge. This is the main thing I was trying to find. It says, in fact, his view of the relation of the church and state is not unlike his view of the relation between faith and reason. And notice also that the relation between faith and reason was also the relation between the temporal and the eternal. Okay, if the Aristotelian if the Aristotelian elements were pressed, the result would be the theoretical separation of church and state. Says Copleston. Right. Yeah, let me read this again. And this is on page 137. He says, if Aristotelian elements were pressed, the result would be theoretical separation of church and state of a kind which would be quite foreign to the thought of St. Thomas. Right. Because he's part of the church, right? In fact, his view of the relation of church and state is not unlike his view of the relation between faith and reason. So you see how it all comes back full circle to Thomas Paine, right? And the whole idea, the whole idea of necessary evil, right? That government is a necessary evil.
Evilist.
So necessary. So it's correlating Aristotelianism to the state, and that it's necessary. Because faith and reason.
Well, he's correlating. He's saying that if you really push the idea of faith and reason in the Aristotelian sense, then the result would be total separation of church and state. But obviously, Aquinas is trying to have some sort of synergistic relation between the two. So it's interesting. And then I think that obviously the whole statement by Paine, he says the government is best which governs the least, right? Because it's a necessary evil, right? Yeah. Well, if in this sense, right, it represents the worldly, the temporal good, right, which is always seen as lesser, right? Then when you get rid of the church, all you're left with is the necessary evil, right?
What should guide the state then? Should it be the both sides of the dichotomy of Plato and Aristotle? Should it be Aristotle? What should be guiding the state? What should be informing the state?
Well, I think it's before you had, pushed the worldly and otherworldly, separation of these duties, right, to their fullest extreme, right? You had the theopolitical state, right? After you push them to their extreme, you have liberalism, right?
So liberalism would be opposite of theopolitical.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think
and liberalism is based on the Aristotelian.
Yeah, it's based on secular governance and the scientific worldview, right? Which I think I think it was influenced by Aristotelianism the most, is what I'm trying to argue, right?
Yeah.
Right, because look at what look at the journey we just went on.
Right? Well, yeah, and that is what's usually it's usually diametrically opposed to it, liberalism. Usually these old structures like Christianity and things are opposed by liberalism or Islam or whatever the case is. It's what breaks that structure down. So it does make sense that it would be the opposing view, the Aristotelian. It's an interesting dichotomy that's been set up there for many years.
Oh yeah. And I think that without this whole idea of Aristotelianism, you know, I don't think you could have gotten into the Kabbalah and all this stuff and to, you know, the scientific worldview and all that type of stuff. And I think that it's huge changes. I think the changes in the 1100s, you know, that were going on are just as important as the changes in the, you know, like ancient Greece or the time of Christianity. Right? Like they're huge. But they're like barely noticed because it's like, you know, it's like the Dark Ages. Or you know what
Yeah.
I'm talking about?
And why Kabbalah specifically with Aristotelianism? Because Kabbalah is a lot of mysticism. Why Kabbalah specifically was where did the Aristotelianism come in for Kabbalah?
Well, it's like how I was just saying that you need to have a separation between the worldly and the otherworldly. Right? So like the huge you know, yet there has to be a huge connection between them, right? So you know, through this whole idea of reason, right? So it has to like so you have to completely separate the two but then relate them, you know, somehow. So it's like, you know, it's like matter and form have to be completely separated, but then, you know, they both have to be connected, you know, and express express themselves, you know. So so I mean, in the way of you know, because I think the Kabbalah, right, and I think this is why it's going to matter that you know, Luther recommended the Kabbalah, right?
Luther? What do you mean?
Oh yeah.
Because Luther was railing against the Jews, right?
Right. But he was also you know, working with Johannes Reuchlin, who wrote De Arte Kabbalistica, right? And he basically talked about the Christian Kabbalah, you know, which is basically, he thought salvation by faith alone, right? This ecstatic, you know, union, right, with God or the Holy Spirit or whatever, right? So it comes back to what they were saying about this ecstatic, you know, immanence or whatever, right? See, it goes to immanence, right, instead of transcendence when you go to the Kabbalah, right? And that's why. So what do they use to get there? They use Aristotle against Plato, right?
So is that because in the Kabbalah they're also always focused on the bridge between the otherworldly and the worldly, and I forget now what they say the bridge was. They're always focused on that bridge,
right?
And as far as when I did that, I did a video presentation on. I saw it as a false dialectic between Kabbalistic atomism versus Kabbalistic ether, basically, where it's just a false dichotomy where you got to pick one or the other. I'm not sure how that would fit into this because I think atomism would be more so Aristotelian, I think, and Democritus and all that. And I think ether would be more so the whole Pythagorean framework. Yeah.
Well, they got like atoms in the void, you know, being and becoming. I mean, I think ether could just be the void. I mean, it's like the same thing. I mean,
yeah.
The stillness.
Zeros and ones. Turtles, all the way down.
Yeah, and my red flags go up anytime that there's like hardcore profound dogma that precedes the so-called discovery. So they're like, yeah, we've suddenly seen proof now of this atomism. I'm like, you mean the one you've dogmatically been promoting for 2,000 years? Like, what a coincidence that you put, you know, that you fulfilled your own fucking prophecy.
Right.
And I feel the same way even about the ether thing, that was kind of a Kabbalistic, and before Kabbalah, Pythagorean and everything. It's like, what a coincidence that you're now the only two options is, you know, both your options. Like, why does it have to be atomism or ether?
It goes back to that picture that we saw earlier, right? The one and the many, right?
Yep. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, right? The ether is the one, and then the atoms are the many, right? It's just like you either have oneness or multiplicity, right?
It was like, what was that saying you said before, where it's like one begets two and two begets three and three begets all?
Oh yeah, that's chapter 42 of the Tao Te Ching.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, that's a deep one.
There's some parallels there, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do the Theosophists like Blavatsky and them, do they ever cite the Tao Te Ching?
Oh yeah. Plato begot Christianity, Christianity begot Kant, and Kant begot the 10,000 things, empiricism. That's their Tao. And you know, but yeah, you know, those are the four guys up. You know, Plato, right? Fusion of knowledge and values. Christianity, the fusion of the two by ascertaining the primacy of values. Kant, the separation of the two. Okay, now what moved from Christianity to Kant? That's what I was just exploring. Right? I think it was, you know, the Aristotelians. You know, Aquinas, Maimonides, Avicenna, right? So you don't have to go to a particular type of people, right? It's not those damn Arabs or those damn white people or those damn Jews, right? You know, it's all of them together. They all fucked up. Right.
You had one job to do.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, this Aristotelian technology looks good. Let's adapt that.
Exactly. You know, and yeah, so Plato, you know, knowledge, beauty, and goodness together. You know, Christianity, you know, obviously they, as I said, you know, knowledge is basically represents the world, right? Values represents heaven, right? Okay, now when you get to Kant, right, you have the starry sky above and the moral law within, right? But I think that was already done by faith and reason, by the separation of faith and reason, right? And then you have empiricism. Okay, now what does Skolomowski say? And I'm going to read a little bit of what he says. He says something happened between 1700 and 1900. We divided man into halves. We separated man's knowledge from his essence, from his values, from his transcendental concerns. Knowledge became isolated, put in a special container called the brain. This container came to be regarded as a chest of tools. Actually, you know what? That's what Elon Musk just said the other day. You know, he said basically, you know, they could replace you know, your kidney or your heart, but you know, there's not a brain transplant. And he boldly declared, he said, "You are your brain." Right? He literally said that. Right, just yesterday.
I think Jesse Peterson would disagree.
Yeah, yeah. He literally said reductionism right there.
Amazing.
You are your brain.
They're always on that
That sounds
brain tip.
Aristotelian.
They don't know about that heart tip.
Well, yeah, and Skolimowski.
Yep.
So when he says that, because with Plato, and this is what I was bringing up a week ago, last Saturday. He's saying that there's the form of the good, which includes like virtue and all that, which can be equated with values. But then the whole thing about true virtue is understanding at the full grasp of the forms. So it's like if the form of the good is virtue, but virtue yet again is understanding the forms. It's like a circular thing. And that does in a way seem intellectual when you're talking about attaining knowledge. So is it at that point in the, what did you say, the 17th and 19th century or 1700s and 1900s?
Yeah.
Where they're separating the two. I don't know. Even with Plato, it seems circular that if virtue is understanding the forms, but yet the highest form is virtue. I don't get it. And because I would have to understand that to understand how it was changed with Kant and all that. Because Plato's saying that virtue is knowledge. So if Skolimowski's saying it was a bad thing that we moved away from that, I'm still not
absolutely
understanding what.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's saying it's a bad
away from.
Yeah, he's saying it's a bad thing that we moved away from that.
And what we moved away from was what, like the Platonic sense that knowledge is virtue,
right? And I don't think he's saying that either is bad or good necessarily. You know, but I do think that he thinks that that the two should be connected in some way, but also that values are gone. You know, he also thinks that if knowledge goes up, values goes down. So in that sense, if Plato thought they were the same thing, I think he would say he's wrong, right?
Yeah.
Because how come he didn't see that there's an inverse relation between the two, right?
Yeah, and it does make sense that it could go down or change if you're basing everything in an Aristotelian sense, where you're basing off sense and there's no objective form. It would make sense that it can change.
Right.
Because then we come down to the consensus and the consciousness of the current sense data that we have. And then who's to say where that standard should be? Then the standard's all over the place. Philosophy is interesting to me because I can see the motivation for it. I can see being at that point in time and being like, well, wait a minute, you know, all this relativistic shit we can debate all day long here, but here's my philosophy where there's this objective form that we need to seek. But then it becomes a whole question of how do you trust somebody that says, yeah, I've attained these forms that Plato said that I need to attain. I found objective truth. How do I trust them? So then you get to the next level where you're like, well, now we need to develop criteria, because this stuff has real world implications. If somebody's running a society and says, you know, all of a sudden we're going to base things on a Platonic realm philosophy and say that our politicians have now attained the forms. How do I trust that they've attained the forms?
Exactly.
By what criteria? How do I judge that? You know, it's just crazy. I understand it though. I understand the motivation to be like that. I understand the Orthodox Christian perspective to say, well, no, truth is a person. It's a who, not a what. I understand that because you're now taking it outside of the realm of relativistic debates. You say, no, truth is a person outside of us. Whatever we debate, there's this actual truth outside of us. So it's just, philosophy is interesting to see.
The truth is twiddling its thumbs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see the motivation in all of it and how it evolved, you know. It's like, of course, Plato, if it wasn't Plato, it would have been someone else. Say, fuck all this bickering. There's objective truth. There's a standard. There's a blueprint.
It's anthropomorphizing truth.
As far as making it a who?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's definitely anthropomorphizing it.
Yeah, that part's getting a little too crazy for me. If I think it could have been that anybody would have done it if it wasn't Plato. In some sense, I think maybe it had to be Plato who did it. I mean, you know, or like he was chosen. You know what I mean, right? You know, he's the chosen one. He's Neo.
So, Providence that it was Plato and not someone else.
Oh yeah, it's definitely because like, you know.
Well, in hindsight, yeah.
Yeah, in hindsight, it seems like nobody else could have done it, right? It's like, whoa, right? You know, because it's like, what if you look at what Plato or like Maimonides accomplished, and you know, and you go like, oh, you know, this is pretty astonishing, and then the fact that, you know, Maimonides says like, oh, you know, Aristotle's, pretty cool, and then and then Martin Luther says the Kabbalah is pretty cool. You know, it's like, whoa, they checkmated your whole philosophy. Pretty weird.
Yeah,
right?
It's
pretty weird.
I find it as inevitable in the sense, like when you see, like one of the things I plant in my garden is the snap peas, and in the snap peas you can see the plant just unfolding. Like it has this blueprint to unfold. So it just keeps unfolding these new leaves and sections that are just totally designed that way. It's not just random. Like, just the concept of creation and blueprints makes sense. I find it inevitable that a philosopher or philosophers would go in that direction eventually. It's like an evolution of thought, kind of.
Yeah, it kind of does seem that way sometimes.
Because it doesn't make sense that there's a blueprint for things. It's almost like what Plato's describing as the fucking, like what people now call the simulation theory, where you have like computer programming and actual blueprints for everything. And everything's one, but not one. Well, that's more Neoplatonic, but it's like directions and DNA and blueprints.
Yeah, or be and then it was. It's voice command.
And then they're trying to I know it's a little off topic, but I seen a guy that was claiming that, you know, the spark of life, like how they've seen like the little electrical thing that takes place when there's conception, and folks like me would call that the divine spark of life. You know, it would be like God stepping in and creating a new DNA strand, so to speak. And DNA is kind of like your own little barcode, your own little code, your own little trademark, basically, that God's trademarked you. This is a new person. With the blockchain and technology, with the birth certificate and all that, they would barcode you, right? Like the Catholic Church and all that would say, we own everybody, everything that we're, even people we haven't discovered yet, we own, and all that bullshit. They try to, the birth certificate with the barcoding and all that, I think that's antiquated. And with the new blockchain system, thanks to technology, I feel like with mRNA and the what's that go into your arm.
Careful.
That I feel like they're have always been trying to usurp God's barcode, and that through technology they're trying to alter your barcode to where they can put a patent on it. So technology is definitely giving rise to next
that
level
or
ownership.
I've heard someone use not as an argument. I don't know what I'm saying with that. I've heard that like they alter it enough so that they can basically deem you not human anymore. So
yeah,
you don't have any rights anymore.
That as well. That'd almost be a distinction without a difference. Either you don't have rights anymore, or they can put you under their control, under their
same thing,
their
pretty much.
trademark.
Yep.
Because it makes sense that when you have rulers that are trying to play God, they do the best they can. And then back in the days, it was a birth certificate with a code. But these days, they're trying to use technology to get to the point where they can actually alter the code that God gave you in an attempt to truly play God and truly steal the birth trademark.
Yeah, I think most people just, as far as I could tell, like, I think most people just don't understand the implications of like nanotechnology, pharmacogenomics. Like they like either think it's like science fiction, or even like things like cyborgs. Right? They think it's like science fiction, even though they do have like like machines and stuff you could connect to the human body, and they'll communicate to your brain. They have that today. You can send messages directly to the machine through the computer. Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know what people are, really.
And I do get the concept
why they're sleeping.
They are, and I do get because me personally, I still see AI and stuff as input output that you get out of it, what you put into it, what the humans are putting into it, and things like that. But at which part does it cross the line? Like with the whole story of like the apocryphal text where where God flooded the earth because of the corrupted bloodlines and things like that. Well, at which point do we go too far? Where we actually corrupt DNA and shit to where you do, because I know I'm not like a Christian or I'm not like a hardcore zealot Christian that's like, oh, the mark of the beast and things like that. But at which point do you corrupt your DNA to the point where you take yourself out of the equation from God? Like, I don't know. Technology is getting crazy.
They can render you unconscious remotely through frequencies.
Oh, no doubt.
They don't even need nanos for that.
Yeah, no doubt. But because if you do believe in the divine spark, so-called, like people, like the whole abortion thing, people say, oh, at what age? At 23 weeks or 24 weeks and 28 weeks and 40 weeks and all this bullshit. And most people, or a lot of people, would say, no, it's conception. But once there's that divine spark and there's a new DNA code written, that's like trademarked by God, basically, from my perspective. You're a new creation, like something that wasn't in this world before. So that's an original new code that's been written. So yeah, I wouldn't fuck with that. I definitely wouldn't fuck around with that. I wouldn't.
Sounds like DK is having an argument in the background or something.
Does everybody hear this fool yelling at the top of his lungs?
Is he
He's definitely
really?
somewhere yelling at somebody. But yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, blessings. But yeah, check this out. It's crazy. It's crazy stuff. You know, but yeah, these are the implications of knowledge. So, see, this is the thing is that before we even get to technology, we got to look at knowledge. You know, I think that, why should we talk about limiting technology? And, we can't control technology. We can control knowledge, I think. I mean, once it gets to that level, I think, we have to think about what knowledge to suppress, right? So it gets much more basic than the technology itself, right? When it deals with human issues and human problems, right? Now, yeah. So here it says, knowledge became isolated, right? Put in a special container called the brain, right? This container came to be regarded as a chest of tools, right? We pick up from this chest this or that tool for the task at hand, right? There's no longer the unity of man and his knowledge, right? So man becomes separated from knowledge, right? This is a little bit different of a process than, as I said, man and knowledge becoming separate from nature, right? Okay, just at that level, right? See, once you have, like I said, like once you have ideas like this, and they're spread on a large scale, it's kind of hard to control the influences of those ideas. I mean, but yeah, he says at this point, knowledge becomes mere information. He says soon it becomes translated into bits of computerized information. The whole process is depersonalized, mechanized, computerized. Now, what about the scientific knowledge itself? It's a process of isolation, abstraction, and estrangement, right? From other phenomena, right? So as a whole, he says it's a process of conceptual alienation, right? The conceptual alienation became in turn human alienation. Man estranged himself from his knowledge and his values. Thus the primary cause of contemporary alienation is a mistaken conception of the universe, in which everything is separated and divided, and in which the human being is equally atomized and divided. The present compartmentalization is unnatural, Skolmowski declares. In order to restore our sanity and to recompose our divided selves, we have to rethink some of the basic premises. To begin with, we have to realize, man.
Oh shit!
To mute this guy.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, but oh yeah, okay. This is where the present compartmentalization is unnatural. In order to restore our sanity and recompose our divided selves, we have to rethink some of the basic premises. To begin with, we have to realize that the state of one's knowledge is an important characteristic to the state of one's being. So he's saying that knowledge has to be made personal again.
And it sounds like he's assuming a delineation, which I do myself, between knowledge and data. So removing the Platonic stuff of the knowledge of the forms, where's the delineation between knowledge and data?
I think he's saying that as he said that once knowledge is put into the brain, right? Or he said knowledge became isolated, put in a special container called the brain. This container came to be regarded as a chest of tools, right? we pick up from this chest this or that tool. We ask for a hand. There is no longer unity of man and his knowledge. There's only specialized tools to handle specialized tasks. So this is the thing: is if knowledge becomes value neutral, then it becomes information, right? Because then it becomes just a mere tool that's separated from man, right?
So the delineation is value.
I think so, or at least the way he's using it. Because see, the whole I think what he means by like, because see, knowledge, see, like if you use knowledge because you're like, this knowledge is good and true, right? So I'll use it, right? But now, I mean, people just go, well, whatever works, right? This knowledge works for this. This knowledge works for that. Becomes compartmentalized, right? You use whatever knowledge for whatever thing you're doing at the moment, right?
So values give you the art.
Most likely, yeah. I mean, they give you something more than, just using knowledge to accomplish something that you need it for, right? Which is just basically that seems like, basically how ellul defines technique. The ensemble of means towards a particular end, right?
And then it becomes the art. Should I achieve this means? Not can I?
Right.
Interesting. So you wonder if you should actually be trying to be better, or if you wonder if that particular idea of better is something that aligns with what you already think.
Yeah, like what is better?
Yeah.
And why I pursue the better.
Better is, and this sucks, and everyone thinks it sounds stupid and shit. But hey, better is just getting to a point where you're actually happy.
What does that mean?
Doing
Happy?
the stuff we're doing. You're allowed to be angry about everything that's going on. And hopefully you do something about it. But you're happy with what you do. You're happy with the fact that you go and challenge this. You're happy with the fact that you challenge the mainstream media. You're happy with the fact that you challenge the narrative.
Even if challenging the media makes you unhappy.
What makes me unhappy?
Well, do you have to be happy to pursue what you ought to do?
No, I'm saying so that it makes you happy. Do those things so it makes you happy.
So yeah, happiness is achieving a purpose.
Don't try and twist it round. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So you get your happiness through purpose, fulfilling purpose, right?
Kind of. If you have no meaning, how can you have any way to justify your existence?
Fair enough. Well, yeah, I do believe that you achieve happiness through fulfilling purpose.
See, I'm now at the point of night where I get all introspective. I've already gone past the being drunk and annoying part. I'm past that. Now we're on to the introspective part.
Yeah, like how like it happens at like a part of night, like it's like you transform to like a werewolf. Like some shit. It's like
I don't even know how many personalities I have anymore. Kind of scares me sometimes. But half the time I'm talking on shows, it's like the words just come to my mouth. I'm not thinking about how I'm responding to someone. I'm just saying it straight away.
Yeah, I do
What?
that all the time.
Hey, dude,
Are you
I'm
in New
here
Zealand?
for a reason, bro.
Are you in New Zealand?
Yeah, man.
It's the blood going to your head because you're upside down on a sphere.
Yeah, on a flat Earth.
Dole.
Try again.
Well, if the
Mofo.
flat Earth was upside down.
Then you're screwed as well.
Yep.
Then you would
Isn't
also
that
not.
what they call it on that stupid TV show? The one with the kids where one of them was like some genetically modified, like psycho freak thing. Whatever that was called. And they were in the upside down.
Well, yeah, it's not good not knowing you're up from you're down, right? Literally.
I know mine.
Yeah, there's only one up
have
and one
a
down.
theory of much love, no fear. I try and help others, but people just attack me.
Well, up and down is relative.
To what? A flat surface?
Yeah.
Huh.
That makes it easier,
So
right?
that's pretty simplistic.
Yeah.
Everyone to work out. Up and down is up and down.
There is no up and down if it's all relative.
Ah, you're wrong. There is an up and down if it is relative. If everyone sees the same up and down, it is relative.
No, that's not what I mean.
No, I don't get what you mean.
I'm saying if it's all relative, if they're saying that you're all around a
to
sphere.
be vague as and thinking you're saying something philosophical and special. Yeah, no, don't. My brain seems like my brain has clicked into whatever next gear it goes into at this time of night. And I'll actually be nice, but it seems to, I don't know. I seem to be able to just say things that I don't even usually think of when my brain's in this frequency. So please feel free to carry on talking and ask me lots of things, because sometimes my brain just works right. I'm not kidding you. You'll be amazed about the things that I can say at certain points in time that I'd never even thought of before.
So, what? How do you define knowledge?
Knowledge is like by learning. Wisdom is by experience. Problem is,
Or applying experience?
where did you get your learning from? See, wisdom is more pure and honest than knowledge, because wisdom is gained from your own experiences. Knowledge is gained from learning and reading what others have said. Now, if you take into account the principles I said earlier about the first thing you do is you try and disprove everything, then we start to work out what knowledge is left.
So are you saying that knowledge is based on secondhand information and wisdom is based on firsthand information?
Pretty much, yes. Yeah. Actually, yes, 100%. Yes. I think I can actually say that safely. You don't gain wisdom from someone else's shit. Doesn't matter till it happens to you. You gain knowledge from someone else telling you something happened.
So practice plays a part.
You don't have wisdom.
So you have to go beyond information and put it into practice.
This is hot, don't touch it. This is hot, don't touch it. Until you touch it, it's only knowledge. Once you touch it and it burns you, there's wisdom. That's fucking hot. I'm not touching that again.
That sounds like going back to the Greek philosophers like Plato and them saying, if you're accidentally right, you're not right.
Hey, all of you guys are so much more studied than me. You have read so much more than me. I just speak from my heart here.
Wait, you're saying real stuff that people have said for years that...
Yeah, well, I haven't read any of it. I don't actually know most of the stuff that's being said. I speak from me. As I said.
So do you believe you can be accidentally right?
Sometimes I just speak. I don't even know where what I'm saying even comes from.
So do you believe you can be accidentally correct if you just happen to be correct? Or do you need to actually...
I'm accidentally correct. I believe I'm correct until proven otherwise.
But without experiencing yourself, you're not right.
I believe I'm correct until proven otherwise. And if someone else is proving me correct by going, someone else said this, so be it. I don't care.
All right. Good magic, everyone. Do we got like 5 to 10 minutes? Yeah, blessings, TML. I was wondering, do we got like 5-10 minutes to deviate into the chat?
Of course.
I just wanted to I wanted to defend my position a little bit because I felt like I was slightly
Of course, you're welcome. You're welcome to do it.
Chat argument, and I haven't been paying attention.
Oh, okay. Well, I felt like I was slightly misrepresented. Go ahead. I'll bide my time whenever you're ready.
Change my mood and vibe, though.
He'll never be ready. You just got to move on. Right.
Go ahead, Frank.
Serious, this is going to change my mood. As in, like...
Yeah. Go ahead, Frank.
Can you articulate your position? Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Well, first off, greetings, Mr. Anderson, Lone Wolf, TML, blessings, salutations to all of you guys. Yeah, so I felt like it kind of went bad quick, and I don't know why. Like, I was looking back through the chat, and I'm not sure it was Brown's Boy and Reddington really took a point of contention with me lauding the fact that I thought Jack Talcott was doing good work in his own way. And now...
Oh, I think Reddington wasn't really doing much. He's just dicking around.
Okay, yeah. Ultimately, I feel that, and I think it'll be water under the bridge in no time. But I wanted to kind of defend my position that the reason I had lauded him was there was a tongue-in-cheek reference at the very beginning of what I had said that I called him a master of NLP. And I think that Jack, he does have that credit to his account to some extent. And I truly believe that he's disingenuous for the most part, but at the same time, he believes that what he's doing is right. And so that may be a definition of insanity, which from time to time he has admitted to. But
why is he disingenuous then, if he believes what he's doing?
Why do I think he's disingenuous?
Yeah.
Wow, that's kind of a big nut to crack.
Because you said that you believe that you think that he believes what he's doing is right. So how's that disingenuous?
Because I don't truly believe that he believes in everything that he espouses. I think that to some extent he misrepresents his position in order to try to appeal to a broader audience. I think that's correct. Yeah, that sums up my estimation there, I believe. But at the same time, I truly believe that he believes he's correct in doing that, and I think that's okay. So let me try to identify here where I think it went a little bit bad. Enjoy yours, Franco. I'm looking at the wrong goddamn chat and shit. I'm looking at Cyber Caliphate, and if y'all haven't checked it out, make sure that you get on Cyber Caliphate as well. And oh shit, I closed the chat. Go ahead, guys.
Where the fuck were we at before that?
Did I tune in from Cyber Caliphate? Did you guys read the chat at all? And anyway, he belittled me for asking, in order to triangulate this to a better extent. Yeah,
it's okay.
No worries,
it's okay.
No worries,
DK. Let him finish.
Yeah, in order to triangulate this in a more correct direction, I had appealed to TML in the chat to wonder if like Jack bashing was the order of the day, which I've never felt like bashing anyone has been the order of the day on TML. And they said that put me in a weak position, that I was a beta cuck by doing that. And I don't think so, because the vibe immediately changed and I didn't initiate the shift. And okay, so that's the main point I wanted to get to, is that I did not initiate the back and forth in an antagonistic fashion between me and whoever else it was. I believe there was Reddington and Brown's Boy. I think those were the two coming at me. But yeah, I was just curious about that. And I would like your response, TML. I mean, what do you think about Jack? Because you show up on his channel as well. And he said I was blowing him, but I never feel like I'm blowing Jack. Like I go on his show sometimes and I might be stroking him, but I'm definitely not blowing him.
On crack or some shit.
You chill the fuck out, DK. Just shut the fuck up and let me talk for a minute. I said 5 to 10 minutes, motherfucker.
Some
He's in it to win it.
Oh
Oh my God, the powder does this
He's in it to win it. Yeah.
Oh no, are we about to get a flow raid or something?
Yeah, slow state's here in the house. He hears Jack Talcott. He shows up.
And now you can't
He might have a point there.
slow down long enough
Oh.
for anyone else to even
The
respond.
algorithms are feeding the bots.
I have to
So,
interrupt
yeah.
you and call you
No
a
worries, no worries, man. Blessings, much love, much love. Fucking carpe diem, amigo. Get that shit done. I can appreciate
Oh,
it.
no raid.
Get his fucking bike back.
Yo, I'll say
Gosh, slow state
basically
summoned.
yeah, I mean basically like Talcott, I hit him up like a week ago. He never messaged me back. I mean so I don't know where he's at. Some people said he's living at Rose 777 or whatever. So yeah, I think he's living his best life. I mean for sure. So the Talcotted one, you know, I appreciate his energies and yeah, Browns has always been hard on Talcott, right? So that's just his thing. But yeah, I mean, for over time, you know, let's just say that Brown's Boy, he's been very adamant about the actors in the chat on the panels. And I mean, when we first started out, you know, we thought way less about that sort of thing, but now we're willing to give him a lot more credence. The reason is because it turned out that
proven to be
it turned out that there
true
was
for a lot of things and people.
Yeah, it turned out to be true for a lot of people. Yeah, let's just say that. So no surprises.
And I don't disagree with 90% of what he says, but I disagree with the method that he chose with me in order to initiate a back and forth. Like I felt that was a little bit despicable and misrepresented me as a person. That's all.
No one cares. He set you up to come on here on the panel. Read chat now. You're an idiot. He did this to you on purpose.
Okay, yeah, I feel you, brother.
Yeah, that could be true.
Yeah, no, and I wanted it to be that way too. And that the only reason I wanted to chime in was to tell him, you know, that it's water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned. And if he wants to throw down, hey, fuck, what the fuck? What the fuck? If he wanted to, if he wanted to throw down UFC style, then I'm not an easy defeat. But you know, I said I'd slap him in the mouth, and I don't expect that he wouldn't slap me back. I'm just saying he definitely gets slapped in the mouth at least one time.
You would have been knocked the fuck out.
That's all right. That's all right. And yeah, and then I would be in dreamland, you know. And as long as he didn't kill me, then I'd be better for it, right? I will go Will Smith his ass. Coming up out of the audience.
Imagine if you hit someone and they hit their head.
Keep my wife's dick out of your mouth.
Like next minute you're screwed.
Wait, what?
That's
I
Hollywood
gotta
talk.
make sure you're out in a grass field.
Yeah, she's a hard
and you're
bitch.
only
Right?
hitting your head on the grass.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine and dandy. Yeah, I want peace. Peace upon all. Peace be upon you. Peace upon you, DK. Blessings, TML. Lone Wolf. Good looking out. You guys been holding down a fucking solid show tonight. It's been dynamite, man. I've been tuned in the whole fucking 4 hours this time. I actually got the alert. YouTube usually doesn't send it to me, but they sent it this time, so that's good magic.
But you got thrown in to try and disrupt everything. As
Yeah. And so if Jack
always
Jack
does.
is at that level, then
As
like we should bring slow state into the equation as well,
always
right? Like,
does.
I mean, what
Oh,
is
he
our
has been
general
brought in.
take on him?
He has been brought
Yeah.
in. Yeah. He's
Because
been
he
brought in.
seems to be one of the most nefarious grifters on the fucking panel. I mean,
Dude,
and he's overt about it. He's really open. You know, this is what I'm up to.
the conversation.
Griff state.
Jerry Springer effect in full effect.
The whole conversation and made it just about you, you pussy ass little nothing.
Oh, whoops.
No, I didn't. It's got nothing. It's got nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with me. It's got to do with bigger and broader.
Somebody dropped the link.
Yeah.
We're trying to bait flow state now too, so let's drop the link there.
Holy fucking shit.
DK, it ain't got shit to do with me.
Flo
It's all
doesn't
about
come
you.
up here too much.
You're the main player in this. You're the main player in this story. I'm done. I've said my piece. I've said my piece, demon. Get behind me, Satan. In the name of the Lord, I will cast thee out. I'm gonna cast you into a fucking herd of pigs, bitch. What you talking about? Fucking with Frank Monday, got a
I
magician
think
in
Lizard
here.
Tree might have an idea there.
I'm gonna bust like Solomon on your ass and trap you in a brass vessel. Biatch.
I was in that right where I was saying shit that was fucking not even shit I usually say. And then
Yeah, it's all good magic.
someone
Blessings.
made this
Much love.
demon into chat and change
no
the
Peter.
whole conversation and make it all about him. Our conversation before that was real conversation.
You just
You
keep
not
on
see
fighting. You
how
good man. I
these things
appreciate that.
work all the
Good man.
time?
Good looking out. Yeah, no. I'm abusing. See, he said Frank's abusing DK. How the fuck is that true? If that's not a direct, erroneous statement above and beyond any kind of truth, and the Pope is here, so y'all just take a fucking backstage and let the Pope say his piece. Welcome to the Pope, guys.
Blessings to all of you sinners.
He's here
with his Mithra hat on.
What am I
Good
defending?
man.
Oh joy,
You
the
didn't
Pope
hear?
state is here.
No, I just heard.
I was saying you were. I was saying you were a notorious
Never mind.
grifter.
For the sinners, set the world on fire.
You found a drunk guy.
Found. We have one.
I'm actually in a reasonably stable frame of mind.
And it's funny
It was
too
just
because
not-
like
it
being
was
so
just Frank
sober
that
is a
screwed up
prerequisite for being
all
on
of the conversation.
TML.
Hmm.
You got to come
I
from a
got
place of
pissed off with him
absolute
the other
sobriety.
Which we all do, of course.
Hey, I'm not perfect.
Whoa, what the hell is
I'm
that?
pretty good at most things, but I have my addictions. I have
What is what?
my issues.
And DK, this fight wasn't between me and you. This shit was a broader
Do you see this guy?
engagement.
Cry in your closet.
The hell's that?
Damn, that's damn
Frank,
cool. What's up with
Cry
that?
in your closet. Holy
DK, suck a
No,
dick.
Jeffrey.
Fuck you. I'll bitch slap you upside the head.
You won't do shit because you are a bitch.
So, who am I fighting? Because I did not hear what happened before. Don't make me go back and listen.
Nobody. I was comparing you to Jack Talcott in the grip.
By the looks of it,
Ah.
it's either me
Well,
or
I'm a
Frank.
way better grifter than Jack is.
It's either me or Frank, depending on.
And
which
I
side.
agree with that. You are. You're the fucking
Probably,
master
but
of disaster.
who would have the longevity though?
Me.
Me. Bah.
Yeah,
I think
longevity.
Jack
I don't,
has
yeah, I
the
don't know.
potential to have longevity if he can just get the right dupes to give him money.
I mean,
What are
right.
we talking about grifting
That's
now?
that's true for anybody, though, right?
What?
The thing is Jack has too much ego to ask for money.
We just shifted subject again. Okay.
Well,
Do you think it's
no, he
ego,
doesn't
or
have
do you-
to directly ask people for money. He just has to, voice certain issues and make some
Jack?
puppy eyes and
Right. And he does take that indirect approach where he simultaneously gaslights his audience into thinking that money's bad while
if you want
complaining.
to actually-
Bro,
I'm
you are
actually
annoying as
very
fuck.
good- I'm very good with neuro.
Yeah, and at the same time, he never really hits on any hot button issues for the most part. He runs his benevolent socialism without any kind of response to it. Yeah, DK getting busy, man. He fucking over there chiming in.
Turn up until someone else gave you a link so you could start shit and destroy the conversation.
This is why the Irish weren't considered white.
That's right. Running static.
Oof.
You aren't running anything. You're running scared.
Thank you, Browns boy.
DK, let me break it down. Go ahead. Yeah, let me break it down for you real quick, DK. I asked for 5 to 10 minutes on the topic. TML allowed it. This is his platform. You can suck a dick. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. I had permission.
Whole bag of dicks.
I was stepping on a third time. You can fucking suck it. Bag of moldy dick tips. Fuck you.
Ooh, that's oddly descriptive.
DK is always turned up.
This is how easy it is to destroy trolls. I've been doing this for years.
Yeah, he loves this shit. It's good fun. I can appreciate it.
Not many trolls are good enough to stick around. Most barrels.
That is true, Browns boy. That is true.
Not many hosts are good enough to allow loud mouths to stick around while they're just shitting on the conversation.
Exactly.
Facts. True facts.
Most people at least would have monetized your ass by now.
It got to the point where now it's just entertaining, so I get it. See, even that's what I do. Entertain
and that's something I might argue on your behalf, Slow State, that you've got one of the happiest trigger fingers in the game.
Yeah, but I rarely hold a grudge, and people are welcome back quickly.
While I'm screwing with them, mate.
I can appreciate that, and thank you.
But
Because I would like to come back.
I do have a fast trigger finger because dudes like this will just sit here and shit all over a panel because they got nothing invested in it. What's it matter to them, right?
Hey, but watch.
Right,
me.
right.
Hey, are we talking about in chat or on the panel? Because allow me to like rectify a lot of things.
I don't know. We're kind of
yeah, you break it down.
I like how you use the word rectify.
Monday, you pointless.
Is he still claiming sobriety?
Someone else sent you a link because the conversation was so far.
Is it hard to talk with that dick in your mouth?
That someone else actually had to send you here.
And beer.
He knew the rules. He knew that sobriety was a part of the first challenge for coming over to TML. He always comes in sober with his best foot forward.
A point that your superior, your handler, said, "Fuck, we've got to send someone in."
I never claimed superiority. I claimed authority. Get the difference right, motherfucker. Can you even speak the English language with y'all Celtic barbarian roots, motherfucker? Authority.
What we have here is the failure to communicate.
So you get what we had here last week, which is the way he wants it. So he gets.
Must we go round again like Finnegan?
But I don't want it any more than you do.
Neighbors,
Yeah, so-
neighbors getting no sleep.
Flow State, much love and blessings. And so, yeah, you're an overt grift master. And Jack Talcott, like you said, ego is what gets in the way, but I don't think so. I think it's like the genuine projection of an image that he's trying to cultivate over like the long term. It seems to be anyway, because he puts in the real hours, hour and a half to 2 hours a day, used to anyway.
How's he end up on Don Lemon though? That's some strange things.
I know, right? That was pretty groovy, though.
Sorry, you were talking about super.
And then the other thing is like, and good question, Lone Wolf. Not only how does he end up on Don Limit, but then how does he go like incognito for the weeks after that, right? Like, because that's a thing. Like, he seems kind of deep state-ish. Like he's actually, I heard a couple of folks come forward recently and say that he's an oath keeper, that he's sworn secret and sacred oaths to both the military complex and then like the postal service and different shit like that, which seems conspiratorial to me. But motherfucker is he's straight up the dictionary definition of going postal. I mean, if you open up Merriam-Webster's, his picture's in there.
The dude came to town and he stayed in the cheapest hotel in the whole Kansas City area, and he's riding around the country in a car missing 2 hubcaps. He's not like infiltrating shit. Hold on. I'll be right back on a different device.
For sure.
If this is turning into a bitch
I mean,
about
Flo
other
kind of
people-
has a point there.
No, if this is turning into a bitch about other people's
Yeah, but isn't that the whole persona that they cultivate? You know, you keep all the money in the bank. What the fuck you gonna buy a car for or shave your beard when you're getting paid? You know what I'm saying? It seems like that kind of plays into the whole grassroots level of resistance that they propagate.
Dude, I'm not here to bitch about other people. I'll argue and debate with an actual person right now.
I didn't know DK was Irish. I thought he was Australian from that
Dude, go to
crunchy
their
accent.
channel and bitch.
It's not very lyric.
And go say it to them.
DK, are you an Irishman? Oh, he's a Kiwi. Okay.
Well,
slightly more
by
lyric
nationality
than
anyway.
I'm Irish by heritage, but yeah, I'm a Kiwi. Yep.
Ari, then sing me an Irish ballad if you would.
To them.
Don't give me any
But you're
horse
just
shit.
like
Let's hear your best
gossiping
Irish.
drama queen, and you're a waste of everyone's time.
He ain't a fucking Irishman. He's just a leprechaun. Don't get the fucking two mixed up.
And what's a leprechaun?
Oy vey.
What's a leprechaun, bitch? A leprechaun is the king of the Irish, you stupid motherfucker. Careful who you're fucking with, eh? You have nothing to say about bitching about your own personal dramas and how you don't like what other people say, but you don't have the
It's not about not
balls
liking. I didn't dislike what he had to
But
say.
you
I just
don't
wanted
have
to
the
address
balls
it.
to say it to them.
Hey, Voy's in the house. Good looking out,
You
boy.
don't
Good to see you,
have
man.
the
Much love.
balls
Blessings.
to say it
TML,
to
Lone
them.
Wolf. Mr. Anderson, are you the
Calling
one?
you out for being an idiot, and you don't have the balls to fucking come at me.
I just came at you, homie. I came all over you. All over your face. Can you even see anymore? With all my jizz sticking up your eyeballs. Motherfucker, I will bend you over and slap that ass. What you talking about? I didn't come at you. I came on you.
Know the people you're abusing. I just think you're pathetic.
Sheesh.
You better grab the motherfucking mop after I'm done, homie. What you talking about?
Yeah, I'm gonna need one to mop up your blood. Fucking idiot.
What the hell is even that?
I know.
Shit got
I
dark.
don't know why you went with I'd need a mop, so I went further. You know, shit. I was trying to make it funny. Come on.
Y'all have been holding down a tight ship
Brown's boy is
tonight.
telling
Good
Frank
fucking magic.
Put his camera on. Dude, you do everything else.
Why you
Brown's
want to
boy
see me sitting in my underwear in my kitchen? What the fuck kind of voyeurism is that? What kind of sicko are you? Are you a pervert? You only see my camera,
Brown's
bitch.
boy is the one telling you to put your camera on, not me. Brown's boy in chat is telling you to put your camera on. Don't blame me for that shit. I'm just telling you what he said. Fucking retarded fucking moron, motherfucker.
You see, DK, straight up, me and you, man, me and you on the fucking face off. That's where it all falls apart. Yeah, me and you, motherfucker. Right now, right here, let's do this thing. I'm gonna catch you out back, bitch.
Play.
Oh my God. All right, all
Come
right.
on, cunt. Let's
Motherfucker. Can you believe this shit? Right here, right now on the face off. I don't know why you got such a bone to pick with me. I asked for permission to talk about this shit, motherfucker. What you talking about? That's just crazy. I'm a pussy shit. Look at your big old beard. You ain't even got time to shave. Just occasionally trim that shit up.
Pussy shit. What the fuck?
You mean to tell me you go stand there with your fucking Kiwi flag behind you and act like you got some room to talk about shit from Shambala? Y'all bowing to the crown. Why don't you get on your hands and knees and kiss the fucking ring of the queen, right? You over there with the Pope, getting on all that popium. Yeah. You call that sobriety? The fuck you talking about, bitch? Coming in here with that shit. What kind of beer you drinking anyway? No, ain't cool. Ain't cute. Ain't funny. Nobody likes you. Ain't nobody appreciate that. No, that's horse shit. You wrong. You wrong, brother. And coming at me like that. I'm a fighter. Check out them boobies, man. I got 2 of them. I got 2 boobies right there, bitch. I'm like Bruce Lee, man. I come at you like water. What you talking about?
You say you got 2 boobies, like some pussy bitch.
You can't even see straight, 4 eyes, motherfucker, with y'all hat backwards and shit. That's crazy talk.
Backwards, fuckhead.
What the fuck? The camera's putting it backwards. You didn't take that motherfucker off, put it on right.
It is on right.
Then you'd be like slow state. No, it ain't. It ain't. And you ginger motherfucker. Everybody knows gingers is evil. Hanging out, living in your grandma's basement. Your grandma don't want you down there making a scene in the middle of the night. She don't kick your ass out. She don't put you on the street. She don't turn off your EBT card, bitch. You think that shit's cute? She ain't gonna like that. Your grandma gonna come down there with her cane, slap you around a bit. I know what's going on over there.
Can anyone?
I can see it. I can see into your room. I can see all. I can see everything.
Like serious? Can someone please
all right, I can't do it. It's disingenuous. I love you, motherfucker. Peace to you. Peace be upon you. Yeah. Yeah. I apologize for all the hurtful things I said, guys. That's not within my character. DK, you doing right. You doing the right thing, man. You straight grooving, baby.
See what I mean?
You fucking get it. You get it.
Make it funny.
No. Ain't no demons here. Ain't nothing but love.
To make it funny part, edutainment, man. Educate and entertain.
I'm done. Mic drop.
Why would anyone stick around for anything else you have to say? If you're boring as fuck, who's gonna stick around?
All right, let's get the opinion of the judges then. Who won that battle?
Dude, you didn't actually say words most of the time. Like your sentences.
I guess DK won because he failed to blink. He still has his camera on. I defer to your superiority of intelligence, sir. You are the definitive winner. Blessed be.
You should, lowly bitch.
I like the grandma with the cane part.
Yeah, don't think I win graciously. If you think you can fuck with me when I win, I'll fucking make sure you know.
Yeah, grandma gonna pop out her fake eye and come down there and fucking slap you around with the cane one time, biatch.
Right.
Yeah, it's good magic. That was fun. It was good fun.
Get yourself out of the fucking hole you're now living in. See you in a few
Because I like this hole. This is a good looking hole. I appreciate
nothing.
this shit.
Yeah, no, because you're nothing.
My whole paid dividends and shit.
You know,
Big money.
because you're nothing, we just worked it out. And all you did was try and grift.
So I know we're all nothing.
The only one who talked about money and people grifting and shit, when that had never been mentioned on here, you are an actual piece of shit. You are someone that needed to be destroyed, and I just fucking did it.
Yeah, good man. You're fucking hardcore. My bunker been busted.
Fuck off now.
Yeah, I did quit. You're right. Brown's boy's right. I technically did quit. Yeah, because it's not in my nature to behave that way. That's just the ghetto baby coming out.
Hey,
that shit ain't legit.
Shut the fuck up now.
You shut the fuck up. What's the matter with you? You want me to come back on camera and fucking dick slap you in the face? Is that what this is about?
bitch.
You want to see my fucking 9
You
inches
just
of hard on
fucking-
going up in your
You
ear,
just
bitch?
lost. Hey, you just
I'm not gonna
lost
do that.
completely,
TML, don't worry,
and
don't
you
worry. I
can't
apologize. I
Please don't.
apologize.
defeat with grace. You are an annoying piece
I
of
won't. I back
fucking
off.
fluff that annoys
Yeah,
the
you're right.
fuck
You're
out
right.
of
You're right. I
everyone.
gave up. I gave up. I give up. I cry, uncle. You got me. It's that ginger beard that
Shut
does
the
it, man.
fuck
That
up
shit's.
and let people talk
Yeah.
again.
Do not mar the corners of your beard. Right. It's the word of God right there.
I need to go get another
I think
beer. I'm
TML
out of
and
beer.
DK are the
I'm
only ones
angry
living the dream.
because I'm out of beer, bitch.
There's a good look at. Why are you angry? Don't be angry. I ain't
I'm
angry.
angry
I
because I'm
appreciate
out
you,
of
man.
beer. I have to go get another beer. You're holding me up.
Yeah, well, fuck, get on it. Don't let me hold you up.
Yeah, blessings, DK. Yeah, we'll
I know. I was trying to make that funny.
yeah, we'll let DK go and get another beer, and we'll get a little music break going here, and then we'll basically move to ellul, in the text there, and then to the Tao Te Ching. So we'll see how
Are
that
we
goes.
going back to more reading?
Here, hold on. Yeah, we got to do the reading thing for sure. But
Yeah,
but yeah, we're gonna move back.
That's the thing, we do reading here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's interesting because that was like one of the most entertaining little segments of the show for a long time, and then Flow State was here. Like the show went to the lowest place of all time. But also the highest viewer count. All right, so like
That's so funny. We got
started,
down in the sewer.
Yeah, we got down in the sewer for the views. All right, for the views.
Degeneracy creates more views.
As I told you, man, it's entertain and educate.
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
keep people entertained.
Right,
Nero's
but
asking for the link.
Right. Wait, who was? Who was that for like?
I think
Nero.
Lone Wolf.
Oh.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, I'm just saying we're gonna move to music and then move to the other things that we're doing. But yeah, go ahead. What was I gonna say?
I think that what you're doing has greater lasting value, like Lone Wolf was saying, but ultimately, yeah, it doesn't drive numbers at all.
Oh yeah, it doesn't drive numbers. So but that's funny. We got the highest number count, and then Flow State was on the panel. That's hilarious, right? Because he's like the guy who you were saying, like the
I
Jerry
think he
Springer.
wanted to dip. He said he'd be back, but I think it was an
Yeah, that's
excuse
funny.
to just leave.
Exactly. He lied about it. He's like, yeah, I'll be right back.
TML,
So yeah.
hey, do you remember me asking you to be on one of my shows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Has
show
that
you do
happened
every
yet?
Saturday, same time as my show.
Has that happened yet?
Well, I mean, give me a different day, DK.
Don't give me that, man. That was months ago. I said you can be on my show, no censorship. And
I
we
got
can
you.
try
I got your
bring
back on that.
everyone on. I don't mind doing
I
a
got your back on that, DK. I think you're too drunk to schedule it at any point. Right? Why don't you send me a message to where you want me to come and send me the link?
every week for months.
You've done what?
I've scheduled it every week for months.
You've scheduled me on your show every week for months.
At the same time.
You've scheduled me on your show every week for months at the same time. You've scheduled me on your show every week for months?
No.
So
I've
no.
asked you every week. Well, not every, but I've asked
No, you haven't.
for months, and I've said when my show is.
I don't think you even asked me once.
Our shows are scheduled at the same time.
Exactly. So that's the problem.
Started at 1:30 p.m. today, my time, and that's 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday.
Yeah.
So it kind of coincides at almost exactly the time.
Exactly. So you got to schedule a show to have me on.
Is that I'm always scheduling you. You never schedule me.
Yeah, like what? Like what the... Exactly. You know what? Send me a scheduled appearance you want me to do. You got to schedule it.
24/7 on D Live.
No, not 24. See, that's not a schedule. That's not a... No, I'm not going to show up randomly during the 24/7 screen. All right, DK. DK, if you want me on your show, you need to send me a time and a link and all that stuff. All right. Okay, and I'll appear for sure.
That face is priceless there.
You love the soy face.
Yeah, the goy soy there.
The goy soy slop.
The goy boy
Yeah.
there.
That's exactly right, Browns boy. I'm just asking for time. Like when we're both free, not But yeah, we'll figure it out.
Browns boy, the wannabe handler over here and shit. Blocking people from the chat as usual. It's okay. So Frank, I just have a question. I saw you did a show about Peter J. Carroll, and somebody else sent me something about him recently. I was wondering, can you tell me about Peter Carroll?
Yeah, definitely. Peter J. Carroll was an interesting figure in the chaos magic movement, which I have no credibility to comment much on him because I learned about him only recently, a couple of years ago, from a guy here on YouTube called Free Gift from God. And he's a huge participant in the Frank Monday channel, and he tunes in for the magic videos and shit. But he turned me on to him. And when I read his book, what is it, Psychonaut or Cybernaut? It like really struck a chord with me, and I thought, good God, like I was engaged in the type of chaos magic that he describes in his book when I was a really, really young man, but I never knew anything about it. And when he put a name to it and wrote those books, and he's got a website, but his basic equation on like magic is very, very interesting, I feel. And so I was going through one of his short essays on his website the other day. But yeah, chaos magic guy. I think he was connected with like Timothy Leary and Robert Anton Wilson and many of the guys who were in the era of that movement. I've studied a lot of Israel Regardie, who was actually Aleister Crowley's secretary for a number of years, and I really like his take on like magic and religion. But yeah, so that was a new advent for me. And I thought he had something to offer to the practice of magic.
Do you, when you look at chaos magic, do you see it as more of a? Do you see it more of like a political thing or an occultism thing, or do you think they're directly related?
Yeah, I don't know. For me, like all of it is an entire methodology. So to explain just in brief, I was studying traditional Chinese Kung Fu and Qigong when I was very young, like in my mid-teens to mid-20s. And I read a lot of the like 19th century mystics take on the Lemegeton and various books of Solomonic magic and other grimoires. And I thought, I came to the realization in and of my own that why would you need to actually do all these things? If magic is real, and I believe that it is real, then I should be able to internalize this information, visualize the process of the ritual. Like I didn't need to go out and murder a black cat and boil it alive, and curse it in order to get its thigh bone in order to do the spell. I could just visualize that process, and I should get the same effect. And as long as I invoked God and his angels,
you murdered the black cat just for fun, not because you get something out of it, right?
Yeah, maybe. But anyway, my point being is that the outward accoutrements were just, they establish parameters for the magic to flow, but the essential magic is within the magician's will. Anyway, I discovered this at a very early age due to studying Chinese Kung Fu and Qigong, and I thought if I internalized it, then I should get the same result. And the first spell that I did was from Arthur Edward Wyatt's complete book of ceremonial magic. And believe me, he was extremely esoteric Christian. He starts by invoking God and the angels for their protection and their approbation in the operations, right? This is for the greater glory of God. And I did one of those, and the result was so clear and effective that I believed that I had stumbled upon natural magic, as it were.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And I could give you the details of that particular operation. It was one done in the Venusian, and it was to evoke a response so that, and it's going to be funny when I tell you it this way, so that
Venusian.
three
So
beautiful,
you've got proof of this?
so that three beautiful chambermaid, motherfucker, let me finish this goddamn horse shit. Thank you, Timo. Yeah, bring him back. It doesn't matter. The feedback is good. The loop helps to clarify the thought process, but you got to take your time. So the essential operation was to bring forward 3 beautiful chambermaids to assist you in a ecstatic experience. And after I did the operation, like I felt the genuine magic in having gone through start to finish of the entire operation, having read it multiple times and then done it in the astral temple of the mind, right? And then I laid down to sleep and I slept like a day and a half. And when I woke up, there was like sunlight coming in through my window, and I typically traversed in and out of my window quite often, but like I followed the golden light. I'm like, there's the light of the ritual appearing, manifesting within my realm. And so something told me, just follow the light. And so I followed all of the golden reflections. Like I went across my neighborhood and I ended up in this random park at the middle of the day, and down at the bottom of the hill, there was a picnic table with like 6 essays, like a bunch of fucking hardcore, like, you know, Mexican gangsters, but they had 3 beautiful girls hanging out with them, and they were all drinking beer and chilling and smoking weed and shit. And I'm like, God damn, there it is right there. But it was super scary. But I had a 6-pack with me, a cold 6-pack and like a 1/4 ounce. And I'm like, that's okay. I'm on the same level as these guys. And not only that, I've got God on my side. So I walked right down there, only white kid in the fucking hood. And now the bamboo firewall's cutting me off. Is my transmission still coming through? Yes, no?
Yep.
Anyway, make a long story short, I like rolled up in there, and those gangsters, a couple of them immediately had to split, and so I was left with the 3 amigos and the three concubines, and they like challenged me straight up. They're like, "What you doing down here, white boy? What's up, motherfucker? You got balls." And I was like, "I'm just chilling." I said, "You were hanging out with my ladies. That's all." And they were like, they immediately deferred, and they said, "We respect that." And they're like, "We got to go anyway." And they all bailed, and I was left with the 3 chicks and the beers. They left all their beer. I have my beer. We were smoking and getting busy.
That sounds like bullshit.
You can fucking suck a dick, because it's the genuine facts of the matter.
They didn't leave.
I don't care. Like, I don't have to fucking prove it to you, because I experienced it. So, you know, it's a reality that transcends the good thing. And it was good magic. Good magic. There, I'm finished.
Yeah, hold on, DK, because I think it was Neurojack asking the question, so let him come into this. No.
Yeah, that's the upshot. It's done.
I think he's doing some chaos magic to us right now.
I'll fuck chaos. Up some lying motherfucker any day. This motherfucker is nothing but a piece of shit. And you're sort of allowing him to speak, which means you're allowing him to fucking put bullshit lies.
So I think the original thread or the question was, what would chaos magic be to me then? I don't necessarily think that I entirely jive with like the chaotic expression of it, but I realized at that point when I read his documentation that what I would...
a liar from lying.
When I slap you in the mouth with my dick, bitch, that's when that happens. It's gonna go down. You ready for some of this? I ain't lying. I got no reason to lie, man. I grew up in the hood, and those types of experiences aren't regulated to me. Like, that's not a big deal. It's not an unbelievable thing. But it legit played out to the ritual. And so I knew that like magic was real, and ceremonial magic is about setting parameters, and chaos magic is about using the astral temple of the mind to like do it directly. But I would say that the blowbacks of chaos magic, for the most part, is this. I think often many of them are atheistic and don't invoke God to protect them, and don't give glory unto God. Like I gave glory unto God the entire way through. And I think that's the only thing that like saved my life with the gangsters, and probably like saved my life from every STD under the fucking sun with the girls once we actually engaged in the flowery battle. So yeah, and it was good fun. I mean, it is what it is. It's a real thing.
Go lap somewhere else, pointless bitch.
Oh, and after hours of engagement with those gals, I did not fire my cannon. So I felt like I had truly done good magic. because that's a part of like sexual kung fu. And not that it works. I'm not saying that works or doesn't work. I'm just saying at that time I was deep in it. You know, I was deep in the Chinese kung fu and dipping your wick and getting some of that divine feminine and then trying to refine it into a synthesized state of internal elixir.
So Neuro, what's
Yeah. Anyway, I was just wondering about the Peter J. Carroll thing because I thought it was kind of weird that somebody else, totally unrelated to you, sent me something and then you were talking about it, and I was just kind of just trying to figure out. I think chaos magic is obviously playing a big part in politics and the culture war and shit like that. So I was just kind of curious what your thoughts on it were. That's all.
Yeah, and you should check it out for yourself. Like he has an entire algebraic equation on like what's going on, and I think that his definition is more prescient and applicable than even like Aleister Crowley or Blavatsky, H.P. Blavatsky, or even Israel Regardie brought it forward a step, I believe, that got it really, really close to the truth of what's like playing out in like what we consider to be Solomonic magic. But with the chaos aspect, I wasn't familiar at all with that until just a couple of years ago. So yeah, I don't really have a great depth of understanding.
Yeah.
Mike.
Well, I guess what I mean is like when you look at the general like news stories or like the current events or whatever different thing we're looking at with the culture, do you see like aspects of chaos magic or Solomonic magic going on, or is
Yeah,
that reading into
absolutely.
it too
Like
much?
no, they're definitely, but they're using other means, I would say. Like they're using systems of Luciferianism and Satanism and Gematria and trying to incorporate like the understanding of Kabbalah and stuff like this. So yeah, they're definitely writing like a blueprint of what they think the future should be. And as far as like the chaotic aspect of it, I think that like the shooting stars, the people who rise up from nothing to something, from like zero to hero, I think that they naturally employ chaos magic and they do it without greater understanding. And as a result, oftentimes their family and fate suffer. Like they'll lose family members to death, and like there's all kinds of negative blowback, like to actually engaging in magic without giving glory to God first and foremost. So I don't recommend it per se. I think that you should follow a more traditional path if you're going to endeavor to practice magic.
Yeah, I don't really believe in messing with magic personally, although like I understand why other people would, but I definitely see aspects of magic going on. I mean, I don't want to get into it right now, but I just wanted to ask your opinion, as like a study guide before I look more into the Peter J. Carroll stuff.
Yeah, and I would say even before him, like Robert Anton Wilson was a precursor with Prometheus Rising and the Illuminati trilogy. And I mean, as far as like an armchair book, I would say those are far more accessible to the layman than much of the other deeper studies that we do. And I've only just now, due to the Machine Lies and his transmission, been introduced to Evola. Am I saying that correctly? Which it turns out he was a magician as well. So that's good magic.
Julius Evola, yeah, that's how you pronounce his name, I believe.
Yeah, and I want to say to Mr. Anderson. Yeah, I want to say to Mr. Here, hold on, DK. Yeah, I want to say to Mr. Anderson that yeah, thank you so much for joining. Blessings to you. Thank you for being here. I greatly appreciate your participation. If you're already crashed out, don't worry. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah, thank you. Peace.
Yeah,
peace.
Peace
for letting me on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and we're definitely wrapping up soon as well. Yep.
That was a good conversation earlier too. I was I heard a little bit of it, and when you summon Jim Bob, you did a good job. So
definitely, definitely summoned Jim. That was hilarious. Yeah.
But
it's like a wild Jim Bob appeared.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say to Frank, I think if you look in the whole like Duganism and Eurasianism and I guess what's that other person we're
fucking out?
What's that other person we were talking about? Machine, the
Sick of this bullshit. Much love, no fear. Stop being fucking idiots.
thank you, DK Talcott. We appreciate
Fuck
it.
off.
And blessings to Voy. Voy, good to see you, man. He's a good magician and he's doing good work.
Are they doing the great work?
No, not that I know of. Yeah, he's just a regular wayfarer like myself. I'm doing the great work though, which is conversation and communication with one's holy guardian angel, according to what I know it to be.
There was a producer named Wayfarer. He like came out of nowhere and made some good beats, and then he disappeared.
There's a good pair of sunglasses called the Wayfarer by Ray-Ban too.
Yeah, it's an interesting appellation. It's what they call everyone in Tao. Like once you've entered Tao, you're known as a wayfarer of Tao. And they use it in the Freemasons as well. Have you traveled far, wayfarer?
Do you think that Freemasonry and Judeo-Christian values are a good thing too? Are they a part of the great work?
I don't know enough about either one of them, really. I know some more about Christianity as like a metaphorical and allegory, I believe, like an internal alchemy type thing. I think that it's extremely useful and very creative and like illuminating. As far as Freemasonry, I've done my best high and low to study and even become an initiated member just in order to figure out, if there's something else going on. But yeah, I would not presume upon the brilliance that would be required to make like decent commentary on Freemasonry.
Israel, a great country or the greatest country?
Oh, good God. I don't know, man. I think since the time of King Solomon, it's been split and fallen, and it doesn't really have the type of validity in modern times that many attribute to it. And to keep doing that is to keep dredging up the past. But that's just my opinion, and my opinion's it's just as valuable as anybody else's, right?
What about Chabad Lubavitch? Would you join that one?
Not familiar.
Bad
Sorry.
News Bears.
Well, I'm being a little facetious, but if you haven't heard of Chabad Lubavitch, I would encourage you to look into that and tell me what your
you're gonna get guys are getting Rocky going.
Okay, you'll have to spell it. I mean that seems pretty dank.
Chabad. Next one, Luba, Lubavitch. It's like what Trump's family's all into, and like Malay and Argentina and like Putin and all those kind of guys, That's what they're all into.
Is it Hinduism or like rabbinical Judaism?
It's supposed to be Judaism, but it's some sort of occultism of some sort. I don't know, but I'm trying to understand, but I think with your understanding, your take would be very valuable, I think. So
They're the ones that think Steerson was a messiah, right?
yeah, but I think it's a little more deep than that too. I think that's like the exoteric version. I think they have a lot more under the hood there,
I'm sure.
But yeah, I don't want to detract from what you guys are doing. I know Machine's about to do a reading, so I don't want to. I would just care. I just saw that you're into the Carol stuff, and I just wanted to get a little advice before I looked into it. So you gave me a good summary there, I think.
Okay, yeah, good magic. I appreciate that, man. I will definitely look into what you presented. Please, if you can, put it in the private chat, and I'll also put my recommendations in the private chat. And as always, blessings to Machine Lies, and I defer unto you guys. Your guys' like historical understanding is far more like magnanimous than mine, or is that equanimous than mine? So like I'm a basic newbie. My depth is in the Tao and like Chinese Qigong systems and Kung Fu for the most part, because that's what I spent about 30 years of my life investing
I'll ask you one
in.
more. I'll ask you one more question. Sorry to interrupt you, but you've been to China, or you're in China? I don't know which one it was, but
yeah, I've been in China for 25 years now in Beijing.
How do you like living there?
Yeah, it's a dream come true for me, because as a teenager I studied Chinese Kung Fu and culture, and I really wanted to come here. like in order to see what was going on and like how they created these things. And there are various forms of talismanic magic as well. And to find out like if source is in some way related to the Chinese language directly through like their hieroglyphics. Yeah, so it's been an adventure.
And what did you? And well, I guess here's what I would ask you. Like, most people would say that like communism killed whatever their secret religion is. I think Chinese do have religion. It's just kept well hidden. Do you think that it's alive and well, or do you think that it's been killed by communism?
I think that communism did its best to subvert, pollute, and pervert the Chinese understanding of like how they should live in concord with the Tao, but it ultimately failed in its attempt to do so, and that the Tao is so deeply integrated into the Chinese people and their way of life that it cannot be uprooted or subverted, because it is, again, it's deeply rooted, and it's the three legs of the cauldron, as they say, Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, is kind of the foundation of the Chinese people's understanding, and that could never be overthrown, I don't believe.
Yeah, do you think Christianity would ever influence that? I'm not saying that Christianity could ever uproot it, but you think it could long-term like influence at least a portion of the population?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that they're thirsty for salvation, and if Christianity received like a very like a decent shake or a representation here, like already hundreds of millions have sought out Christ and sworn faith upon the blood of the crucifixion, and I think that it alone would have the potential to be like a wildfire in China. And yeah, the state itself, the apparatus, is absolutely 100% opposed to that. And so yeah,
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, which is exactly what Christianity wants, actually, because Christianity kind of thrives on that kind of opposition, because
so
you have martyrdom and all that.
Well, I mean, I know what you're saying, Red. I don't totally disagree with you, but like from my perspective, like I think that real Christianity, like, you know, true Orthodox or whatever, however you want to describe it, you know, closer to the original teachings of Jesus, aren't opposed to like Taoism or something personally. I mean, maybe some of the more, you know, magic versions or something, but
it just depends of how literal the Christianity is or becomes in China, at least.
Well, here's my theory. I think that whoever's running, you know, the global, let's call it Talmudist system, they're using Christianity as a wedge between whatever the original beliefs of people are and this global system, right? And so I think that that's why you're going to see like these cult and occult versions of Christianity spread in Asia. And you know, I think the Catholic Church is going to be one of those. I think the Latter-day Saints is going to be another version. I mean, there's probably going to be 100 different versions of it, but I think that as like, even as a Christian, I think that I can see how Christianity is going to be used to, you know, kind of trick people. But again, I think that kind of what you're saying about, you know, Taoism is, or their beliefs are so integrated into that I think that it could backfire, you know, because I think that there's a Taoism to Christianity too, where it kind of like washes over things and takes on a life of its own, even if it's trying to be used for evil, if that makes sense. But I just wanted to put that out there because you've been over there. I've only been over there a couple times to Asia, but you've been there for a long time, so I was just curious what your opinion is, and I appreciate it. I'll probably ask you another thing about it, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Good magic. And I've been here like at the grassroots, like at the industrial level of like working with the average layman, and at the collegiate level as well, because I worked in university. My entire ticket on coming over here was as a researcher into Tong poetry. As far as like the denominations of Christianity, I would say that the Catholicism has a lesser appeal, though, with their architecture and their control of like old world buildings. That's very appealing. But for the most part, I would say that the most dynamic expression would be the Protestants and their like sect of understanding. It appeals for the most part to like the Confucian orientation of society.
Yeah, I agree.
Kind of
I agree with you.
a pretty broad stroke. I mean, you think it'd be more of like Pentecostal or maybe a different like evangelical.
Yeah, and I might argue that as well. Like baptism and Pentecostalism might have like an opportunity to really ignite like a fire, but Protestantism is more like in line with their own original vibe of like being chill.
Well, yeah, and I think the way I'll characterize it very briefly is I think that you're likely to see Protestantism pushed over there because I think it doesn't force people to change their culture as much. It kind of absorbs the culture into it. And maybe original Christianity would do that as well, but it's not as popular. But the other thing is that if you look at Protestantism as a Kabbalistic overwrite of Christianity, which it kind of is, then it would make sense while the Talmudic control system would want to introduce Protestantism into places like China, Korea, Japan, and I've done a lot of personal research on it, and that's what I see happening over there. Is like they're trying to like secularly with the woke stuff, and it's not really working. So I think they're going to try more of like a Confucianism, Christian thing instead, maybe.
Right, and just to add to that, like the party itself, the one that is the main dominator of society here, is extremely opposed to like the idea of secret societies, and most of those have that aspect, whereas the other does not. It seems to be like available for all to view clearly, and so I would think that they would feel that that would be the easiest one for them to infiltrate and direct. As a result, and therefore it would be the one most likely to be allowed. That's just the reason I feel that way.
That's very interesting to me because I think that I don't want to go off on a whole tangent right now, but I think that that's a very interesting angle that I hope I'll talk to you more about because I think that right now the East is kind of the target. I think they've already conquered the West. The West is already subsumed by the system, and so really they have to get the East on board and then somehow connect them. And I think that's what we're going to see over the next 20, 30 years with the technology and stuff like that. So,
I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say the real wake up call is the machine lies. I mean, he's bringing forward an angle that I don't think that any of us have contemplated before.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's what helped me to develop this theory a little more clearly, for sure. And yeah, and go ahead. Sorry, guys.
I was gonna say, I think TML mentioned before how at least some of the Jays were influential in setting up China, banks in China back in was it in the Opium Wars? I forget. I'm getting confused.
Oh yeah, Palmerston. Palmerston basically, Lord Palmerston is like huge with the Rothschilds and stuff. I mean, England was basically ran by those guys during that time. So I mean, a lot of the Atlantic slave trade, a lot of the other stuff. It's pretty interesting, the connections. But yeah, I mean, so, and also there's Russell and Dewey, right? John Dewey and Bertrand Russell. They wanted to test out globalism in China. I mean, right? So, this whole idea of the global economy, and all that stuff. So yeah, it's interesting. A lot of interesting stuff. China's definitely been, open air laboratory, just like America. So it's crazy. But yeah. So, we went way over 6 hours. Okay, I barely even got past my opening introductory stuff. Okay, because I focused on the stuff for so long, right? I was terribly ambitious with today's stream, right? In terms of trying to look at Aquinas and all that stuff, right? That stuff went way harder than I anticipated, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and continue on. We're gonna do very little of ellul and the Tao and also transhumanism, but I'll still try to make it, sort of a compelling show for the last part, right? Even though there's been so much great discussions already. I mean, tons of stuff. I mean, actually, last Saturday too, it was incredible discussions, and we have to thank Mr. Anderson pretty much 100% for that. We don't have as good discussions when Mr. Anderson doesn't show up, so it's obvious that Mr. Anderson has contributed.
Or less likely.
Yeah, he's contributed hugely to the discussions here, right? And to many people who want to hear my presentations aren't going anywhere, right? But obviously, we love the contributions and from the people, because that's what creates the entire experience, right? So this is the thing, is that I can go and read by myself and go do my research, and I mean, what benefit do I get by telling all of the things I've learned to everybody else for free? I mean, other than them stealing my ideas constantly. Okay, so I get no benefit from this. I mean, I appreciate you guys. Okay, my own life is, I'm gonna say, basically a living hell, folks. I mean, there's literally zero joy that I have in my day-to-day life, right? That's 100% true at this point. Yesterday was a terrible day. Today was somewhat worse, right? And that's how it goes, right? But yeah, the thing is that we got a lot of reflections here for you guys. And that's what's important, is gathering together, talking about the ideas, and seeing if we could resonate on what the main principles, the main problems, and the key solutions are to those problems, right? And that will be huge. If we could learn to communicate on that level, that'll be huge for us, right? Especially on this level of conversation, about these types of ideas like the Tao Te Ching and ellul and the technological society and all those other, if we could get that going like a well-oiled machine, as they say, then it will be a great thing, that'll happen. I mean, but yeah, this is really how I feel. Here is some music for you guys. And of course, we have Spooky Saturday. We've been doing it. It's been a chilling evening. I mean, totally bereft of, joy and love and those sort of things. I mean, but yeah, check this out. Blessings to all the people. I mean, this is a spooky semblance that I've composed.
Okay. Yo, check this out. Yo, from the triple Shaolin, this shit is 6-0 short drum. Blasting loud, come. Digital, that sounding, son. Blasting niggas like this one time. Digital. Body, digital. Check this shit out, son. Digital. Bomb digital, the authentic, tragic rap combo. Banging on your head like bongos. Shaolin and my niggas from Congo. Zaire, West Indies, Senegal, run like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Timmy Vegas was the orchestrator. Pull the loop from his true base computer data. For you analog chance that we made loco. Wu-Tang sound is better than gone global. You smell the weed stench, my fat 12 inch. You can't drop in, I'll explain it in French. I made Fred LA Club, that grows beats, that grows guns. I made pond with the big tits, they grind they lungs. Écoutez to the body, digi shit. And I'll say you fuck around, you get your wig split. That can realize these shits. Sounds they have the flavor of sometime I rap. Francais and US rap, you get smacked off the map and attacked by the black cat. You can't adapt. Shaolin 6-0 short drum. You get black by the black. God.
arsenic. Le boxon, au box-office, full souk avec les mots, nous boxons. Les box plus cette carrosse, sur ma skate-car. On fait ce qu'avant nous sommes pères, nous éviter de car. Mais tous voudront tous chauffer le goudron. Refaire les dents, plus perdre de temps dans les chaudrons. La merde des restes calpés de textes, paquets de vestes bleues, planchés tous. Des restes capés, des blocs smoke, la vie se moque de nous. Des stocks de fous, stock et stock, ça toque chez nous. Partout des crises, ça craint, quand le pire est à venir, ici c'est marchou. Rage de vin, trop de crasse, écrase à poil, les chiens se fâchent, crachent leur haine, scratch, quête leur proie. À 100 milieux sous la mer, j'emmerde les systèmes, le système suffit pour chuter les ouais.
Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god. Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god. Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god. Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god.
Les chichis, du chaud chaud à Shaolin, chochotte en ligne, venimeux style sur la colline et fric le pollen. Là les tueuses abeilles africaines, on prend le fric. Ken le flic, flic, la haine, Ken la joue à la citizen, Ken. Blanc quoi qu'on vient les clips, squelette, malpeps dans le rap, les putains de biceps. Rap doom doom, white tem toum, souris pas, c'est mon vécu. Pourris mon truc dans les tum tum, j'suis nourri au boom boom. Jack boom, fume le chour. Chaque jour que Dieu fait, nous on le dit même au sourd. Mec, le combat j'suis pour port. T'armes obligé dans un bled pur port. Faut s'attendre au pire, au père, où ça pue dans la fosse. Grillé d'office, de la chaîne hommage au père explosif, mon rap engraine les fils. On sait d'où on vient et où on va, le où le secteur arsenic et Bobby. On rate c'est ce qu'on vit.
Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god. Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god. Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god. Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god. Bonjour to my roommate and bitch, you get smoked. Bonjour to my ties who got the deep throat. Rhyme boy, strong ground with eyes out the course. The force of block with the black Pujo. A great boss with the Wu-Tang logo. CALBO, to my bell, Bobby Digital. I'm universal while y'all dickheads, you stay commercial. And Francois, you can't fuck with the sector R. Resurrector, all praises to Allah. You're giving birth to the sun, moon, and the star. Mighty Wu-Tang walk, invincible. You better watch Bobby Digital and stereo. Mind power, get drunk, climb the Eiffel Tower. Arsenic with the trunk, diesel, any power. Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god. Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god. Shaolin system short run. You get black by the black god. Shaolin system.
Ouais. Comme ça que ça se passe.
Yeah. Word up. Word up. Word up. Body digital. Word up. My man Calvo, Illino, Arsenic, bring you tremendous tragic. Hip hop and Francois Francais. Blast into your radio station. Sector R, Shaolin, Wu-Tang forever. Why? You can't comprehend, you analog, devilic ass motherfucker. Come. Word up.
So we got a couple interesting comments here. We got DK. He says, I'm not as famous as you guys, but I do have one advantage. I never lie, and I can admit when I'm wrong. No one here is famous. At all. We got another comment here by Mike Malzahn. He said, the machine lies. Mike's a feminist. True. He says, if you mean men and women should be treated equally under the law. Yikes. Mike Malzahn came out as a feminist today, folks. So let that be going down in history, right?
Hot off the presses, apparently.
Hot off the presses. He agrees with feminism, right? Which I didn't know that he was idiot. See, he kept bringing up that feminist lady. Holy smokes. I apologize to the people with headphones.
Lizard Tree is going to make you famous, though.
Yeah, Lizard Tree. I believe in you, madam. Definitely. As you have believed in me so generously throughout the times. And yeah, blessings to you. Greatly appreciate you. And yeah, I mean, I gotta be, we gotta be doing this thing like it ain't no thing. But yeah, ideological presuppositions of Mike, insane.
Yeah, I don't think Mike has enough hair to be a feminist, right? You got to have hair to get like the blue hair and all of that.
Oh yeah.
Trombone.
Yeah, he looks like a bald Care Bear.
Care Bear stare.
Sad.
I'm kind of jealous though. Like one of my uncles went to live in China for a year, and for work, and he said like you could spend like 5 years there and not even know close the amount of kind of food that you could eat and stuff like that, like culture wise. It's just like so vast.
Yeah, I would reinforce that. Like the biggest regret of any Chinese going abroad is the availability of fresh cuisine, vegetables, sliced meats, this kind of thing, and like their diversity in preparation. Like I could live in China for all of my life and never really have that many what's the word, like regrets about Western food culture. But like if I'm back home in the States, which I do quite often, for just a couple of weeks, I'm already longing for like my stir-fried vegetables and sliced meats. It's like it's just way different. Like food culture is the foundation of Chinese culture, really.
Yep.
They even have a saying, like it comes from medicine. They say that food is the first medicine. It sounds more eloquent in Chinese. It's yao bu bru shi bu, or the medicinal effects of medicine are less than the medicinal effects of good food.
Oh yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah. I don't know if I should say this out loud, but I will anyways because I actually don't give a fuck. I actually don't give a fuck. But yeah, yeah, not sure if this makes sense to you, Mel, but it seems certain of us were meant to fly solo through this earthly existence towards something higher beyond here. I hope you find peace. I want you to know, Denise, that you are not alone. I am with you for sure. Right? I will always be here with you, and for sure. And always, I'm always here for you. At any point, you know what I mean? Definitely, but definitely, I've been separated from my wife for a very long time now, and it's not getting easier. The longer the separation lasts, it's like the worse it gets. You know what I mean, right? I thought somehow it would get better, but actually it doesn't get better. I mean, it's getting way worse, right? It feels way worse. I always yeah, I mean, I really hope that we don't end up alone. But yeah, definitely I've always felt alone. I definitely understand what you're saying because ever since I was a kid, I've always felt alone. And I know she has too. So I mean, it's crazy stuff, but yeah, definitely a downer. But yeah.
An interesting aspect of that, my first wife, I only spent 5 years with her, but it took me a solid 6 months. So my only question would be like, how long have you been separated? And I'll tell you the thing that brought me salvation at that time was learning to play an acoustic guitar and write music about like the infamy of our separation and like how much it hurt me. That finally brought me out of it because I got really, really dark. And that was one of, I've only contemplated suicide, unaliving twice in my entire life. And that was one of those times. Yeah. So it's a real thing, man. And I feel your pain and blessings.
Yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways in which it's way worse than I just said, but I can't explain it right now because we got to move on. I mean, But yeah, maybe one day I will. But yeah, oh man, it's like one of the letdowns of a lifetime, folks. Definitely. But yeah,
here's one of the things, if I could articulate it briefly into the equation, is that what you're doing now, the way you're working through by doing the great work and continuing the work during some of the hardest times in your life, this is what will reverberate throughout time and throughout the spiritual realm. Like, I know this to be true. It's a legitimate fact that this builds what the Chinese call kung fu. And yeah, so good magic, man. And again, my sorry and condolences. None of that matters. What matters is that you got your nose to the grindstone and you're still making it happen, because many people need you, even though those immediate things have retracted. Like, there's an even greater community that has come to rely upon you and your understanding of the teaching and your synthesis of it. So don't lose sight of that fact that you are loved, my man.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, in terms of ellul, it's crazy, and I'll move pretty fast here. But yeah, and I'll have to make a little mark, because this is the first time I started talking about ellul in the 7th hour of the show. So it's a little strange time to be doing it. So I'll sort of maybe summarize and expound on some of the major points, and not really get into that much of the text, right? Maybe I'll treat this as a sort of review of what we've come to in ellul. And yeah, I think I could sort of maybe take a look at some of his key reflections. So let me actually look at the book here, and actually I will sort of get into a little bit of this, but I want to go ahead and read some of the main parts that I think are really important. Okay, so let me actually go to the first page, where he says, no social, human, or spiritual fact is so important as a fact of technique in the modern world, and yet no subject is so little understood. Right? No subject is so little understood. Let us try to set up some guide points to situate the technical phenomenon. Right? So in writing the book, right, he's treating the technical phenomenon, right? He's not saying that it's basically good or bad, or he's not offering value judgments about the technical phenomenon itself, right? He's simply giving an account about the phenomenon, right? And he's not saying that actually it's a historical take, right? So he doesn't talk about a gradual development of technique throughout the ages, right? So he's not talking about technology as being sort of nefarious in every age or something like that, right? Because he thinks the technical phenomenon is a fairly recent phenomenon, right? He thinks that basically the technical phenomenon is modern and that its appearance in the world is sudden, right? And that there is just a extremely rare set of circumstances that set this thing in motion. Okay, so why is that important? Right? The reason why that's important is that he's not taking a view of progress throughout the ages. Right? That the technical phenomenon is sort of slowly, gradually building up, right? And in the first chapter, he sort of lays down a historical foundation, right, of the technical phenomenon, where it's excluded from all ages, including the Renaissance. Right? And he basically you know, puts forward why he thinks that this thing was stalled until, you know, you had, you know, the rise of industrial society. And furthermore, he concludes that none of the ideological or philosophical roots, right, that people presuppose, right, led to the scientific revolution and the industrial revolution, right? He thinks none of those are extremely valuable, right? So he thinks that basically it was the technical phenomenon that caused a proliferation of the ideas and not the other way around, right? He doesn't think that, okay, ideas built up into a technical phenomenon, right? So there's many ways in which Ellul is addressing the problem on its own terms, right? He's talking about the technical phenomenon on its own terms, right? So he says, whenever we see the word technology or technique, we automatically think of machines, right? And he goes on basically, right, to talk about how technique began with the machine, right? And that the machine is basically its highest stage of formulation. You know, and basically, you know, as he says, that science wants technique, right? What technique wants is the machine. Right? Everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine, he says, right? The machine is what integrates. I mean, technique is what integrates the machine into human society. Right? He quotes Mumford by saying the machine is antisocial. And, you know, we add to that, it's anti-liberal. Right? It's an anti-liberal formulation. All right, why? Because the machine constitutes the elimination of choice, one of the most foundational elements that's necessary for democracy and liberalism. Right? So let me find some other. So he says what is usually called the history of technique usually amounts to no more than the history of the machine. Right? But he's kind of separating himself from that idea, right? Because he's focusing on this thing called technique in and of itself. Right? And he says here, okay, wherever a technical factor exists, it results almost inevitably in mechanization. Right? And there he says, okay, the line that I've been saying all this time, right? On page 4, technique transforms everything it touches into a machine. Right? The metal monster could not go on forever torturing mankind. It found in a technique, it found in technique a rule in hard and inflexible as itself. Okay, it brings efficiency to everything. Okay, now he says everyone has been taught that technique is an application of science, more particularly science being pure speculation. Technique figures as the point of contact between material reality and a scientific formula, but it also appears as the practical product, the application of the formula to practical life. He says this traditional view is radically false. Right? Because it's technology that's guiding science, he says. Right? Because it decides the application of the scientific theories. Right? But it also aids in some of their discoveries. Right? So technique itself is an abstraction of the machine. Right? So science is not an abstraction of technology. Right? It's not pure speculation to technology's physical process, right? According to ellul. Okay, so he separates many things, right? He puts society, okay, technology, okay, technique, the machine, and science all in different spheres of analysis, right? Pretty much. And he shows how each one of these things interrelate, right? Okay, and he gives examples. He says there is still no automatic link between science and technique. The relation is not that simple. There's more and more interaction between them. Today, all scientific research presupposes enormous technical preparation, as for example in atomic research, and very often it is some simple technical modification which allows further scientific process. Progress. So what does technology solidify? The relation between action and science. That's what he said, right? It solidifies this relation. Right? And of course, pure science is yielding its place to applied science. Okay, he says, from then on, standardization creates impersonality. Okay, so standardization and depersonalization. Okay, these two things basically destroy liberalism. Okay. Okay, yeah, so yeah, let's okay, this is a good quote. He says, rational judgment in the technical operation has important consequences. Man becomes aware that it's possible to find new and different means. Reason upsets pragmatic traditions and creates new operational methods and new tools. It examines rationally the possibilities of more extensive and less rigid experimentation. Reason in these ways multiplies technical operations to a high degree of diversity, but it also operates in the opposite direction. It considers the results and takes account of the fixed end of technique, which is efficiency. Okay, he says that magic is a form of primitive technique. Okay, that technique was based on cultural forms, right? And this is what slowed its progress. Right, but the more complex it developed, the more it began to assimilate various cultural forms. Okay, and the way this happened was through this whole game of automation and efficiency, right? And of, you know, embodying the mechanical aspect of technique, right? There's basically various aspects of technique, right? Technique itself is sort of the human extension of the mechanical, right? When technique is like extrapolated in its physical process, it's basically the machine, right? So it's like technique and the machine are like two sides of the same coin, pretty much, right? But one is like the abstract version of the other. And this basically relates to the artificial and the natural. Okay, let me actually go to 77. Okay, I'd read this quote here. Oh wait, this is the wrong. Okay, give me a second, folks. Oh, actually. Okay, here it is. 79, I mean. Right, but it says here, characteristic of the technical phenomenon is artificiality. Technique is opposed to nature. Art, artifice, artificial. Technique as art is the creation of an artificial system. This is not a matter of opinion. The means man has at his disposal as a function of technique are artificial means. For this reason, the comparison proposed by Emmanuel Monnier between the machine and the human body is valueless. The world that is being created by accumulation of technical means is an artificial world, and hence radically different from the natural world. It destroys, eliminates, or subordinates the natural world, and does not allow this world to restore itself or even enter into a symbiotic relationship with it. The two worlds obey different imperatives, different directives, and different laws, which have nothing in common. Just as hydroelectric installations take waterfalls and lead them into conduits, so the technical milieu absorbs the natural. We are rapidly approaching the time when there will be no longer any environment at all. When we succeed in producing artificial aurora borealis, night will disappear and perpetual day will reign on the planet. Now he talks about the characteristics of modern technique, right? Automism of technical choice, right? Efficiency of means, right? And obviously, it also has psychological effects, right? Okay, he talks about self-augmentation, okay, efficiency, okay, the linking up of different forms of technique. Here on page 89, he says self-augmentation can be formulated in two laws. One, in a given civilization, technical progress is irreversible. Two, technical progress tends to act not according to arithmetic, but according to geometric progression. Okay. So he says we can hardly agree that mechanical augmentation is decelerating. We are simply in another phase of technical progress, the phase of assimilation, organization, and conquest of other areas. Okay, so remember, technique need not develop along simple mechanical lines, right? Yeah, as we stated before, mechanism is the main extrapolation of technique, right? Now check this out. Here's an example of this, right? He says we note the interdependence of techniques. In the second law of self-augmentation, technical progress tends to be brought about according to a geometric progression. A technical discovery has repercussions and entails progress in several branches of technique and not merely in one. Moreover, technique combine with one another. And the more given techniques there are to be combined, the more combinations are possible. Thus, almost without deliberate will, by a simple combination of new data, incessant discoveries take place everywhere, and whole fields are opened up to technique because of the meeting of several currents. Now he gives an example: material techniques of communication, psychological techniques, commercial techniques, techniques of authoritarian government, all combine to produce the important phenomena of propaganda. Now, he says something incredible, right? He says this new technique is independent of all the rest of the necessarily, is independent of all of those phenomena which produced it. But it's a consequence also of the preceding phenomenon. So see how technical necessity allows the emergence of new scales of technique, right, which are not exactly seen in those independent means that are used to achieve it. Right, and this is exactly what complexification of means really amounts to, right?
Hmm.
And I repeat, independent of all the rest and necessarily produced as a consequence. Okay, so what else can we get here? Necessary linking up of techniques. Okay, when self-augmentation and monism combine. Okay, let me go to. Yeah, I might have to just go to the text at this point. But yeah, let me read an important quote on page 127 before I do that. He says, the world that technique creates cannot be any other than which was favorable to it from the very beginning. In spite of all the men of goodwill, all the optimists, all the doers of history, the civilizations of the world are being ringed about by a band of steel. We in the West became familiar with this iron constraint in the 19th century. New technique is mechanically reproducing it everywhere as necessary to its existence. What force could prevent technique from so acting or make it otherwise than it is? And then he says technique has progressively mastered all the elements of civilization. Right. He says it's guiding science, economics, politics. Okay. So this is why we're talking about ellul, folks. Okay, check this out from Igor Stravinsky. He writes, "My work is architectonic and not anecdotal, objective construction and not descriptive." He says, "These are the words of a man unconsciously steeped in the technical milieu." Are you saying it's changing art? Okay. This is an important idea. He says, "Man must have nothing decisive to perform in the course of technical operations. After all, he is the source of error. Political technique is still troubled by certain unpredictable phenomenon in spite of all precision of the apparatus and the skill of those involved. But this technique is still in its childhood. In human reactions, however well calculated they may be, a coefficient of elasticity causes imprecision, and imprecision is intolerable to technique. As far as possible, this source of error must be eliminated. Eliminate the individual, and excellent results ensue." Any technical man who is aware of this fact is forced to support the opinions voiced by Robert Junk, which can be summed up thus: the individual is a brake on progress. Or, quote, "considered from the modern technical point of view, man is a useless appendage," unquote. For instance, 10% of all telephone calls are wrong numbers due to human error. Oh, they solved that problem. And then some. An excellent use by man of so perfect an apparatus. Now these statistical operations are carried out by perforated card machines instead of human beings. They have become exact. Machines no longer perform merely gross operations. They perform a whole complex of subtle ones as well. And before long, what with the electronic brain, they will attain an intellectual power which man is incapable. That's on page 137. And he wrote that in 1964. He says, "Thus the great changing of the guard is occurring much more extensively than Jacques de Boyne envisaged some decades ago." He says the leading sociologist of the phenomenon of war concludes that war breaks out in social groups when there is a plethora of young men surpassing the indispensable tasks of the economy. When for one reason or another these men are not employed, they become ready for war. It is the multiplication of men who are excluded from the working class which provokes war. We ought at least to bear this in mind when we boast of continual decrease in human participation in technical operations. However, there are spheres in which it is impossible to eliminate human influence. The autonomy of technique then develops in another direction. Technique is not, for example, autonomous in respect to clock time. Machines like abstract technical laws are subject to the law of speed and coordination, presupposes time adjustment. In the description of the assembly line, Guidian writes, extremely precise timetables guide the automatic cooperation of instruments, which, like the atoms in a planetary system, consist of separate units, but gravitate with respect to each other in obedience to their inherent laws, unquote. The image shows in a remarkable way how technique became simultaneously independent of man and obedient to the chronometer. Technique obeys its own specific laws, as every machine obeys laws. Okay, that's a huge line. Every machine obeys laws. Laws are internal to the system and in no way influenced by external factors. Okay. So, I mean, there's a huge line about the elimination of the individual. Okay, so let me just come to where we're at in the text here. Right? And this is on page 200. Right? He says, mechanical technique supposes a corresponding organization, an organization is the diametrical opposite of free enterprise. And the organizational state of mind is diametrical opposite of the liberal state of mind. Okay, it will doubtless be pointed out by way of refutation that production techniques were developed during the ascendancy of liberalism, which furnished a favorable climate for their development and understood perfectly how to use them. But this is no counterargument. The simple fact is that liberalism permitted the development of its executioner. Exactly as in a healthy tissue, a constituent cell may proliferate and give rise to a fatal cancer. Yeah, blessings, not no. Thank you for watching. So yeah, the elimination of choice and the end of liberalism. Okay, basically forced, sort of imposed socialism. We're not talking about the benevolent, okay, sort of consensual socialistic enterprise in the Talcadian framework. But we're talking about an imposed socialism that's based based out of technical necessity, essentially. Okay. So that's one thing he's talking about. Right. So he so he goes on to say, he says, however, the following question cannot be avoided since technicians establish both norms and details. How is it possible to reconcile production directives, which organize at the summit, with the desires of the workers' cells at the base? Soviet studies maintain that this antinomy can be resolved by so-called production conferences, quote unquote. But what we witness, in fact, is a technical centralization of wages and norms. Particularly instructive and worthy to note is the history of the plan in 1955. Khrushchev, in denouncing the errors of Stalin, declared that until the planning had been bureaucratic, quote unquote, authoritarian, quote unquote, based on mere statistics, quote unquote, and moreover, the plan of 1950 had been fulfilled by only 30% of the enterprises. he said that it was necessary to democratize the plan because the quote unquote active participation of the workers was indispensable. What in fact has been the result of Khrushchev's good intentions. One, the workers have been given latitude to increase the goals set by the plan, but not to decrease them. Two, the workers have had freedom to study ways and means to obtain maximum productivity. Three, a propaganda campaign for increasing productivity has been launched, which has turned out to be the most intensive since the original introduction of the 5-year plans. In this campaign, the slogan is repeated ceaselessly. Quote, the state plan is a law for every enterprise, unquote. Democratic freedom is clearly discernible in all this. The decisive point in the development of these, quote, production conferences, unquote, is the necessity of technical progress. The necessity of technical progress, which may not be held back by desires of the workers. A workers' committee cannot regulate the complexity of technical problems. Moreover, a view of the whole, which the workers certainly cannot have, is necessary in order to unify wages and norms on the plane of the macroeconomy. Without this, social inequality and economic disequilibrium would be inevitable. Along the same line, a stringent control of production tempos and distribution of revenues is mandatory, whatever the efficiency of the plan. Now, it's interesting what he says here. And this is what I'm going to, basically conclude this little section with, is this little thing that he says, right? He says all this leads both for the elaboration of the plan and for its execution to the primacy of technical demands imposed authoritatively on all democratic orientations. All that is demanded of a man who carries out the plan is that he adapt himself to its norms and that he find a stimulus to his productivity in the overfulfillment of these norms. All that can be conceded to him is sufficient time to adapt himself to the norms. To save face, there's endless talk about psychological climate, environment, and socialist rivalry. It suffices for the present to make the following comparison. A soldier who takes part in an attack because he is forced to do so, and a soldier who is moved by a patriotic enthusiasm, do not share the same psychological climate, but both bring themselves to kill in the same way. As far as efficiency and collective results are concerned, the psychological methods have been discovered and elaborated which give the first soldier a belligerence, equivalent to the patriotic ardor of the second. Democracy has nothing to do with the matter. Democracy did not enter either into the theorem conceded by the majority of economists that full employment, which is necessary to the sound development of economic technique, demands an authoritarian method of worker placement. As Forrest T indicates, technique implies a transformation that makes production due to human labor the very foundation of social progress. So that no social progress can occur without transference of the working population. But where is the democratic element in displacing the human beings from his familiar surroundings, separating him from his traditions and from his human and geographic milieu? I know that the uprooting of human beings counts for little in respect to the economic law. And that where economic necessity exists, for example, in the struggle against unemployment, all other human needs are unimportant and must vanish. I'm moreover cognizant of the seeming truth that where there is nothing to eat, there is no longer a stable milieu. This new version of the primum vivere Don't know what that is. Primum vivere in a materialist form is only an apparent truth. But even if it were true, we would have to say that the human being is constrained by economic necessity. And this is the exact opposite of democracy. Okay, he goes on for quite a bit here. Let me actually see how much we have left until we finish this little section. It'll be quite a bit of time until we finish this section. I think we'll have to go and do that on Tuesday. If we don't have a totally different show on Tuesday. Now, I wanted to, actually finish reading the Tao Te Ching from the two different translations that we're reading today, but we've gone way over time, so I don't think I'll be able to do that today. I think we'll only read one chapter, and then we'll move on to next week. Next week, we'll definitely finish that one. So I thought we'd move on to the Shangzhou next week, but yeah, looks like we'll have another week of Crowley and Seraphim Rose. That'll be good because we could do like 4 chapters a piece each day there, so we could get through the book there, right? But yeah, we got a few pages left until we get to the section on the economic man, which is at the end of Technique and the Economy. And then we're going to move on to a new chapter called Technique and the State. There's lots of brilliant reflections there. So I hope you guys appreciated that little 40-minute. I mean, it's not really that little, but yeah, I thought I was going to speak for much less time. But yeah, I went kind of overboard even there. So let me get into the Tao Te Ching. But yeah, here's some music. And yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, blessings. I just appreciate being able to spend time with you. Blessings.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, same here. Yeah, yep. Same here, my friend. Same here, my friend. Yeah, let's check this out. Okay, this one here. Yeah, Spooky Saturday. So, I apologize for the lyrics and the video and all that, but it is what it is. A Spooky Saturday. So yeah, so blessings.
It'll be alright. Look, it's just a little inconvenient. I know how upsetting it is, but it's just a little blood.
Yeah, Giancana. Check it, yo. Nigga, my attitude is often anger. The Boston Strangler, bad decision, a vision of a coffin. I'm danger, hawk of the binger. Stab you with a fork in the finger, stalking a stranger. Focal cords caught on the hanger, that's funny. A dead honeys, I'm Ted Bundy, the threads bummy. Lead dummies make your head runny, the feds want me. I'm John Wilkes Booth when your mom Duke stoop. And I shoot cause your mom spilled soup on a darn silk suit. Got on Vietnam, still boost, the pawn silk dude. Firearm to a Duke shoot, half of her arm pilt loose. I'm the truth, I'm Charlie Manson on Harley's glancing at Holly's mansion. Catch couples at parks be lamping and RVs camping. Watching your bitch undressed down to the bra me panting. What I do when I start advancing is hardly handsome. I'm at game by red stain, this red rain. Machete swing to your neck, bang to your head hang. Desi's bane be a stretched lane when your chest drain. In the wet rain, I dump bodies off in the left lane. I'm Jack the Ripper and fat raps trapping them quicker. Rat in the slippers, decorate her back with the scissors. Like the bitches with Jack Tripper, flat in the figure. Garden tools, the axe and the clippers are actually ripper, nigga. Yeah. From organs, please die.
killing fags like Jeff Dahmer that dress indulgent Gabbana. I'll eat the flesh off your mama just like a possessed piranha. The Unabomber, decapitated eunuch, hack it, blade under my bomber jacket. Bitch, I ejaculate in bombing fluid. Depraved and perverted like David Berkowitz, circa 76. Lurk the city to murk an average working stiff. When I put in savage work, I get stiff. Leave you dead stiff for scavenger birds. The lead fifth will damage you quick. Dark room with amateur pics, daddy-o. Peeping your patterns to formulate my blood splattering patterns left on your patio. John, Lil Wayne, Gacy, killing fat bitches like Macy Gray panicking. Been dressing them up like mannequins in Macy's and Lord and Taylor. I'm the shit, Lord the Impaler. Bedelia, where's my cake, you dirty bitch? The Zodiac killer taking photos on Kodak and send them to Kojak. Load up the Mac, attack a McDonald's and whack you while you eat your Big Mac. You survive, you'll carry around a shit sack. You shit sack into Burger King like Douglas and Click Clack. Richie Cunningham Ramirez, cut you like ham on Christmas, cause you're as queer as Charlie Hunnam was on Queer as Folk. But I'd rather poke Sierra's asshole while she does the two-step on my penis and slit her throat. For the orgasm, she'll spasm all her jizz. It's a cataclysm, give her an anus aneurysm when the gat is shoved in. Cunt, rag. From organs morbid. Please die. Inside your crib, I'm rushing. Destruction. From organs morbid. Please die. Sweet dreams home. Y'all see the line that's drawn between blind man shooting at the world. It's taking toll.
Listen to the music, man. Nothing you can do will help. I'm gonna kill you.
Who's speaking? Hello? Who's speaking?
You can say your prayers.
That was pretty spooky.
Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it! Time to load the clip, then we take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break them some more. I represent the murderers and felony offenders who even buck time out to get these legal tenders. Nah, I'm going out with a bang, nigga. Fuck Pataki, I gotta do my thing, nigga. 44 mag, busting into action. Brains left in particles, fragments and fractions. Grim, the money stacker, heat packer. I'm lurking, I'm waiting, attacking like a linebacker. Fuck what you heard, crime pays in all ways. Unorthodox, I hold my pistol sideways. We kill crews, hearts go numb, and if retaliation comes, then yo, fuck it, it just comes. Yo, who you? I'm Dr. Death, motherfucker, ever heard of me? Close your eyes, cross your fingers, time for surgery. I'm already dead, so nah, you can't murder me, cause quantities of entities enter me evilly. Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it! Time to load the clip, then we take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break them some more. Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it! Time to load the clip, then we take them to war. Niggas wanna flip, then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break them some more. Since I murder for hire, rapid fire's what I require. Making niggas perspire, so send a message through the wire. Cause violence is contagious, it got me busting gauges. The 95 Larry Davis and I'm wetting niggas for wages. Queens is the home of one, the known felon. And it ain't no telling when I'ma crack your fucking melon. For the right amount of chips, I spit clips and hit whips, leaving niggas bloody. The leather seats is where the shit drips. With the pound 7, I be creeping, rocking niggas while they sleeping. Shots repeating, me
leaving faggot niggas leaking. When I cock back the iron, niggas is dying, marching to Zion, cause the pound cake roars like a lion. Work, son, niggas be collapsing, cause my weapons is ready for action, making your heart catch contractions. In the underworld, shooting gallery, niggas lose calories, cause my salary's based on fatality.
Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it! Time to load the clip, then we take them to war.
Niggas wanna flip,
then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break him some more. Shit ain't never gonna change. Fuck it! Time to load the clip, then we take them to war.
Niggas wanna flip,
then we take them to war. Break a nigga proper, then we break him some more. Here I come to get some motherfucking wreck, but first I gotta unvest, check, uncheck, clip one check, clip two check, I'm set. So let a motherfucker move a muscle when I tussle. They'll be piecing niggas back like fucking puzzles. Cause Gucci rappers known for bringing mad noise. I'm bad boy when I was younger, always carry guns, I never had toys grip. Give me the infrared and send me in. I'm putting red dots on niggas' foreheads and making motherfuckers Indian. You got beef? Go get yourself a reef because it's murder. Cause I put holes in my beef like fucking White Castle burgers. So now I got to run up on a clown with the 4-pound cock back, rock black, gun a nigga down. I see him, he's coming out the fucking Coliseum and hopped into a BM. Shit. Put in my clip and then I dipped into the ride that my man had parked on the sidewalk. Then we start to glide. I'm raining on him.
Faster, nigga.
Oh yeah, we gaining on him.
Oh shit, he's with somebody else.
Fucking put his brain on him. Boom, boom. No survivors lifted the nigga out of seat. When they find him, he'll be a backseat driver. But I ain't finished with the trigger yet. I'm lighting up a cigarette. Bang, bang. I left the other nigga wet. It's G-Rap, baby. You know me. You try to hurt this. I split your fucking top and leave a fingerprint on purpose.
Oh, where are we at? The Dao De Ching. Press this button here.
Press the button.
And yeah, we went through the famous chapter 71. You know, 71. Or is it? Yeah, 71. That's talking about knowing your own ignorance. Right? And it says ignoring knowledge is a sickness, right? But knowing one's own ignorance, right? That's how to be healed of the sickness, right? So it's interesting. And so yeah, we're gonna go with Crowley first. He has more sort of direct translation, right? But his ideas are not really expanding on, you know, what it's saying. But of course, as we heard from our friend Twilight, son of Lilith, he said that he actually saw the Tao or Chinese philosophy as one of the main, philosophies. That he thought was really, comes to the surface of, those important ideas. And of course, Chinese philosophy, Indian philosophy, right? Arab philosophy, right? There's Slavic philosophers. Okay, it's not just it's not just Greeks and then Europeans, right? For sure. Right, there's Persian philosophers, right? Even the Greeks were basically influenced by philosophers from outside of Greece, right? The Milesian Monists, right? And I don't think that place where Parmenides and Heraclitus and all those people were from was Greece, right? They're like from places like Italy and Turkey and stuff, right? So it's interesting. But yeah, basically the occultists like Crowley, he basically knew that, right? He knew that, like philosophy is much older than Greece. Okay, that it's usually like the Persians or the Chinese or somebody else, like Africans or Egyptians or somebody
100%.
else. That actually started it, right? So, you know, they were very aware of that fact. But he said, so, talk about knowing your own ignorance. I mean, and they found out that, actually, they said that the Hermetic corpus was older than Plato. I mean, and Moses, right? And then they found out that it was a result of both of those guys. I mean, essentially, right? A combination of, those guys, essentially. I mean, so as they say, it's hidden in plain sight. Okay, but anyways, this is, when men fear not that which is to be feared, that which they fear cometh upon them. Okay? That means that when they're not in awe of those things that, they should be in awe of, right? They're disenchanted hordes. Okay? And, obviously that's not good, right? The process of massification is not good, right? It's depersonalizing. Right? People have no wonder, no sense of wonder. They're not in awe of anything. They're not surprised by anything. You got a bunch of clever people. It's going to be hard to control. They're always out for themselves. I mean, what can you do with people like that? Can't teach them anything. He says, let them not live without thought, the superficial life. Let them not weary of the spring of life. Right? What serves life? By avoiding the superficial life, this weariness cometh not upon them. Right? These things the wise man knoweth, not showeth. He loveth himself. Without isolating his value. Wow. Think of that. Without isolating his value. That ties back to what Skolmowski was saying, really. Right? He loveth himself without isolating his value. He accepteth the former and rejecteth the latter. Okay, let's go to Seraphim Rose.
It's important to pay attention to he accepteth the former and rejecteth the latter. What is he referencing here? I believe it's the feminine principle and somewhat like active passivity as opposed to the masculine principle or interference.
Yeah. Yeah, active passivity, active resistance. Doing, not doing. Way, woo, way.
There it is there.
So it's actively negating. Right. Yeah. It's the real deal. Like Lao Tzu says, he says, under heaven there is nothing higher than restraint. You know. 72. His concern is not with the ideas of men. Oh, yeah. Nor with their classes or states or nations or warring factions. Nor with what they called their rights. These pass from day to day like clouds. Many say that he wishes us to be happy. Then try to make him what they want him to be. That's actually true. A lot of people they try to fit the world to their ideas. They're Procrustes. Okay, disinterested idealism. Instead of this idea that Lao Tzu's putting forward, which is like non-mediated, action, without needing a response. I mean, really. Yeah, now he's saying that people who try to seek fake ways of happiness, right? That's not real. Right? Based on all these things, right? Classes, states, nations, warring factions, ideas. Right? Which is really just based on knowledge, right? Right? Accumulating knowledge and thinking that that's going to save you. And they base their happiness on those things. For that happiness is not real, but a dream. It too is like clouds. Clouds that change shape and vanish in the air. Who remembers yesterday's clouds? Right? They can't even. They can't predict the clouds, right? They can't measure the rain, right? Who remembers yesterday's clouds? Beneath the clouds is the ground we call sorrow. The sorrow is our earth, the dust of the ground, the very substance of life. Recall the previous chapter, right? About the necessity of pain, right? But the sort of irregularity and unnecessary nature of pleasure itself, right? So he's saying from sacrifice comes everlasting life, right? It's the very substance of life, right? Unlike the clouds, right? It's solid and firm. Right? Unlike what most people base their, happiness on, things that are impermanent, right? He says, beneath the earth are hidden reservoirs of water, and this water we call joy. Right? Remember the entire thing, right? The rain, right? And the clouds being the temporal happiness. Right? And that's related to the earth, which is the ground, which is the substance of life, but it's also based on work and toil and pain, right? And then beneath it, there's water that you don't have to work for, right? The springs, right? That's not based on the passage of time. It's always been there, right? Right? Stillness, right? This water we call joy. A joy deeper than the happiness of the clouds. But this water may not come to the surface of its own accord. Therefore, one must labor to dig the ground of sorrow in order to tap it. Oh, that wasn't even on the screen the whole time. Whoops.
I was kind of wondering if you switched to Seraphim Rose's translation or.
Wow. Well,
I
let's
was a little
slowly.
confused.
Let's just slowly scroll through that, I guess. Good Lord. How stupid was that? But yeah, 72. There it is. First part. And the second part. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to and read it over yourself. And there it is, folks. And sayonara. And have a great night. Blessings and peace be with all of you. We still have another segment of the show, and that is the transhumanism, where we look at Derrick Jensen, the little presentation he's giving, right? And of course, he's like sort of liberal, sort of effeminate. I understand all of that, right? So I'm not doing it to promote any of that. It's just the ideas that he's putting forward about technological society. And of course, we have lots of eclectic viewpoints here, right? End Game by Derrick Jensen. Okay, and we're going to look at some of his reading too. Again, of course, he's a very important writer. Okay, that's cueing people into some of the stuff that's going on here. So let's take a look at some of what he's got to say and see what we can glean from what he's saying. We're sort of going over some of this before we move back to Uncle Teddy and look at his response to Kurzweil, right? We're looking at more of a practical look at these issues. And of course, we're looking at Techie's wet dream and all of that, right? So we'll see where we get to, folks.
For 12,500 years in relatively steady state. And part of the reason is because they had an intimate relationship with their land base, and they would perceive damage to the land base as damage. And if perhaps they start to have too many babies, well, let's cut back. And I mean, you would think, let's just think about this. What happens if you have a culture where somebody writes a book, and in this book, they tell people to go forth and multiply, and this book becomes a really big bestseller? That's going to affect family.
Sad trombone.
And also, I need to say this too, that there were in native North America.
Right, he's already off to like a terrible start. But I guess I'm going to defend his little point. And I already see there's people just leaving the stream, the minute I put this on. But the fact is that, right, he's talking about societies that are based on natural forms of organization, right, rather than ones that are imposed by, technological economic systems, right, that are basically have to work with state planning, right? So what he's saying is that, those, natural forms of organization, right, people had to consider how much impact they're having on the land, right? Where with the technical technical forms of organization, right, you don't have to pay as much attention to those same factors, right? So the toll on the humans, the tolls on the environment, right, as we looked at with the ellul, right, made many brilliant points, right, looking at how, the humans have less impact, right, in a technological scenario. Okay, human choices have less impact, for example, right? So he's saying that, in a natural form of organization, right, it would immediately occur to the people who are living in that form of organization that they shouldn't, totally decimate their environment, right? But since our society is not based on that, right, we have very little regard for that sort of thing, right? So the land, okay, and the environment, even though they are part of the resource, and they're a public resource, right? They belong to everyone, as we'll look at in the next paper, right? The state is constantly selling them out to private interests, right? And then, basically destroying that land, right? And the people don't have any say in how the land is used, right? Even though everyone is affected, everybody has to pay the price for it, right? So the way that we treat the land as if it's just a resource, okay, for our technological society to function, it may not be such a good idea for future generations. And yet, if you try to, sell this brutal reality to people, right, they'll pretty much laugh at you, right? They'll laugh you out of the room, right? They'll say, what? You don't like money? You don't like things? Right? Get a job, hippie, right? But yeah, it's all very true, right? It's not about hippies or loving trees or anything like that. It's about the future generations, and if they'll have anything left, and if they'll be actually functioning based off of total technological socialism, right? Or if they'll actually have choices that they can make about bettering their future and their society.
Benevolent socialism, right?
Exactly. That's what's on the table. But yeah, I don't agree with him that it's the Bible that caused that. I mean, that's totally ridiculous. Come on, dude. I don't even have time to get into how ridiculous that is, but yeah.
America, there were about 2.
But okay, now first of all, that be fruitful and multiply. All right, that's like, come on, dude. Are you kidding me? That's like King James translation, dude. So you got to be more critical than that, right? But yeah. It also says we're stewards of the earth, right? That we should take care of the earth and all that stuff. And how come, all those Christian people weren't for centuries, saying we should build huge machines and destroy destroy the environment and go move to Mars and all that stuff, right? They weren't saying that, right? So this is a totally different order, right? And of course, we have to remember, ellul was a Christian, right? So and I'm not like a huge defender of Christianity. I'm actually like one of the huge critics of Christianity in this experience, as it were. All right. But when there's bigger fish to fry, there's bigger fish to fry. Right. You know what I mean? Right. So that's the facts. But yeah, these guys, I mean, obviously there's a few people who draw that conclusion. Right. I think it's overly simplistic, but there is some truth to it, as we looked at before, right? With all those crazy guys, right? Aquinas and Maimonides and all those guys. Right?
50 different plants that were used as contraceptives and abortifactants by the women, and the decisions to use those were made by women. Bunch of fucking primitives. And yeah, imagine that. And I gotta tell you the story too. This is so cool. Is back at one point, a bunch of male anthropologists went out, and anthropologists like exclusively male at one point, and a bunch of anthropologists went out, and they were trying to find out what indigenous peoples would use for contraceptive, and they would go talk to the men, because of course the men are the only ones we're talking to, and they say, so how do you not make babies? And they're like,
by the way, why are the anthropologists so interested in that with the indigenous people, right? It wouldn't be because those anthropologists were really interested in eugenics. Would it be?
Oh, absolutely. Fundamentally, that's what they were up to and are still up to. I mean, we need look no further than old Willie Waits.
Yeah, so somehow Mr. Anti-technology doesn't understand that aspect of things. Good Lord, man. Oh my God, the crowd is unbearable.
That is a really good question. And so a lot of the anthropologists were saying, indigenous people don't know where babies come from. And then when women started getting into anthropology,
Wait, you got to keep in mind they paid to be
to
there.
the indigenous peoples,
Right.
and they would talk to the women, and they would say, how do you not get pregnant? And the woman would say, oh, if you take this certain route when you're 16, then you're sterile for 5 years, and when then when you're 20, then you have to do this and this. And the men are like, really? I had no idea. I want to say one more thing about population, which is that the whole thing about making a wall down in Mexico or down at the border of Mexico, and how we need to stop all those Mexicans from coming up and the Central Americans and the
Ooh, this is really not going to be popular.
and the Nicaragüens or whatever their names are.
Definitely not.
I have to say that I am actually strongly in favor of closing the border to Mexico on one condition, which is that if you close it to people, you close it to the movement of resources as well.
Whoa, plot twist. He's based.
Was not expecting that.
Yeah, that's
not
a
on my
plot twist.
bingo card.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. To all the Republicrats. Shout out.
And
Make
people
America
clapping.
Yeah, make America J again.
Bringing down civilization, when I talk about that, it's not a monolithic act. It's a billion different acts done by a billion different people. And part of my definition,
That's
my
true.
definition of bringing down civilization is depriving the rich of the ability to steal from the poor and depriving the powerful of the ability to destroy the world. Okay, that's nice, Derek, but
It's a
that's an
tall
awful fact.
order.
There are people who are dependent upon this social system, which is killing the planet.
But he's making an interesting point. It's like, what if, the only, in this way, destroying things is helping people. He's saying because people, are dependent on forms of corruption. So yeah, he's making a wild point there, right? And of course, we do not give any revolutionary maxims or legal advice, and of course, we don't give any medical advice. We're not affiliated with any groups of leftists or revolutionaries or MAGA people or any of those types of people. Or any of the groups online. I'm actually proud to say that this show is completely created by me. Okay, $20, microphone, okay, and a screen recorder from a defunct video editing program, which I do not know how to use, which I bought for my baby brother, who no longer helps me in anything I do. Right, but yeah, I used to have lots of help from my family and lots of other people, but no longer am I actually assisted by anyone. Right, so yeah, this is just one man. Right, we are studying things for knowledge, okay, and for conversations on society and the fate of human civilization, and to prevent human beings being combined with machines, which we think is around the corner. Okay, whether or not you think that it's humans controlling the technology or technology controlling the humans. Okay, that's a whole separate order of business that we've attempted to educate midwits on many aspects of that idea, both here and in the comment section of other videos and all around, really. Okay. But yeah, we're continuing on here. Blessings, folks.
Yeah, blessings.
I mean, that's part of the problem.
Most people are NPC like and serving the machine, just carrying it around. The few are alleviated from that burden and chilling. So blessings for that, and thank you for your service to humanity. It's a big deal, you know. A lot of people overlook it, but yeah, I'm here for it. And so blessings, Lone Wolf, TML.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Blessings.
Totally.
Is that just like any good abusive situation, we have been made dependent upon the very system that's exploiting us. And been made dependent upon problem is that just like any good abusive
He's right,
situation,
though.
we have been made dependent upon the very system that's exploiting us.
Oh yeah,
Any
that was a banger.
which is killing the planet.
That was true facts.
I mean, that's part of the problem, is that just like any good abusive situation, we have been made dependent upon the very system that's exploiting us.
That's right. You the hoe.
There's a person who puts it into analogy of, it's like, okay, on one hand, you get your government check every month and you go on living your life, and the opposite would be to do the right thing and not taking the check, but having the corrupt system be taken down. Would you push that button? And people in the audience, there was like pretty much nobody in the audience would. They would all take the government check. They just want to keep the status quo. Like an illustration / test, and most people pretty much failed the test. They would not get rid of the corrupt system.
Wild.
I'm pretty much paraphrasing, but that's the gist of it.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, the joke's gonna be on you guys. You know, laugh now, cry later. I mean, the thing is that you know, the people who see the problems, they're built to last, right? So you know, definitely huge warning to the people, you know, who think that you can take the easy way out. I mean, is what I'll say.
And part of the reason that we don't fight back more is because if your experience is that your water comes from a tap and that your food comes from a grocery store, not your head, not your heart, but your experience, if that's your experience, you will fight to the death to defend that system that brings you your food and water, because your life depends on it. And similarly, if your water comes from a river and your food comes from a land base, people used to drink out of rivers, how quaint is that? If your experience is that your water comes from a river and that your food comes from a land base, you will fight to the death to defend that because your life depends on it. But we have all been so made dependent on this system, and it becomes really problematical. It's very nice.
That is a huge point, right? It's not what you're living for, right? It's how you live. I mean, that's what the human beings have been reduced to, right? So, so yeah, that's a huge important point, right? What allows you to survive, right, is what you'll fight to defend, right? Water no get enemy. It's interesting.
Nice, Derrick. But what are you going to do about this? Anyway, back to the original thing, that taking down civilization is not a monolithic act. It's a billion different acts with a billion different moralities. And so, for example, I don't care what your motivation is. If you blow up a children's hospital, that is an atrocity. I don't care if you're an anarcho-primitivist or if you're a member of the U.S. military. That's just bad. There's no way you can make a moral case.
Or an Israeli.
Oh, if you're bringing freedom and democracy to a country. Which, by the way, I figured out how to listen to George Bush's speech without going insane. Well, turn off the volume for one thing. But if you're not going to do that, another way to do it that actually makes everything perfectly clear is just do a word substitution. And I came up with this idea.
Remember? Yeah, it was crazy, man. At this time, George Bush and all that stuff. Yeah, it was actually cool to be a leftist. You guys remember that? It was so weird, man.
Yeah.
So weird, man. And now they've totally shifted to the other way. All right, so something ghoulish has happened, right? That everybody in those times warned about, right? The ideological shift and how people can be manipulated, and and yeah, they made resistance to, the system or whatever, a leftist thing, and then they changed it to a conservative thing. And they changed those same guys like 2 years later into supporting the system. It's like crazy stuff, right? And everybody was like, they were like, oh yeah, this is all organic for sure.
Social engineering.
Yeah. Good Lord. On an unprecedented scale. Right? And what did they have during George Bush's time that just came out? Oh yeah, the cell phones. Crazy, man. I mean, crazy. I remember I was in middle school, when 9/11 happened. And I remember I did not have a cell phone, but a lot of the kids at school did. And I had to use the school phone to call somebody to pick me up or whatever. And, but yeah, interesting.
I didn't have a phone either.
Yeah, I didn't get one until high school.
When they did the whole freedom fries thing, when they changed French fries to freedom fries, it's great. All you do is word for word substitution. Every time George Bush says the word freedom, substitute the word fascism. Every time he says the word democracy, substitute the word corporate control. So we're bringing freedom and democracy to Iraq. Damn straight. Oh, I want to say something else too, and we're going to get back to the other, don't worry. And everybody in here, of course, by now certainly knows why my books are written in nonlinear fashion. Anyway, this whole we thing, we're bringing freedom and democracy to Iraq is just so weird, because one of the things I think we really need to do is break that identification with the system and with those in power. But it's like this friend of mine called me up not very long ago, and she said, how much longer do you think we're going to be in Iraq? And I said, we're in Iraq? Oh my God, I thought we were in Northern California. And she's like, okay.
Sheesh.
How much longer do you think our troops are going to be in Iraq? I said, I got troops? Holy shit, will they do what I tell them? If I tell them take out the Grand Coulee, will they do it? And he's like, Derrick,
yeah, it's pretty cringe.
Call you once every 6 weeks.
Yeah, he's cringing it up out here. He's queefing it up. He's heavy queefing out here.
Anyway, so I don't care what your motivation is. You cannot make a moral case for blowing up a children's hospital. That's just an atrocity.
The hell?
What is this crowd? Is this crowd like... what
Bunch
the
of
hell?
Psychos.
Yeah, they're like psychopaths. They're like literal, like... They're all on pills. Like, it's insane, man. We need this crowd at all of the Machine Live shows. I mean...
I have to admit that line has never before gotten a joke or laugh.
Yeah, that's because...
I'm sorry? Okay. Right. Well, but see, you can't make a moral case. Well, except if you're bringing freedom and.
See, did you hear that? That was definitely a doped up white lady. I mean, but yeah, I mean,
The point, insofar as there is one, is that we can make up any hypothetical case we want to keep us from ever doing anything. And the truth is, once again, that on a real fundamental level, you can't make a moral case against taking out cell phone towers. Okay, that's nice, Derrick, but the truth is that when this culture falls apart, as this culture falls apart, a lot of people are going to die. Psych. Okay. My next answer is, who are we talking about? If we're talking about salmon people, they're like, bring that fucker down. Talking about polar bear people, they're like, yep. Prairie dog people, they're like, yep, yep, yep. What about subsistence farmers? Subsistence farmers around the world. It's like I asked my friend Anuradha Mittal, former executive director of Food First, if the people of India would be better off if the global economy disappeared tomorrow. And she said, of course. And some of the examples she gave is there are former granaries of India that are now exporting dog food and tulips to Europe. So there are people who are starving to death right now because where they used to get their food is now making cash crops. And of course, this happens the world over. So it depends who we're talking about. You know, it's like the indigenous people, the traditional indigenous people around the world would be better off immediately. The subsistence farmers, better off immediately. The landless being forced off their land, better off immediately. Rural poor, the world over, better off immediately. I'm just like, what is it? I'm going to make up this number, but it's like 30% of the people in the world have no access, have like never used electricity. It's some fairly high percentage, 30, 40%, something like that. I mean, so they're not going to be bothered one bit by the removal of the electrical infrastructure. So the rural poor, many of them would be better off immediately. The urban poor would be, well, the urban rich actually would be, I'm sorry, the rural poor would be better off immediately. The rural rich would be fine. They're going to have guns anyway. The urban poor are fucked. Well, in one sense, they would be in really bad, and of course in the long run they'd be better off because the system that's exploiting them would be gone, but in the short run they'd be really, really bad because the food is coming in to the city. But on the other hand,
Yep.
you want to talk about instant land
yeah. So okay, so these end game scenarios are extremely important, right? They help you test the health of a civilization and the various factors where it could have like weak points, and maybe strengthen those points, right? But obviously, technological civilization, right, it does have weak points, right? One of the weak points is technical necessity, right? And the lack of individuals' ability to influence that, right? So the system is not based off of individuals making decisions, right? But based on a form of technical necessity that is then organizing, the human element and making it easier to predict, right? So yeah, so we're gonna move to how that affects the forest and land management, which is a critical issue, right? Which obviously, we could talk about it in ethereal sense, right? Us being separated from nature, but obviously it has practical implications, right? It means us not being able to influence or not being able to influence huge changes, right? Like deforestation, right? That is controlled by large groups, right? And affects individuals, right? So, it's the effect of technical necessity. And of course, This is for all the panels in the area, the clout apocalypse, right? We're gunning them down. Blessings. Coming to a theater near you. But yeah, blessings. We'll be back in a few minutes here with a reading from Strangely Like War by Derrick Jensen. But yeah, we definitely appreciate you guys for watching because we got tons of new people out here today. And I greatly appreciate you guys. And of course we'll have expansion of lots of material Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Saturday night. Blessings. And of course, Saturday we have a promotional stream, Spooky Saturday. Blessings, guys.
Yeah, darkness. Let's fucking go. Hey, yo, check it on. Snipers on the roof, vipers in the room, feelings of death. Watch the Grim Reaper bloom. Grim Reaper out his tomb. Voluptuous sounds of doom. Voluptuous clouds that gloom. Ruptures in the roots. Yggdrasil. For wisdom, one must know how to move the well of Mimir. Not many can walk in these shoes. The wolf is Fenrir. Not many can rhyme against the tooth. Wisdom is for fools, knowledge is for ghouls. This world is just for the mules. This world is just a tool. Like the piece when it fires, leaves blood in pools, leaves thugs with no jewels. The art is criminal, the thug is traveling a risky road, drinking mead while whistling for hoes. Nah, fuck it, I'm rhyming while preparing product on the stove. Darkness, yeah, let's go. Welcome to the cloud apocalypse. There's a lot of fight in this kid. Welcome to the clout Armageddon. There's a lot of clips in this bitch. Welcome to the final bout. We about to unload this trick. Darkness. Knowledge is power. The knowledge they bring is foul. This is knowledge for those that have witnessed the hour. A rare breed with rare rhymes. I did fair time. The sheep desire to stay blind. I told my comrades, don't fall for vain eyes. I told my comrades, don't fall for stage lies. Say it with pride. I ride, they die. The Black Panther, I side with the dark. The covenant in the ark. Heaven is just the abstinence from being a bitch. Nobody bark. Everybody hush, they look up to no art. A fake renaissance, they dressed it up. Used the underground from the start. Lit a fire, burned it out. Lit a pyre, burned it for clout. Who's this about? Nobody specific. Every rapper, cause to me they're all targets. Fuck your favorite. Welcome to the cloud apocalypse, bitch. Darkness.
I can hear the scratch of rat claws within the stone wall.
Welcome to the cloud apocalypse. There's a lot of fight in this kid. Welcome to the clout Armageddon. There's a lot of clips in this bitch. Welcome to the final bout. We about to unload this trick. Darkness.
Blessings. And yeah, here is a concluding reading here. And of course we'll continue this next time. I greatly appreciate you guys. Don't know if we're getting canceled here or what. You know, But yeah, let me go ahead and scrub through that, see if I was taken off. Nope. Yeah, looks like that video went through or whatever. I mean, sometimes those animes get you caught up. Say stream unavailable. So yeah. So yeah, let's move on here. I mean, so he was saying if we had to describe the pathology of our culture in a nutshell, that might be it. Our economic system rewards destructive behavior, he says. He says there's one night you'll never forget. He said about 1:30 in the morning, clear, bright stars punctured the sky. The cold so sharp it pierced my cheekbones. I'd been tearing apart an EA. I think that's environmental assessment, right? And there's EIS, environmental impact statement. Since 6 o'clock that evening, and I knew I had to quit when I saw a chart on page 175 with the caption stating that it was identical to one on page 43. Reproduce here only for readers' ease. But the charts were different. They were being used to make different points. The chart on page 43 was supposed to show how few cutthroat trout were in stream. And on page 175 was supposed to show the opposite. The authors had made up different charts and different underlying data to make their different points. I threw the EA across the room, put on my coat, and stalked into the cold. I walked long enough through the night air trying to unlock my brain, get it to stop spinning in fast, tight circles that were making me ill and tired. I wanted to quit, not just for the night, but forever. I did not want to submit myself to this abuse, but I knew I couldn't do that. That's what they wanted, to wear us down with their lies. I wasn't going to let that happen. We often received late night calls from dissident Forest Service personnel. Someone might call from what sounded like a payphone, not give a name, and say, look very carefully at page 57. Whatever you do, don't forget to notice the lack of analysis of the effects of this timber sale on both goshawks and the Thompson's big-eared bats. Then the person would hang up. We'd write the appeals and send them, oddly enough, back to the same people who signed them. In the first place, they would, of course, deny the appeal, and we would appeal their denial to their supervisor, who would, of course, then deny our appeal. We'd play this game all the way up the line until someone finally granted the appeal. Or we took them to court. Sometimes we couldn't take them to court because we didn't have the money to throw at an attorney, but fortunately, there were a fair number of attorneys willing to help us fight these battles, often for free or on the cheap. But as is always the case when attempting to stop our culture from destroying some part of wild nature, all losses are permanent. All victories temporary. Winning a timber sale appeal doesn't mean stopping a timber sale. It doesn't mean protecting a piece of ground. It means protecting a piece of ground for a year or two. Then it takes the time for the Forest Service to write up another environmental assessment. This time, trying harder to bamboozle us. The score today is that less than 5% of the ancient forest in the United States remains. So the result has been almost total loss. Despite the fact that the whole system is rigged in favor of deforestation, a bunch of us were able to use the system's own rigged rules to stop, for a while, most of the illegal logging on national forests of our region. Because nearly all commercial logging on public lands violates environmental protection laws, this means we stop nearly all commercial logging on these forests. Activists across the country use similar tactics with similar success to try to enforce the law and protect the forests. The response by our local Forest Service was to hire scores of new employees. Were these new hires biologists, botanists, hydrologists? An anthropologist brought on in an attempt to better understand forests? No. They hired one timber sale planner, and all the rest were technical writers directed to produce slicker documents. The response nationally was rather more severe. And is what helped me learn how unwaveringly committed to the destruction of the planet our culture is. The timber industry, politicians, and corporate media launched a massive propaganda campaign. This in itself is nothing new. It's what they all do. But they took the momentum we gained in our descriptions of devastated forests and inverted it to declare the forests are suffering a major health crisis, so we need to move quickly to cut them down. Stop, reread their declaration, read it again. I've read that or similar lines too many times and they still make no sense. But that's one of the advantages of wielding the sort of totalitarian power held by the government corporate interlock. While it's certainly more convenient for them to carry out their preferred alternative, quote unquote, without too much public resistance, public assent to their goals is ultimately incidental. Anytime the public finds a new way to meaningfully participate in decisions concerning its own land base, as we did with the appeals process, they simply change the rules. Almost any excuse will serve to allow them to sever public participation in the process. And we've seen time and time again on issue after issue, when the corporate press publishes absurdities often enough, the absurdities begin to seem palatable to some, confusing to others, and discouraging to still others. As long as it paralyzes the public, the corporations win. 95% of the old growth is gone. They're getting away with cutting the rest. So in 1995, Congress passed the Democratic. President Clinton signed what is known as the salvage rider, which stated that the quickly worsening health of the forest demanded immediate action. Therefore, any timber sale from the Forest Service or Bureau of Land Management declared necessary to improve forest health would be exempt from all environmental laws. The salvage rider contained something called, quote unquote, sufficiency language, a magical phrase meaning no appeals or other legal challenges are allowed. Public participation is explicitly prohibited. Of course. Can you guess what happened? The Forest Service or Bureau of Land Management predictably declared nearly every timber sale to be necessary for forest health. It was a chainsaw massacre. Ancient forests fell everywhere. In my corner of the world, every one of the thousands upon thousands of acres I had worked to save, every acre. He uses some colorful language. He says goddamn and fucking and all sorts of things.
Sheesh.
And he says it was a beautiful, vibrant, stunning, gracious, wise, living acre of ancient forest. clear cut over the next 2 years. I did not have the courage to return to many of those places. I could not have borne to see them destroyed. Others I go to see and walk the moonscapes that until recently had been living vibrant forests. It is not an experience I look forward to repeating. Though, of course, it is an experience shared by all of us who love wild places, who are facing down the deforesters. This is how our political system works. Choose your own equivalent example. There are myriad. This is why the system must go, he says. Now, I'm going to read this last paragraph and then we'll move on. In one sense, the whole salvage hoax was unbearably stupid. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that if any of the logging had been truly necessary to improve the health of the forest, health that was already being damaged by, you guessed it, logging, there would have been absolutely no reason to exempt it from environmental laws. In another sense, the hoax was pretty clever in that it took genuine fear and turned the cause on its head. How about that? That's the standard practice in propaganda, he says. You try to make something out of nothing because then your lies. No, I'm sorry. He says you don't try to make something out of nothing, right? Because then your lies have no energy, right? Instead, you rechannel existing energy, fear, desire, anger, whatever, towards your own ends, your preferred alternative. Those in the U.S. military-industrial complex twisted people's real desire for security into a military machine designed to achieve, according to the military's own Joint Vision 2020 statement of purpose, quote, full spectrum domination, unquote. Those in the timber political complex turn the energy from our efforts to halt deforestation back against us, or rather against the forests, with the forest health scam and subsequent salvage rider. So another great decision by Bill Clinton. Thanks a lot. There, buddy. And of course, he was very well liked, right? It doesn't matter if a president is liked or not liked by the public until they figure out years later how much damage they actually did.
Yeah, they're going to do whatever the fuck they want, no matter who says what.
Yeah, you got this guy, Bush, he's unpopular. You got this guy, Clinton, he's popular. Both of them, terrible. Made terrible decisions. One of them, had the Jays listening to all of his relations with some woman. Crazy, man. But yeah, man, it's wild stuff. They totally pimped out this country. They totally pimped out all of the forest wildlife. Okay, and of course, who are they? Well,
Yeah,
they
and
are
just
the people.
for perspective, they moved in on my land in Tennessee, very small plot, 6 acres, had a natural spring on it, and they redirected it via like culverts and reconditioning of the environment and ran a power line right through the middle of my land just in order to step on my natural spring. So yeah, it shows the kind of shit they do. Just facts.
Oh yeah. I got a lot more stuff that I'm gonna bring to you guys about the foundations of occultism, the foundations of the technological society, the foundation of the symbolic framework of man. Okay, based in this architectonic semblance. Okay, and we're actually looking at different ideas. Okay, in the Tao Te Ching. And we're doing a little special on Eastern philosophy. We're going to be looking at the Abhidharma system, also Zen philosophy, and different systems within Buddhist philosophy, even theosophical concepts and ideas, right? And later developments, Krishnamurti. So yeah, we're doing different coverage in terms of Eastern and Western philosophy, right? And looking at the world system and how it came into fruition. And yeah, exactly. F the system. Name isn't important. Peace be with you. Blessings. And yeah, I've gone way over time, maybe 3 hours over. And we actually had a critical discussions almost the entire time. It was really just 30 minutes of messing around with DK in the middle of the stream that was really a lot of fun. I think Frank was having a lot of fun. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. Peace to DK, and yeah, all the people that were there, to witness. There's still 17 people here. I greatly appreciate you guys. And of course, we have more show. I have some critical reflections. Okay, from a show we did earlier. Okay, so I'll play a couple hours of a show we did on Neurojack. Okay, and I'll also play a little hour of a Talcott show, right? I was recently on Talcott's show. Actually, not recently. That was like maybe a couple months ago at this point, maybe. Right, but I'll play a little. I haven't seen him for a while, and I haven't appeared there for a while. He hasn't done his show for a while. And yeah, this was a pretty good appearance. I talked about some pretty interesting things on this appearance, so I might relate to some of the things we talked about. Who knows? But yeah, I greatly appreciate your time. To my friends Frank and Reddington, would you guys like to say anything to these people?
I would absolutely. Make sure y'all good looking motherfuckers always tune in for the Machine Lies. I do it throughout the day, my work week. You guys know I'm an academic individual, and I spend like anywhere from 60 to 80 hours a week at the academy, teaching classes and trying to make the money for the house and the family. But I take very little. And I can appreciate your stance, TML, like blessings to you. Absolutely. Like you come from a foundation of understanding and humility that rivals even the lesser gods, right? I won't say the big man himself, but definitely you've leveled up on the hierarchy to the extent that you're bringing forth truth and reflection on things that matter. And very few people do this. And yeah. You become an elite in and amongst yourself when you do that. And so with that good magic, man, all I can say is thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your benevolence and your blessings that you bring to the people and the transmission of the message. Yeah, so thank you for that.
Yeah, blessings, brother. I greatly appreciate that. I think, definitely if, because they are creating they'll produce professionally bad entertainment and make it look like it's done like as a fluke, right? So they're producing both professionally produced stuff that's actually pretty good, right? And then also just troves of just junk, right? So if we don't actually produce our own entertainment and we produce comparable materials in terms of educational material for free, there will be no way to counteract the damage that's being done on a wide scale, right? So I implore people to actually, think about, expanding this, either, if you can't do it yourself, maybe just make copies of these videos. Right. But yeah, definitely there's a need to spread this type of thing around. So I greatly appreciate you guys. And yeah, how about you, Reddington, my friend? Yeah, did I finally, knock out Red this time?
Yeah, seems he might,
first time.
Stone might have taken a smoke break. He's on a smoko.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. He's on the smoke break. But yeah, blessings
Good
to
magic.
Reddington. Yeah, of course, I greatly appreciate you. Straight up the co-host of the show at this point, right? So yeah, Reddington is an OG. The philosopher is lost in the linguist. Do not seek the treasure. Sad trombone. I mean, it is what it is, man. I love this
much
guy.
love. Whenever it's a triangulation, we seem to get deeper into the truth, which scares the masses.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's been, we went way overboard today. And of course, Reddington's been, rocking the entire time. So I greatly appreciate this guy. A straight up genius. So yeah, Reddington, one of the greatest friends I have out here. Blessings to Red and all the people that are here. You can't kill what you can't see. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And yeah, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. This has been, the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, you guys already know what it is. And yeah, we'll be back soon. Holy smokes, that was exactly 9 hours. Mark. That's pretty epic.
Good. Yeah, good God in heaven, right?
That was pretty epic right there. But yeah, have a blessed day, guys. Blessings.
I came to this earth in the form of a raindrop, 1 out of 7 million, so how'd I make it to this spot? In an unorthodox world that I can't fully touch. Through the clearness of one eye, my visions are corrupt. Think I landed in the forest of Coldwater, Michigan. Used to shine down on humans like lost friends, evolving from a dreary place to the earth's dreary face. Teary lace, can barely see over the grass blades. Cracked ashtrays, polluted pathways of the mid. Chunks of tree bark missing from shotgun slugs hitting. But before me is death seemingly hidden by night. I see a body with torn jeans and blood spattered knife. Scaling my eyes over this demise man with silent cries. My sight's tinted red, I'm in the blood puddle, he lies. It's ungodly how these humans take lives. It's still harmony. They should burn right, but then burn out, losing Illuminati. Life's harder, like Socrates wandering in the garden. More like floating around them, killers' footprints around them. Horrific picture, astounding. My father's got the world drowning. Died with his eyes open like somebody he knew smoked them. Hoping I can help, but all I can do is just glance. No more rain dance until this globe finally understands that I get beauty, but I also birth poisonous plants. Pictures of his voice in his hands make me want to evaporate. I wish these trees could talk so they could elaborate. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining.
Filtered down from peaks and mountaintops, cascaded in the form of glocks. Life cycles faded, I appear on men's faces. Witness more than the generations of sapient races. I embody violence, the silence with no eyelids. Observing assailants and pain of the victims' cries. I rest in puddles alongside my brothers. And when I lay on branches, I observe the masses create confusion. I was born in the sky, result of white tone gaseous fusion. So when I grew, I became a lost teardrop and knew the filthiness of this drowning world would put an end to this. it's all blurred. I was burning into a world that was burning, and I refused to be a part of this negative love. So when I landed, I just marinated in the sun. Bullets cut straight through H2O with no damage. I just managed disbursement with no drainage. This world is tainted, executing my own carnage. Separate parts of me start to rise, and I prophesize humankind will understand these words when I died. Think, evaporation, holy sacred nation, open up your eyes. It's raining, it's raining, it's raining.
You'll never see a parent calls for help. When you believe so fluently that things can never change, and you stupidly refuse to see the errors in your ways. And I understand that this whole planet's thoroughly deranged, but that doesn't mean that you should be so scared to break away. Well, I wonder what's under the cover of darkness, counting the number of innocent hearts, just making an effort to realize all this suffering has to be making some progress. Changing the way that I look at those places, hating the way that you show me those faces, breaking the balance of homeostasis, taking my talents and calling them basic. I'll face it, well, it's inevitable when it's set in the stone, and I'm setting my soul into hell, and I know that my rhetoric won't be directing a poem. I'm faceless. This era hasn't made a name because it's tasteless. I'm sick of all these wasted cases and their makeshifts. Habitats don't make sense. How to rap and take this cataract and make your vision out of whack. It's calling, I'm falling a little bit more every day, but I'm stalling. I'm running from reapers. I wanna be hauling my body back to little places to dwell in. I guess I know one thing about life. Everybody sends in either death or suicide, and I'm just trying to figure out if what I do is right. So idea, won't you grab the mic and shed a little light?
Well, the summer bleeds a foreshadow of what's to come and go to waste. It blankets me, braces me, something sweet that I can taste. You're my mother, I'm your morphine. Let's go make a baby out of two guitars, a heavy heart. I'll seem happy when you're looking, smoking, singing, eating, fucking. One size fits angel coma. You're my favorite stranger, and I won't hate you till I know you. Somewhere between the garden and the grave, I bypassed the machine. I wouldn't have felt its effects anyway. Sentiment is the tramp that bore this special hollow. Cram it in my old cuts, it leaves a whole lot left to swallow. Exercise your right to never buy what you can't borrow. Carve my sorries in the sky and hope the sun hides them tomorrow. Manufactured disaster, it seems I made my bed. No one sees the burn holes until the sleeper wakes up dead. Take my hands away, I'll pull the moon down with my wrist. Making plans to fake safe as possible is dangerous.
Writer's block just might have stopped the song from being finished, cause my mind was stopped with rhymes I've dropped from previous conditions. So I listened to the words again, envisioned things I would have said, and crossed out many lines that didn't rhyme and left them all for dead. I was trapped inside my head and I couldn't get out my pen from my back pocket. Guess I lost it, so I wrote these words instead. If you would just shut up enough for me to get my point across, I'm sure this conflict could be solved without having substantial loss. And when I see the rain is coming overhead, I stay and function back inside my mind and try to find the ways to make assumptions, taking something that's been written, mixing it down with high precision, making it sound all nice and vivid, and matching up with my direction and vision and eloquence. The decadence, the medicine, the precedence, the messages, the sentences, the evidence that I presented to win. The reason to fight, the weakest to breathe, the season to top as a tomb when I dream, the secret to life, the reason to be. Yeah, that's all been shown to me.
Well, every once in a blue moon, I read your mind. Heaven ended too soon, it stole my pride and left me blind. Exercised my morning shakes, pretended I was born this way, wearing my Academy Award-winning performance face, snake shedding skin. It's all in my head again. Life fetish led me to a dead end. I said when, but no one was listening, obviously, cause they filled it to the brim and I'm spilling it all over me. Crawl, 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 crawl in this hole with me. I'd fall on my face just to make sure that you notice me. Your cold shoulders always so sobering. I'll be understood as long as I don't overthink. Walking on thin ice, talking in the form of song, singing in the key of life. I'll lose my voice before too long. Head came loose and they screwed it back together wrong. Fire behind my eyes, desire died all night long.
comment from a codex, anti-Illuminati beats off.
Small nose, when the lead squad, delete flaws in the 3 stars.
Non-spell Wolfowitz, shady neocon protocol.
Cold wars, the desert storms, 9/11, demi
1 million lost in Iraq, Pax Americana reign.
Terrorist thoughts from a man, rapping Republican ways.
I slap Hillary with the crowbar, the election's fixed.
I'm digging ditches for rubberneck pencil dick congressmen.
FEMA Armageddon budget, death in the night war.
One cell couldn't hold me, slice my way out with a shining sword.
Able danger document, macabre knowledge kept from us.
Secret UFO crash in Brazil, we the people, what do we know about
Forsaken souls in Black Hills, wounded knee treaties, bro.
I'm proof that crack really kills, wanna see me smoke?
Masonic sorcery, Bohemian Grove, fuck that.
Dominatrix cattails for the next 9 lives, so we stuck rapping.
Great dandelion vine, then it's murder by candlelight. You a sacrifice attached with wires to arachno spikes. Slashed with knives trapped inside a castle of ice. Baptized in a quagmire, I strategize graphic sides. Rapid decline down a half a flight led to a snap spine. A tragic night captured in the eyes of dragonflies. Past the time, pacified by acid vials. Stalactite collapsed right on the pantomime, I had to smile.
Play the violin, gas mask, chamber lock 'em in. Talk is free, talk is cheap, talk your bottom dollar, talk to me. Let us see chemistry, cooking where the chemists be. Chemically free in the leaks, proven dose to side effects. Comatose to the point, can't value most. The Holy Ghost gives without the vice of wicked grips. Tell it if the noodle sticks is permanent in the skin. Like tribal prince, easy to write the right move. My tribe chopped and screwed close to the ear of the crew cut. What is motivation? Move their asses and elbow greases. All I wanna see, this ain't the fun and fancy free. Pipe dreams, mediocrity. How they gonna crop the seed? Hard copy philosophy.
Grinning like you ain't shit. Skull and Bones Academy. Made man, Yale, you photo op immaculately. Calculated, hesitated, whispered in your ear to make it real clear. You're sitting there, all in it like a pinky sweat. Towers fell that morning, same time my seat was born. Now your bumper sticker faded, lines drawn, your seats are torn. United we stand, propaganda press packets. Here's your new catchphrase, put it on your shirt, your jacket. Witch racket, plain strings, oil fields, blood on the soil, spilled civilians and soldiers feel not so hot. Coming home in the pine box as they ride. Where's the unity? I think not. Families in chaos, heads hung in shame. Can't pay your bills, plus Osama's at the Knicks game. Pull your hair out, go and get some Rogaine. Suicide bomber style, blowing up the whole thing.
Historical tactics, mystical verbal backflips. I got the ability to put you in tranquility, fulfilling this sweetest death wish. The last thing you'll see will be a creator's masterpiece in the casket. Rest in peace, then I blasted. There were only 6 pandas that lasted. No surrender, no trash kid. I ask it, no questions, 4,000 answers. We're the best in any language, don't ask it. Now guess who's the fastest? Pulling the gun. Keep competitors on the run with my lyrical tongue. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me. I kill beef skillfully. Skillfully. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me. I kill beef skillfully. Skillfully. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me. I kill beef skillfully. Kill beef skillfully.
Sure, why not? So we're starting this right in the middle of a sentence. If anybody wants to share the link for the podcast or whatever, you guys can share it. I'm kind of, when I get to the top of the hill, I'll share the link. But yeah, we're talking about neo-Trotskyism and how it's ancient heresy, basically. But yeah, that paragraph you're reading last night was very pertinent, I think, for sure.
Yeah, I'm bring that up. Yeah, this is what I said earlier. You know, well, obviously, there's the idea that that God and mind and nature are the same thing, right? That comes from Spinoza, right? But this whole idea, I said God is greater, like those who use the spiritual tools, right, are greater than those who use mental tools, right? Those who use nature are greater than those who use humans, right? And those who use humans are greater than those who use technology. So that's a new little synthesis I'm coming up with. I don't know if that's really that accurate, but I'm gonna like a little rough topic I'm working on. So I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, I could kind of see where you're going. I need to flesh it out a little bit, but I can kind of see where you're.
Yeah, it's like what
good
level of means you're ready to employ. Like if you employ spiritual means, and then you get into some other way. If you employ the tools of mind, then you kind of try to go beyond nature, right? And that has its problems, right? If you employ the tools of nature, right, then you're sort of limited to those that are basically based on natural systems, but all of the natural systems are basically what comprise the human system. Like the human systems are based on natural systems, but then they're refined by technology, right? So if you go through technological means, you're sort of taking apart nature. Yeah, let me put this up because this is an interesting thing. Because we were looking at Heidegger yesterday, and there's so many videos on this question concerning technology.
So is this panel right now live? Like, are people watching this, or is this just sort of like a?
Nobody's watching, but it is live.
Okay. Well, you didn't send the link, and I don't know that I need to necessarily be up on the panel at the moment. I wanted to listen in and take in the information, and if I feel led to share something, then for sure. And blessings everybody. TML Pop sent me the thing, but like I said, I don't want to interrupt and get up in the biz. I don't even know what all y'all are like. I've got a general idea of what you're going to discuss, but I don't know the channel, and it'd be great to have that as a reference.
I'm trying to look up the most general video explanation that I can find.
Okay, fair enough.
So that might help.
Yeah.
So
happy Sunday, y'all. Hope y'all doing good.
Yeah, you too. Stick around. Maybe you have a insightful something that we didn't think of. So.
Yeah,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nice to meet you, Shane. Good to meet you, bro. Good to see you, Unseen. What up?
Yeah, you too, brother.
Shortest, most popular video on it.
But yeah, I think TML's gonna pull something out, and we'll see where it goes. Because I have a lot on my mind. I'm just kind of waiting to see how the ideas develop. Because
we looked at a video on.
He's been covering a lot of stuff that.
Oh yeah.
I see a connection to political and all these other things that are going on, but not many people are connecting the dots, other than the two people on the screen and one or two other people not on the screen that I know of. So, I'm just trying to remember all the little points that I've been seeing, see if I could try to tie some of it together, I guess.
Yeah, there's a tea attack in Colorado where some guy threw Molotovs at some Jewish people that were protesting some hostages that the Palestinians were holding hostages or something.
Oh wow!
This is today.
Yeah, it's in Colorado. It says.
What part of Colorado? I wonder how close that is to where some of my homies are. Where do you know any idea what part it is? I got some friends in Crestone. Oh, Boulder. Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I went to Boulder one time, and very creepy place. I'll say that. I mean, I say that about a lot of places, but Colorado in particular is a very just a very creepy place. So especially around Boulder, because it's a very upscale neighborhood place, but a lot of strange behavior people, I guess you'd say.
Gotcha.
I'll put this text in the side panel here, Neuro. It's might be worth looking at later. So, Against Heresies, Book 1, Chapter 5.
I'll take a look right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the quote from yesterday that I was reading that Neuro liked. I mean, here, hold on, let me bring this up. Let me see if Ragamuffin can fuck with this paragraph. This is a weird paragraph, honestly.
Well, and I can tell you. Sorry, I was just gonna say I could tell what Unseen Scent ties directly into my larger theory for sure. So we should look at that after this because it looks very related. So,
did you see this Unseen from yesterday?
What was this? This is Kaczynski, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was around right before like DK and a few other things. So yeah, I think I heard this.
Yeah.
but we should look into it again. So I'll read some of it. The techies' belief system can be best explained as a religious phenomenon to which we may give the name technianity. It's true that technianity at this point is not strictly speaking a religion because it has not yet developed anything resembling a uniform body of doctrine. The techies' beliefs are widely varied. See that right there? Like, I appreciate him being careful, but I think that that's the thing is like, it's almost like he's conflating, and this is not really a critique of him. Like, it's more just a critique of like the general situation. Is like, most religions are cults, and most cults are religions. I mean, now some of the true religions are being called cults, I should say, and then a lot of the things that are called religions are actually cults. So,
well, a cultist, not a cultist, but a cultist to like, let's say like a saint, or something like that. That's just like a veneration of a particular person, right? But like in a modern day terms, like that's taking on a whole new meaning. I mean, it had that meaning too before, but the word itself doesn't designate as something evil, I guess, right? Like
yeah, and I'm just backing him up to say that like I think that what he's calling a religion, I would characterize as a cult, one of many cults. Yeah. So that's all I'm trying to get.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you actually saying that. And I wanted to add this because this just came to me. I think a lot of the religions that don't really require anything of anybody really, other than a mindset change and or verbalization of something, like vocalization of something from your own words, that's considered religion. And then certain people are considering things cults, like you said, that this just came to me, like that require more out of the person. So if it requires you to have some inward sitting, some stillness, connecting with God, source, creator of everything, then it's considered a cult because it's requiring something of the person. And the religion has taught them in such a way over the years that, oh, you don't have to do anything, it's whatever. And it's like, so then if it ends up being more of a personal practice where the individual actually has to go through some motions and has to have some daily consistency and some accountability, then it's considered a cult. I find that interesting. Have you thought about that? Like,
I think blind obedience is what makes a cult, right? It's like, I'm going to tell you something and you have to do it without actually thinking of the consequences of this action. You know what I mean? Like, look at Manson or something like that. It's like he's telling his followers that they need to do this because he's the one who supported them or something,
Yeah.
Well, that's what a lot of Protestantism and even some Orthodox and some Catholics and all this, that's what a lot of that's turned into as well. It's like where that's kind of what I'm trying to get at is like, and I like the adjacent to what he's saying here is like education system. Like, is education in and of itself a cult? No, but because most people don't question it and they just go through the motions to get a good grade or looking for some material gain via education or whatever, you know, it becomes a cult in some sense of the word at some point in most people's lives, I would say, right? So, you know, maybe to different degrees, but, you know, it's like, is education, even from a Pythagorean, you know, neo-Gnostic persuasion, is it necessarily a cult just because the knowledge itself? I would say the knowledge itself is not neutral per se, but it's not necessarily like knowing knowledge doesn't make you like an occultist or in a cult, but, you know, depending on the way that you use it or the way you feel that you have to be, you know,
I think
fit into
you know,
something.
it always leads into something nefarious too, right? And it leads men into like some very dark demonic places. That's what a cult leads into, you know. So that I think that would be the main difference between something true and something that's satanic, I guess. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to dissect this one like sentence so much, but I think I just like to point that out because I'm actually trying to support his position. I'm just trying to give the caveats before people say, well, you're just talking anti-religious atheism stuff or something, you know. But in this respect, technianity probably resembles the inceptive stages of any other religions. Nevertheless, technianity already has the earmarks of an apocalyptic and millenarian cult. And I'll let you guys respond to that.
I mean, depending on who he's talking about, I would agree with him. You know, if we look at like Christian Zionism or a lot of Protestantism, like dispensationalism, then absolutely. And you know, we read about the Anabaptists who sort of had like Christian beliefs on the surface, but you know, some guy would proclaim himself a prophet or Jesus Christ himself, and then rally the people behind himself, like as if some, you know, spiritual thing was happening. But it's just like a misinterpretation of the scriptures of this 1,000-year reign or something, you know, like this chiliastic, and it's always ideological, really. Like it's like not very a spiritual. It's not a spiritual belief. It's taking spiritual concepts and giving over intellectual interpretations of those concepts, and I don't know, like it just seems like, from what I've read, you know, like where he's talking about like technianity and then dispensationalism and then what the Jays believe, you know, with the Kabbalists and like the early Gnostics, like it's all like going towards a utopia, but it's like absent of God, you know, becoming God without God. And that's like what Satan pushed in the garden. So
well, yeah,
I think that Ted
absolutely.
wasn't as careful, just to end on this point. I don't think he was as careful at studying the different denominations of Christianity, or pre-denomination. So he kind of lumps Christianity all into one word. I understand why he does that, right? And you could pass, but Nietzsche did the same thing, right? You know, so I think.
Well, yeah, I think it's like if you talk about like there's a poison and 99.9% of it's you know, bad for you, but then that 0.1% is actually like something that heals you, then people just generally say, well, this substance is poison, right? Because colloquially speaking, it is, right? But I think that's kind of, and again, I'm not just trying to like.
But that's the problem with terminology. It's like if we're talking about Christianity in a true sense, then it can be only what was of Christ and those early apostles that could be deemed actually Christianity. Everything after that, it's something else. It's calling itself Christianity, but it's something else. That's the issue.
Yeah.
So I think Christianity gets the bad rap of these, you know, sects and offshoots that kind of formulated themselves, and that's mentioned, you know what I mean, and it happened very early on as well. Like that's where, you know, the Simonians, the you know, the Manichaeans, the Nicolaitans, like all these other groups splintered off. And as St. John says, he says, you know, they if they had been of us, they would have stayed with us, but they made themselves known that they were not of us. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, but they don't, you know, this is what's interesting. Watch this, right? So the Gnostics, the problem with the Gnosticism is they think they're exclusively God. And the problem with that is that you may be a fractal of God and have God within you, but if you think you're exclusively God, you're taking the reins of everything that needs to be done and deciding upon yourself. That's the problem with Gnosticism, right? Now you check the Essene content though, and the Essenes had this concept of a oneness, unified consciousness, connected to God, being a fractal of God, not being the decision maker, needing to submit, subdue oneself, surrender, as it were, right? The Gnostics were pushing this concept of this demiurge, this God that runs the matrix, which I think there is some reason behind that makes some sense. However, Christ and the individuals that he ran with, 100%, I can prove this out. They were the Essenes, they were the Nazarenes, they were the poor ones, right? The Ebionine, that's who they were, and that's what they believed in. They believed in sharing everything with everyone, with themselves, you know, in their group. They believed in sharing everything, moving forward, paying it forward. They believed that God was within them and everywhere else, like in everything else, but they didn't believe that they were these bestowers of everything and like, you know, whatever I say goes, do what thou wilt. It wasn't the Aleister Crowley type of conceptual idea. That's not what it was. And then Christianity deviates, right? Because the Essenes supposedly are this sect of these individuals not practicing the sacrifices. They're not shedding blood to appease God. Their concept is that God already owns everything, this creator being source. I don't need to give anything to appease this creator, because what could I have to offer other than just trying to do the right thing in my daily life? You know what I'm saying? So it gets really wild.
That's a little problematic, and I'm not gonna interrupt you. And why I say that is like, it's something in Orthodoxy we kind of say is like, you know, the Bible isn't like a manual to be a good person, right? It's like he says that no man is good. What does he mean by that? It's like only God is good, and in the sense that, okay, so how do we come to terms with that? It's like through the sacraments, and that's why he sort of set up a priesthood. And like maybe there was some Essenes, you know what I mean? Maybe Saint John the Baptist was adjacent to the Essene community, and maybe the Essenes
that's
had,
what I come to believe. That Saint John the Baptist was like some type of Essene group.
All right,
and
like
then,
maybe they were similar to them, or
yeah, because they had
some
type of they had some type of baptism ritual. So that's something that historically they seem to have.
Well, yeah.
Well, the Samaritans, you know, you had these Samaritans, you had the Pharisees, you had the Essenes, you had different branches of what we would call like Judaism or something like that. But I think that if you really examine it, there had never been anything quite like what Christ was preaching, you know, and it was so rebellious to the central doctrines of what was going on there. It was rejected by the majority of everybody that held to their individual sects. You know, like the Samaritans weren't open necessarily about it. I mean, some of them were, but or the Pharisees weren't necessarily. Some of them were. You know, so like Paul converts, you know, the Samaritan woman at the well. But the larger community like runs him off after he casts out demons from the pigs. So it's like the yes and no, I guess I would say.
Well, I'll tell you like this, like, you know, not to skip ahead too much, but like, you know, like I was just having a thought as we're all talking about this. Like you have the Essenes, you have the Sadducees, the Pharisees, you have Middle Platonism, Neoplatonism, which I get Neoplatonism came after Jesus. Am I correct about that, Machine?
Right.
Or okay,
right.
So basically you have all these other things. You have Egyptian magic. You have all these other systems, for lack of a better term, Mithraism, all these different things. And so again, I'm not saying I believe this, but what I'm saying is, it seems that people who love heresy, like the thing that they love to do is basically act like, well, Jesus was a stepping stone and a synthesis of all these beliefs of Middle Platonism with Judaism, with et cetera, right? And then they see it as their, satanic sacrament to continue that process of synthesizing belief
Well, right,
structures
but
towards
that's when you
something,
go to
right?
like a church father, like Augustine or something. He's like, or one of the early church fathers, like Saint Justin Martyr, is like saying, Christianity didn't come out of Judaism. Christianity always existed, and Judaism was a perversion of Christianity. And in the same sense that a lot of these other belief systems were perversion of what the prophets were actually talking about. And it took Christ sort of coming and saying, okay, well, this is what they were saying. And they were talking about me, you know what I mean? And, even the apostles didn't understand necessarily what was going on until afterwards. And then that's why some people say, well, why didn't they write it immediately? And it's like, well, because they weren't revealed everything immediately,
Well, it's kind of like this, and I'll just use myself as an example. Not to say I'm like an apostle or something, but I'm just trying to like bolster what you're saying. Like it's like imagine when you're a kid and like all these things, like all these famous artists, they write these songs when they're a kid, and no wonder that they're satanic because you're very vulnerable as a young person, right? And like for myself, I was kind of aware of this, and I was like, okay, give me some time to process, my thoughts about religion, politics, all these different things, because I don't want to mislead people, right? And I think that's also part of like perhaps how the way they were thinking is like, imagine the amount of spiritual attack they were under around that period in their life. Like it takes time to process
without
the
a doubt. When
situation
you
that
had,
you're in.
you had the Romans, you had the Jays, you had, all these other groups, the early Gnostics, like Simon Magus. This guy's trying to buy the Holy Spirit off St. Peter, and then he starts his own cult and places him. He took a little bit of ideas he got from the apostles and then created his own version of Christianity where he's the centerpiece and he's the standing one instead of there being a Christ, And of course, the demons take advantage of that because of the influence of that. And he like can go up in smoke, and there's supposedly magical sparkles when they do their baptisms or something, right? And in these texts, like Saint Irenaeus Against Heresies, he lists each chapter of this book a different sect of these, the Valentinians and the Monogenes or something like that. It's like you go through here, and there was just guy after guy after guy that a lot of times these guys would go into a church and they'd listen to the priest talk, and because of the nature of the way paganism was in the mystery schools, you could hear somebody like Plato talking, then you have another philosopher like Diogenes down the street that takes something Plato said and twist it a little bit. So this was happening with Christianity. But how do you keep a purity of doctrine in an environment like that? You know what I mean? And the answer to that question is sort of like, you read Revelation, it's like it didn't necessarily happen. It did for some, right? Because there is the promise there, and those that were faithful kept the faith. But you had the Nicolaitans; these people pretended to be Christians, but as he said, he's like, they're teaching doctrines to have my disciples sacrifice to pagan gods, sacrifice food to pagan gods or something, or and there's all what it is. It's like the secret doctrine, right? And only a few know it, and they can teach everybody else that, like, all the other people don't really understand what Christ was talking about, but the select few who really understood him. That's not what Christ did. He told the disciples to go out and preach to the entire world. It's no hidden secret, it's hidden to those that refuse to accept it, but it's not hidden in the fact that you couldn't go to a church and learn it. But these other groups would keep this supposed knowledge to themselves, and I don't know. It's weird, man. I don't know.
Well, I think one of the biggest things that's the big cover up, and it's being exposed now, and most Christians are going to really have a hard time with it. So are people in Judaism, of what actually happened in the temple when Christ overturned the tables. Now, everybody and their brothers told it's because money was being exchanged in there. That's not what was going on. And I got proof of it. Outside of the 66 canon, there's proof of what was hidden in the Qumran desert and what was hidden within the Essenes content. What was going on is that the disciples in Christ were shutting down the temple system of sacrifice of animals in the exchange of monetary value for animal life throughout the day. That's what was going on. That's what got him sent to the cross. That is the very main event, because they completely shut down the temple for the day. He called them violent ones, and he was opening up the cages. Now, according to the 66, it says he did free some animals, but it goes further in detail outside of the biblical canon. And I think that's important to note that and look into that.
I would be careful though of doing that. And I'll tell you why. Now, you had books like the Book of Enoch, right? And at one time that was like a pure version, and we have like Jude sort of like pulling from it. Right. But like in these early councils, what they found out is some of these books, Gnostics would take these books that were legitimately scripture, right? And then they'd rewrite them and into like some new doctrine, you know what I mean? They'd add things. And again, what would end up happening is it's like, okay, this is the secret doctrine and everybody else doesn't know this information, right? And it's like, why I would say the you know, to play, I guess, against that narrative is why, if we look into the councils in the early church, why were they rejecting these books, and why did they decide to canonize these specific?
Because there's a systematic control. There always has been, and that.
Do you think it's systematic control, or do you think
one of the
it's
things,
like keeping the doctrine pure from heresy?
Real quick,
yeah, one of the things that's interesting
hold on,
is.
T-Mel, let me add this real quick. I gotta add this. They got the full canon in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the only African continent to fight off colonization. They're the only ones that have the 88 books. They have the whole thing beyond the 66. And they're 100% convinced that Christ was not born in Bethlehem. He was born in a cave in Ethiopia. And they're the ones currently, the ones that follow the Rastafarian dialect. And,
right, which is a Gnostic
they're not eating,
and
they're eating of the idol diet.
Heresy?
No, but it isn't though, because they don't believe in their exclusively God.
Because the pagans would take and you know, sacrifice to their pagan gods, you know, with marijuana. So this wasn't a teaching of the Christians. This was a pagan practice. So this is what happens: is they assimilate pagan practices into Christianity.
Marijuana was used in the Holy of Holies, though, as cannabasa. That's where we get the term cannabis.
Well,
it comes from cannabasa. Cannabasa.
But this is kind of like, how would like we would put this, as Orthodox Christians looking at them, the Ethiopian Orthodox, we would say they're heretics. And why? Because they don't accept all the councils. They accept like 3 councils, and then they went off and did their own thing. So same thing like Oriental Orthodox.
Constantine's the one that interfered in that. You understand that, right?
No, Constantine didn't interfere with that.
He did.
Constantine, that's you know, like some Da Vinci Code myth or something.
No,
but
during the
they
Council of Nicaea, Constantine involved himself in
the first 3 councils. So the Ethiopians accepted Constantine's Council of Nicaea. Why did they accept it? Because it had nothing to do with what all these people were talking about. It had to deal with Arianism. It didn't deal with it like canonizing, you know, the scriptures or something like that. That wasn't until like the 300s.
You know what we need to put in your hands? We need to get you a copy of the Megillah, the teaching of the Essenes, the Nasarian secret scroll that came out, where it talks about Father Enoch deviating.
There you go.
It's not a Gnostic scroll though, because it's not saying people are exclusively God. That's the whole point.
You know,
it doesn't matter if it's secret teaching.
Like
Gnostic can refer to gnosis, which is knowledge, but it doesn't mean it's true gnosis in the sense of what you're referring to. What you're referring to is people referring to themselves exclusively as God that they are
That's
the
not the
decision
only
makers.
Gnostic
That's not
belief.
the submission I'm referring to, though.
That's not the only Gnostic belief, though. There was multiple Gnostic beliefs. There was root beliefs, and like you had the Docetists who believed that Christ was a phantom body.
Well,
The
bottom
Simonians believing you
line,
could buy the Holy Spirit and you could,
anybody that thinks that the Most High God wants anything killed for as a payment for something is fucked up in the head, and y'all need to check your motherfucking self before you wreck yourself. That's the truth.
What are you talking about? It's
I'm saying that's
called
what I'm
the blood
talking
of the
about. I'm saying it
sacrifice.
comes
You're
down
talking
to
about
brass
Eucharist.
tacks, bro.
Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, hold on, Ragamuffin. Are you talking about these guys, Nassians?
I'm just talking about in general across the board. Anybody that thinks the Most High God ever needed anything outside of yourself to offer to him when he owns everything.
So he's denying the crucifixion. That's what's happening.
Right. No, I'm not denying the crucifixion. I'm saying it isn't what you think it is. If you think that the Most High God demanded a blood payment for things, you don't understand the creator of heaven and earth. You don't understand
that. It was just like a transactional payment.
No, it was a sacrificial system that he involved himself in and willingly gave himself for. The Most High God, his Father, was never wanting that. That's not something he desired. Why would he desire that?
So really quick, well, Machine, what was your point going to be?
No, I was just gonna talk about no, I was just asking them if it's these guys, Nassians.
I mean, that's all I was adding. The overarching point is religion has taught people fucked up bullshit that the characteristics of the creator source that's made everything demands and needs human involvement in such a way where they kill other parts of this being's creation. That's fucked up. It's flawed. It's flawed logic, and it's not of the Most High God. It's of the religions of man. It's of twisted nonsense and bullshit. And the Most High God put his laws on all of our hearts, so we know right from wrong. We know killing is wrong. We know.
Sure. Well, I know this is gonna sound like I'm being a dick, but like if it just turns into like a beratement, nobody's gonna listen to what you're saying. Number one. So I mean, let's try to like keep it on the. I understand what you're trying to get across, but I mean, it's like, let's, I mean, obviously people are going to disagree with what you're saying. I mean, and I'm not saying that, because I'm saying, oh, you're wrong and you're stupid. I'm just saying like, just chill for a second. Cause I want you guys to get it out, the point, but I think Unseen is not going to come back, but it's okay. So, I mean, here's the thing is like, let's assume that you're correct. How does what you're saying like help us, do the right thing now? I mean, like, so, I mean, how exactly do you think what you're saying is going to help? Like, we have to go read the secret scroll and then everything's fixed?
No, I don't think we need to go. I'm not saying that's the case, and I'm really not trying to berate anybody, but I've been beckoned through my interconnection with God to get off of eating meat, to get off of consumption of things that are harming me, that are putting me in a lower vibrational state. Because what I've been shown is that ever since the garden, humanity has taken on a density from its actions, from continuing to do the wrong thing. And I think that's the overarching point, is that God is so loving, kind, and merciful. If we ever see the creator, this is the takeaway. If we ever see the creator as some type of tyrannical being that is just looking to take someone down and harm, we don't understand God. Because God's nature is not like that. That's the adversary. That's the one running the system down here, the archons, and the system that feeds upon people's low vibrational state of fear, guilt, and shame. And that's not the Most High's positioning. And that's the overarching takeaway. Is I'm just trying to urge people to see how loving God truly is. And I'll get a little fired up from time to time because I'm really tired of what religion puts out on the people, and I'm tired of the enslavement of minds. And that's where I'm coming from. So my apologies sincerely for any agitation. I'm not trying to cause any other than the abrasion that needs to be had. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I think everybody's a little burnt out at the moment for different reasons. So it's not really against you per se. Trust me, you're much more respectful than most people. But I just think it's like, well, all of us are burnt out for different reasons. So don't take it personal or anything. It's not just you. But but yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I kind of lost track. I was actually trying to get you guys to do it, but TML had a point, and I wanted to let him get his point that he was going to bring up because we have a lot of points on the table. There's like 3 documents. We've been looking at 4 different documents already, and I wanted to get back to it. So sorry, go ahead, TML. What you're looking?
Well, no, I was just wondering if that was a group here, because it may have been mentioned by Hippolytus of Rome. But yeah, it's interesting to read what some of these guys said, and I mean, in terms of Valentinus, let me actually, I don't know where I put that, but yeah, I had I pulled up Valentinus. According to the priest Irenaeus, so he talks about the Gnostic system there. They give an example of what Unseen was saying. But yeah, it says here, Gnostic scriptures, Doubleday, Epiphanius, in his Against Heresies. The text comes from Irenaeus. He says, relation to Gnostic myth, Valentinus adapted the fundamental principles of the so-called Gnostic schools of thought to his own kind of system. Here's what he laid down. The ineffable silence. There was a duality of which one member is called the ineffable and the other is called the silence. Then from this duality, a second duality was emitted, of which one member he calls the parent and the other he calls the truth. So there's like 4 guys. So I guess the word is the ineffable. I guess the word, life, human being, and the church. I guess that's... Yeah, I wonder why it's not ineffable and then silence and then parent and then truth. Why aren't those the 4 things in the quartet? He says from the word, then life, powers were emitted, as I already said, and from the human being, the church, 12 powers were emitted. One of these revolved and became lacking. This one was responsible for the rest of the affair. Okay, so the revolt of the mother. 2 boundaries. He assumed the existence of 2 boundaries. So I guess up here there is the parent. So I guess that's also the mother. But yeah, here's another word. Aeons. Okay, he assumed the existence of 2 boundaries. One is the deep and the rest of the fullness. Okay, the fullness is also called pleroma in Greek. Right, that's another Gnostic concept. Bounding the engendered aeons away from the unengendered parent. So that's the thing, is that this aeon basically creates without a consort or whatever, right? So it's unengendered. So that's what it means by unengendered, right? That's what Irenaeus means, right? So But yeah, he's giving pretty complex explanation of this thing.
So what's your position? All right, forget about Christianity. Forget about Western world. It's rotten, it's decadent. I'm asking you.
And furthermore, the anointed Christ was not emitted from the aeons within the fullness.
Yes, you do, because
Okay, so, but rather, he and a shadow were engendered by the mother according to her memory of the superior realm, while she was outside of the fullness. Since he was male, he cut off the shadow. So why not? Removing it from himself. And he hastened up into the fullness. The shadow Christ, man. Need to cut him off. The mother was left behind with the shadow. Oh, so the shadow's still around, lurking. And having been emptied of the spiritual substance, she emitted another child. This was the craftsman, whom he calls the Almighty of those that are subject to it. Just like the Gnostics, falsely so called, of whom we speak further on, he holds along with this craftsman, was emitted, also a ruler on the left. Okay, so the Christ separates himself from the shadow. The shadow dwells alone with the mother, right? The mother's got this other guy named the craftsman, right? So you could already tell that this other child is not good, right? He's not good news, right? Because it already says here, whom he calls the Almighty of those that are subject to it. Just like the Gnostics falsely so called, of whom we shall speak further on, he holds along with this craftsman, was emitted also a ruler on the left. And furthermore, he says that Jesus emanated from that being who, drawn away from this mother of theirs, had merged with the eternity. Wait, what? Sometimes he says that Jesus emanated from a being who had drawn away from this mother of theirs and had emerged with the eternity wished for. He's part of another aeon or whatever, you know. So he's sent in to this aeon from another aeon, right? So he's kind of like an alien, like an astral alien, come from another dimension. I mean, pretty much. At other times, he says that he emanated from that being which had hastened up into the fullness. The anointed Christ, at still other times, he says that he emanated from the human being and the church. The Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit, he says, was emitted by truth. For the scrutiny and yielding of the aeons, invisibility entering into them. Through it, aeons yielded the plants of truth. So basically, Valentinus. So this is an example of Valentinus, and there's more examples of his poetry. You know, one of his poems, he kind of like rewrites Genesis and stuff. Right? So it's an example of Gnostic literature. It's interesting. It's totally different, isn't it?
That was Valentinus, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and the Neoplatonists do not agree with the Gnostics, because for the Neoplatonists, right, there can't be an evil creation of the world.
Well, I was watching this Esoterica video, a few minutes of it earlier today, and he was saying that actually it's the Neoplatonists that gave the biggest, other than Irenaeus, like the biggest like critique of Gnosticism, basically.
Yeah, Plotinus. But the Jews were the Middle Platonists, or some of them, or they were like the experts of like Platonism. So it got handed down.
So do you think there's any possibility that Plato was a Jew, or is that more just like highly speculative?
I think his family was like part of the royal family of Greece. So I don't know. I mean,
which was a vassal state of Persia, essentially, right?
Yeah.
And the Jews were already captives of Persia, essentially. At this, or is this after they were released by, or around the time they were released from?
Yeah, it was during the same time.
Oh boy, that gets me thinking. Couldn't be a coincidence, I'm sure. And also the whole Moses. I mean, not Moses. Well, I guess it was Moses coming out of the. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, right? Like with Moses, and they just. I know that what I'm saying is blasphemous, but you get what I'm saying. It's like it seems oddly similar to like Moses leading his people out of captivity. Like, I'm not saying that it is that story, but it seems at least analogous to, Cyrus freeing the people, right? Am I wrong about that, or is there any correlation there at all? Or
I don't know. I think Moses was way earlier. I don't really think it was like 2000 BC.
But it was probably like around the time of what do you call it? The Iliad and the Odyssey and stuff, like, at least, right?
Yeah, because that pretty much assumes like from Adam to Moses, that was like 6000 BC to like 2000 BC. And that doesn't make sense because all of the kids of like all of those first generations like lived for hundreds and thousands of years or whatever, right?
But at least, sorry, you could say there's like at least some correlation or something, right? Like, hold on one second.
I don't know. Because if you go from the time of the flood to like Moses, like how long was that? But yeah, that was from Irenaeus. But yeah, this is what Kaczynski's saying. Millenarianists. Technianity. I guess another note is that religion is basically, if you believe in religion, then you believe that there's a bunch of them, right? Which nobody who follows a religion really believes in, right? So I mean, if you believe like, you know, like a lot of the traditionalists, you know, they believe like you could follow a religion, you know, but they believe there's many religions. You know? So I mean, I don't know any religious system that is really like, oh, you know, you could just follow a bunch of different religions.
Sorry, I had a phone call, but yeah, I heard most of what you said. But yeah, and so I wasn't saying that it's like exactly like Moses and all that. I'm just saying like it seems that there's some sort of like prefiguration, I guess they call it, right? Where it's like, okay, these guys get freed from Egypt now. You know, Cyrus frees them from willingly from Persia, but then they also have Greece as a vassal state. All this kind of like Mithraism, what did you call Zoroastrianism stuff, like is influencing Greek mythology. Like Greek mythology is basically Persian mythology. Am I wrong about that, or would you agree with that?
Well, I know they have like angels and stuff, but I'm not really aware of the same type of system, because I think that Mount Olympus existed on Earth. So I don't think that Zoroastrianism necessarily works that way, because there's two fundamental like forces.
But wouldn't you say that Plato was rejecting was he rejecting the current mythology of Greece at that time, or?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, so or at least at the very least, I guess synthesizing it. So again, I'm not just trying to like float the conspiracy that
he was heavily rejecting it. You know, like the people of Greece, like they knew he was bringing in like foreign stuff.
And who would you say Socrates was? Was Socrates also a Jew, or was he probably something else altogether, or what? You know.
I mean, there's conflicting reports about Socrates.
And I know this seems like not important at all, but I guess it kind of goes back to my thing of trying to say, well, like, you know, how do you go from you know, I just make it, to simplify things, take it from Pythagoreanism all the way up to neo-Trotskyism, right, or whatever, like Trotsky ideology of like eternal Hegelian revolution synthesis, you know, like where did that start, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at, because I think that's kind of what he's saying here, because when he says technianity, it's like you're it's almost like you're saying, he's like, you're worshiping the technique or the how. I guess that's kind of what I get from what we've read so far, because he's talking about apocalyptic and millenarian, which I forgot the technical definition of millenarian, but you know, DPH talked about millenarianism, techno-millenarianism a lot, and I'm guessing he got it from the same place that we're reading from. But.
Yeah, where did Cinco?
I think he was not trying to hear the blasphemy, so I think he might come. Exactly.
Him and Ragamuffin sort of crashed out there. You know, they both like popped off and then left.
Yeah, and I totally understand. I mean, I have the shortest views of everyone, so trust me, I definitely understand.
Yeah, I guess to that, and then also Ragamuffin said he wasn't trying to be on the panel. So
yeah, exactly.
Reluctantly here.
Yeah, I'm not mad. I just really wanted to go over some of this with Unseen, and I never really talked to Ragamuffin, so you know, I'm glad he's here. I'm not mad or anything. I think all of us are burnt out for different reasons and stuff. So none of it's personal, I'm sure.
No,
You know, but I mean,
I'm mad. I'm mad.
Yeah, in the English sense, insane.
No, I'm
I like when you do the George Bush laugh, by the way. But yeah, but so I was just reading that. Yeah, you do a good George Bush laugh. You know.
All right.
But yeah, he said that. See, so he said that religion. He said that basically all religion, right? Because he says it's true that technianity at this point, strictly speaking, a religion because it has not yet developed anything resembling a uniform body of beliefs, right? And then he says, in this respect, technianity probably resembles the inceptive stages of many other religions, right? So he's saying that a bunch of religions have been constructed, right? And he's saying this is more about, because the millenarianess and the obviously both the Prometheans and the Gnostics and the Kabbalists, right, and the millenarians, right, they all have this idea, right, that you can change the basic ideas, right, or the laws of nature, right, because they know that basically nature operates according to certain laws, and that certain things need to happen, right, for change to be brought about, right, in the future, right. So they think that they can basically, change the future, right. And so any of these groups, right, they constantly try to either, change society and to bring about their vision of the future, right, because all of them have a vision of the future that relates to, like, how you can go beyond.
So that's what millenarian means, right? It means like basically like he who controls the past controls the future. He who controls the future controls the past. Something like that.
Well, this is what he's he's saying that because the techies, right, have an ideology that they believe in that you can't really verify, right, and then also they may get eliminated in the process, right? So they're willing to just bring about their vision of the future and sacrifice themselves for the project,
Right.
So you're saying
that's Trotsky. That's basically Trotsky, like woke shit, essentially, in my opinion. I mean, that sounds exactly like, or the woke right, for that matter. But another argument. But I mean, so what's the technical definition? Huh?
What's up with the whole woke right thing? I never looked into it because I don't really have time for that. But
well, how much time you got, buddy? To quote Clayton Bigsby.
Even just like a rough idea.
I don't mind, but I gotta send a text or I gotta make a call really quick. So hold on 1 second. But I'll let Machine give you a brief definition.
Nero's calling aerial strikes, probably.
Yeah, I guess like the like Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay, they went on all these crazy rants where they're like, you should like support the Jews, because and then they're like, also talking about how the right has been infiltrated, but they're openly liberal, and they're like trying to talk about how you should be like a conservative or whatever. So yeah. So there's all these fucking weirdos, libertarians, and all these weird dudes who promote leftist ideology, right? They're basically promoting like classical liberalism and also like a lot of like a lot of them, they want to overthrow the state and have like a sort of like Marxist government or whatever, like monarchical government or whatever, like dictatorship. Like they're fine with dictatorships, or whatever. So it's like basically these guys who said you could basically infiltrate the system by becoming a conservative, right, and trying to say that you want to break down the system, right, as a communist pretending to be a conservative. And basically, like, there's a lot of basically they agree with communists and libertarians, right? Like communists, libertarians, accelerationists, and Christian Zionists, like they all want to break down the system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and they get really good.
So it's like the basically they're uniting with like a revolutionary methodology, basically.
Yeah, and they have ideological affinity, so they don't exactly have to rub shoulders. You know, right? Like they just, you know what I mean?
Well, it's kind of like this. Like, remember all the woke people on the left who are like cutting their dick off and they want to, burn the Starbucks and all this. Like, they're like, oh yeah, that's great because it just accelerates everything and we'll just let everything fall apart. But really, what they're doing is like, so like they have like Stalinist communism. Well, they're like the Trotskyist style. So they're just like same shit, different side of the coin, essentially. So they're just like a different. They're what Orwell wrote 1984 about. It's like fascists who are actually Trotskyist, essentially. That's the way I would describe it. Wolf in sheep's clothing, Fabian, Frankfurt School, all that shit. That's how I would characterize it. I could be wrong, but I'm not really a scholar on it. That's just my rough opinion. Yeah. And most of them are unaware, by the way. I don't think most of them are like aware of what's going on. I think most of them are just kind of like confused. Yeah.
Yeah. What would you think? Like, what would be the differentiating factor between like the Stalinist versus the Trotsky? Is it more like implementation, or is it like a different? Is it significantly different, or is it more just like how they, accomplish it?
I mean, probably Machine's a better person to ask, and I know for sure Pill Eater is too, but I would say for me, I think it's like Stalinist is just like general communism, like, we want good thing, we do good thing, these people bad, kill them. Trotskyists are more like, no, you have to believe in what we're telling you, and we have to make you, like, stop struggling against us, and in fact, work against your own interests towards our ends. Does that make sense? That's the way that's how I would describe it. I don't know if Machine agrees with that or not, but I think Trotskyists are infinitely more dangerous because they're more concerned that of like mind control and shit like that. That's how I would say. Like Stalinism, I think
so it's more like it's more covert, maybe.
That's how I would describe it, but I don't know.
In comparison.
Yeah, basically Trotsky was like the propagandist for Lenin, and then he started the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they started the Bolshevik Revolution, right? And then Stalin basically murdered them. Right? And he was like, yeah, so he kind of like stabbed them in the back, right? And then he put a lot of emphasis on using the church, right? So you guys know about that, right? So he kind of convert because the policy that the Bolsheviks had, as you might know, was like, let's just murder a lot of Christians, right? You know, and then Stalin came about, right? And then he said, well, let's just take over the hierarchy, right? And then murder the ones that don't agree with us, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think that like the neo-Trotskyists, they just figure like, well, let's just pick up where Stalin left off and stop making ourselves obvious. You know, it's like that's my personal opinion. I can't prove that, but I mean, there's a good reason to believe that McCarthy was right about communism in America, but he was looking for Stalinists when he should have been thinking about Trotskyists or something. I mean, again, I'm a dumbass. I'm not an academic, but that's my general understanding of the situation. Like, there's a strong argument that America was run by Trotskyists in like 1925, 1930.
Yeah, Lenin was from like Lenin and Trotsky were from the I'm like they were educated in the United States, like even in New York, so they were not from Russia, right? But then Stalin was I believe he was like from like Ukraine or something like that, right?
Yeah, he's from Georgia, and he was like basically like honestly, he was kind of a badass. He went around like robbing banks and stuff like that, and he was going to be a priest, and then everybody told, he's like, I have to feed my family, and I don't like these people or whatever, so he just went around like bank robbing people and stuff like that, and eventually through prison he met, I guess, what became the communist, whatever, That's what I heard. Again, I don't know much about it. Like, I studied a lot of history, but for whatever reason, they didn't. I didn't get too deep into it, but I've picked up secondhand a little bit of the details.
I think I have a copy of his manifesto or whatever. It's pretty long. Or
Which
one of them.
Stalin or
Trotsky.
Yeah, with Trotsky, I mean, again, it's just funny. It's like I always heard about him, but I didn't really grasp how deep it goes. But I was listening to some Caleb Maupin this morning too, and he was kind of just talking about like how, I mean, really, it's like you have these kind of occultists and all this stuff, and I'm not saying that the Stalinists are not a problem. I mean, I think all communism is bad, but I think it's like you think of it like this. Like I would say, it's like the capitalists are Trotskyists and the OG communists are Stalinists, if that makes any sense, right? And so, like, you see, like, these Antifa people, they're like, they don't know really what's going on at the lower levels, right? But probably as you get higher and higher up to, like, whoever's running the, American government and the British government and stuff like this, and probably, Russia and Israel and all these people, I would say they're more like Trotskyists. It's like they really actually, don't value people very much. You know what I'm saying? Like they're more, I would say they're more like the Margaret Sangers of the world, right? Does that make sense? Like they just really hate people, essentially. And there seems to be some internal struggles about this, but I don't know exactly how deep that really goes. But, I think, again, I'm just trying to draw it all the way back to these older heresies, because I get the sense it's like, this whole Malthusian hating, hating life, hating humans, seems like it's a pretty old thing. It's just taking this one.
I found the book. It's called it's just called The History of the Russian Revolution by Leon Trotsky. So I got, it's like,
yeah, you should look up this guy named I can't remember his name, but he wrote a book called The Managerial Class, and he wrote it. Shit, let me look that up. Hold on. And also Caleb Maupin, because he talks about this stuff too in depth, and I'll put those names in the back. Hold on a second. Yeah, there's a guy named Burnham. He was basically like the predecessor of like what became like CIA or FBI or some shit like that. But you know, he wrote a book called The Managerial Class about basically how the people, you know, really running the United States are basically Trotskyists, and we're trying to like make everybody in the managerial class like understand that Trotskyism is actually how you manage people in this technological situation that we're in, and all this. You know, again, I don't know exactly how that fits into this paragraph we're looking at, but that's how I would say that, like, if you understand, like, between Trotsky and America's, and also the fact that, again, Orwell wrote 1984 about the American and British system, not about Russia or Germany or something like that, right? So I think that gives you a lot more clear understanding, you know.
Let me look at the table of contents on this book here.
And Machine, what is the definition of millenarianism again?
It's as like basically Unseen said, like like it's basically like 1,000-year reign, right? So millenarian, that's why it's called millenarian. And there's also dispensationalism, which is a little bit different, but that means that there's different ages where there's different dispensations, right?
So it's like basically like different enlightenments for different ages, right? So
exactly.
you have like, yeah, that makes, okay, got it.
Yeah, there's
got
like
it,
a new covenant for different ages, right?
So so it's basically like this. Again, I think that's Trotskyism right there. It's like just an infinite revolution. You have this revolution, then another one, then another one. But you know, we'll call it something different. They'll say it's enlightenment. I think enlightenment and revolution is essentially, you know, interchangeable terms. You know.
Yeah, because the goal is world revolution.
Exactly. Yep. And I mean, if you look at all the economics and all the stuff going on, like all these things about politics, economics, they're all merging into one thing, technology, all this. Why? Because they want the whole world to be in perpetual revolution, which basically means whoever understands the secret knowledge or whatever, they can engineer whatever revolution or depopulation or whatever they want, because most people won't have a comprehension of what's going on. You know, that's how I would characterize it. So I think you answered the question I wanted to get into, which is that, you know, so it's basically like millenarian dispensationalism converging with like modern, postmodern Trotskyism or something like that, which again, it's not even the right term, but you get what I'm trying to like show how all these things are basically interlaced together. You know, the Enlightenment is an ongoing process, essentially. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Freud,
yeah.
Yeah, and Freud literally wrote in like Civilization and its discontents that the state is basically where human beings exercise their psychotic urges, right? So they have this psychotic urge for like sterile like violence, right? And they have to like have this because they have all this guilt, right? And they have these violent tendencies that are suppressed, so they have to channel their violent tendencies somehow, so the state basically manifests itself, right? Out of the subconscious urges, the subconscious violent urges, right? And then basically that's what Thomas Paine said, right? He said the state is a necessary evil. Right, so it represents like a subconscious, like evil urge to like have power and dominate people.
Well, in a sense, like I can understand and even agree to some degree, but also I see it's like, well, if you're someone who has that knowledge and the ability to kind of like manipulate that situation, then of course you're going to justify it because or because you're going to have control, so at least some sort of control over it, right? And so, I mean, and I guess, if technology is your end goal for whatever reason, right, then, you just mix in a little bit in, dispensational enlightenment process theology or something, right? And then there you go. I mean, you got like your perfect little excuse factory there.
Yeah. That's what the Hegel and Marx, they thought that the individual was secondary to society, right? Once society gets going, then it engineers like these individuals, right? And that's because of the system, right? Because society creates a structure, right? And that structure creates like individuals, right? So they said the process is actually otherwise, right, than how people think it is, right? How people think that, it's people that are determining society, right? But they kind of said, no, it's actually society that's determining individuals. So it's kind of a different way of looking at things because they understood the notion of the collective in a totally different way because of Darwin. So it's like Darwin and Marx and well, I think Darwin and Hegel mixed is a deadly combination, right? Because you have in one this idea of evolution, and then you have in the other this notion of progress of human society, and like how humans want more and more freedom.
Well, and do you think that that there's ever any intention on giving that to humans, or is that more like the carrot and then they have the stick in the back, essentially?
Well, it's just how they say they want to engineer society to engineer the individual.
To what end? I mean, is it to make people? I mean, it sounds like Georgianian, essentially. Like, we need to go better, smarter, faster, whatever.
Well, that's what because Marx was a futurist. He wanted to take the reins of like change and like all this stuff, and he said the point. He said up till now philosophers have tried to understand the world. What if the point was not to understand it but to change it? And he also said the root of man is man himself. So he said that man has to take essential control of his own destiny, like become his own god, and then try to change the world, try to change like society, right?
Well,
not try to like adapt himself to like nature and his country, like follow your tribe and your country. Like he didn't believe all that.
Well, to quote John Mayer, we're all waiting on the world to change. You know what I mean? So,
I want to head over to NFTU's stuff. So have a good one.
How dare you?
Yeah, blessings.
He doesn't allow for conversations. When he's on other people's panels, he tries to suck up all the air. And he has more stamina than Officer Snaps, who's going to just take longer for us to get a word in edgewise. So he needs a break from us.
I literally got kicked for asking a question and challenging his answer.
How dare you,
Literally.
Denison? How dare you ask a question?
And I just want to point out that was in the context of giving Jack like a good 5 minutes of criticism. constructive in my opinion, but nonetheless, I went from criticizing Jack to asking Tommy a question, and that was too much. Go back to criticizing Jack. Well, that never happened.
I
don't think it's a fair comparison. Don't judge me mate between Tommy and me. She's kind of obsessed with me a little bit. It's okay. It's okay.
But don't judge me. You're welcome. You're welcome here. You're welcome on this panel, as far as I know.
Absolutely.
You're welcome on mine as well.
And thank you. And here I do want to welcome another guy who hosts some great panels and deep philosophy. Welcome back to Machine Lives.
Yeah, blessings, brother Jack.
Good to see you again, man.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Hey, you're a man of deep mind, and so I'm curious with just the simple topic of today. What would be your thoughts on that question? Do you think you control what you notice?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. I think, obviously, I think that most of, our ideas and, concepts are basically mediated, by the use of techniques. So I think that it's really hard to figure out what is actually real awareness and what's a distraction. And obviously thinking about thinking, I think that is a sort of self-masturbatory, because thinking cannot solve the problems that thinking has caused, right? So in a way, like thinking about thinking, I think that represents a lack of awareness, a lack of noticing, if you will, what's going on around you, right? But too much noticing can be bad, right? Information overload, as they say.
Thank you. I think maybe a better way of saying it might be think about what you're thinking, because the idea is don't waste time. Don't waste time on thoughts that are irrelevant, on ideas that aren't yours. We live in a world of media, social, and all this other entertainment crap. It's easy to get distracted and it's easy to pick up other people's beliefs. But a true freedom, it means being brave enough to step out of the crowd and be yourself. And there's so many variables in life. It's easy for us to get confused. And then the way we're designed, our bodies and our whatever, we're designed to adapt, and we get comfortable. People get comfortable with all sorts of unhealthy and ridiculous things. What's the word for that I'm thinking of?
Well, I do notice. Yeah. Yeah, but I do notice there's foggy somatic detachment, that people are not in their body, they're in their thoughts. And that's a huge problem because they're not noticing where they are. So that's a huge problem that, that comes with information overload.
Well, they're texting. Sorry, go ahead.
that veil of thoughts, that's where the confusion is found. And that's the veil that each of us need to identify. That veil of thoughts is keeping us separate from what is real. And what is real? See for yourself if you can find it, but I know God's love to be real. And that's where I want to keep my focus all the time anymore, is God's love. It's like, holy cows, man. All this world, this whole world was created for you and I. That's pretty fucking amazing. I mean, we've been given everything we need to sustain life and prosper through the agriculture, the natural environment we've been given. We've got everything we need to create utopia here on Earth. I don't know why people are so unwilling to consider the idea. But praise God.
Tacos are pretty amazing. I got to admit to that. I love tacos, and I don't know if I could really live here without tacos.
That's one of my favorites. What, Andy? Sorry?
I said amen.
Oh,
Praise
hey,
God.
Andy. You like tacos?
Hey,
yeah.
lentil tacos are amazing.
Can I interpret the
Damn,
question
that
in a
sounds
different
good,
way
Jack.
and still kind of come to the same conclusion?
Please. What are
Do
your
you
thoughts?
think you control what you notice? So at the same time, you know, the you, the I, it is what controls what you notice. It blinds you from things potentially that you could see otherwise. I just don't think people have as much agency or awareness over the self of the I, of that you. It's not what they think it is, right?
Right. They've got an identity, a memory of who they think they are with all these rules. And I think if I understood Machine Lies right, I think that's what you're pointing at as far as the technology. Is that the beliefs that people hold becomes the technology that they operate off of?
Oh yeah, or like, or just much more simply, you know, I think a person can perform an activity and become identified with the activity itself. For example, a person is sweeping. You can take out the person and the is and just put sweeping, right? That is true awareness because it's, I mean, activity without thoughts, and right, like if you really want to perform an action, I mean, like true awareness is acting without thinking about it. Right. So in a way, you know, you have to get out of the way of yourself. Right. So that's the thing is like if you're too much noticing yourself, you know, and that goes back to what I said is like going back to, you know, if you're stuck in your thoughts and you're in your body, well, you could be too conscious of yourself, too, and not actually see, you know, what's going on there. Right. Like the I think. Right. Well, it like all that's happening is thinking. It's just activity. Right, there's no I behind it, right? As Dennison said.
Yes, there's a Bruce Lee quote, a famous quote. I'm not sure if you've seen that clip of Bruce Lee on this very thing, where he said, "Empty your mind, be like water."
Right.
Empty your mind, and he's talking about emptying your mind, and yeah, it's a great. He was doing an interview when he said that. And he talked about how water takes the form of a container, like a teapot. You put water in a teapot, it becomes a teapot. And he's suggesting to become like water, fluid. And it's actually pretty cool where he says, empty your mind and be like water. And then he says, water can do this and water can crash. But anyway, he was a philosopher. He wasn't just an actor.
Was that like
the water into the glass? It becomes
was he
the
saying
glass.
Was he saying to like adapt to your situations or something? What does he mean by that?
Yes.
About water
He was saying
becoming
be fluid like water. Like don't be solid. Like empty your mind and just kind of flow like water. Not just adapt, but flow like water. Just flow.
Yeah. I
love metaphorical language.
You put water into the bucket, it becomes a bucket.
I was watching I don't remember, some old philosophy, listening to some old philosophy, and that idea, I mean, it was a Japanese training. The idea of being like water, be the still reflection of that which is. Allow whatever happens to happen, and you remain unmoved. You remain the calm water. But when it's time, be ready to change, right? To adapt, be powerful.
Yeah, he's actually drawn from chapter 8 of the Tao Te Ching, right? Where it says, the highest good is like water. Water is good at benefiting the myriad creatures while not contending with them. It resides in places that, it says it resides in places that people find repellent and so comes close to the way. I find that line extremely beautiful. Right? That water helps, it helps even people who reject it. Right, so you don't have to believe in water for it to, sustain you. Right.
Amen.
Repeat that last part again from the.
It says it dwells, or it resides in the places that people find repellent, and so it becomes close to the way. And it helps people without contending with them.
He got stoned a lot too, Jack. Bruce Lee. He smoked a lot of weed. People don't realize this, but his wife, his widow, talked about it.
Yeah, that's a Taoist thing from the Emperor Shen Nung, and he actually cultivated hemp.
There's been amazing gifts, treasures of wisdom that have been left behind for us. It's up for each of us to discover. And I'm grateful for what I've found. I'm grateful for what I've learned. I truly am. I'm so grateful for this life I've already lived. And I feel like it's just beginning. So
you can use water in a bong.
I want to try growing my own tobacco at some point, so I can have like an actual cigarette.
It's a great idea. I encourage you. Do it. Be natural. Grow. Get to explore. And regarding water, what was said there too, a friend of mine, Chemo, and for those who know the lore with me, Chemo, back after my spiritual awakening, we had a few conversations, and he presented the theory to me of why he felt God was water, or water was God. And there's a lot of similarities in the nature between God and water.
I didn't know that.
There was actually a pre-Socratic philosopher who said that. I think he was a student of Anaximenes. Or actually, Anaximenes was a student of him, the guy who came up with the idea of evolution, and he basically said that that all things are full of gods, and he said that basically moisture is God, right? That all things have moisture, and so they have movement. And he actually postulated that like little moisture or bubbles are like the ruling principle of all the universe. His name was Thales. He was a monist, right? And he basically postulated that water was the ruling principle.
That's fascinating. And the thought that the monist is devoted life, I'm assuming, and that means a life mostly spent in seclusion and isolation and silence. And there's been a lot of wisdom that's grown through some of the Catholic priests, and there's been a lot of wisdom that's come from people who retreated to solitude, and that has been shared with the rest of us. And we live in a time and an age of technology. The wisdom is being shared. It's time for us to, I think it's time for us to speed it up, to help clear the clutter, because people are being overwhelmed. They're being drowned in a sea of information right now. So much is entering the minds of everyone every day. And the normal routine is you don't have time to slow down. You don't have time to stop. Time is a gift.
So if moisture is related to God and water, then sex, like I've made women feel God a lot of times.
Or maybe we should worship Poseidon.
We should worship orgasms as well, I think.
Or Tiamat.
That would be
sex magic.
Sex magic, yes.
No. Well, I don't know.
Jack says that's haram.
I think it's godly, though, Jack. Don't you agree that God gave us the orgasm as a gift to feel good? It's one of the gifts.
If you believe in God, He's responsible for everything, including every orgasm.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of those things, as they say, a sacrament, or as you say, yeah. So it's definitely a holy presence behind it. Because the same thing that creates life is actually pleasurable. That's actually a huge miracle.
Yes, it's not a
must
coincidence.
Be why she always says, "Oh my God."
I call it Godgasms sometimes. Godgasms, and this is true story. I'm not trolling. I really do. It's a blessing.
I like this too. From a physics perspective, God is hydrogen because everything wants to bond with it. That's interesting, because hydrogen is the first element with the, as I understand from the makeup of the atoms. And it's from that initial one that everything else is created. It's amazing, man. God is so glorious. Life is an adventure. Be here, be now, have fun, and get shit done. This is the lifetime to do it. What's that?
And eat tacos.
Yes. Amen. Amen. I'm gonna get some today.
As appropriate. Welcome.
I fucking love tacos. So good. Who left? Something.
It was Hank.
Oh yeah.
Bye, Hank.
Yeah, thanks for saying goodbye.
Hank does the Irish goodbye. Don't let his complexion fool you.
Yeah,
I noticed Noel does too.
Yeah,
he gave us a black.
Just as Steven was talking about tacos, there's actually breakfast tacos in the chat. So that's actually very interesting. Coincidence there.
Well, in here,
God knows all. He's omnipotent. He must know.
Hey, I like his channel. I've seen a lot of his content. Breakfast tacos.
He hosts some real great discussions. And this question, though, does God know what it feels like to enjoy doing gay butt stuff? I would say yes, through those who are doing that. God is with all things that we are.
He invented gay butt stuff.
What a true. What a rabbit hole of thought, though, because is God experiencing our experiences?
It's
with God every hole, even the butt sex.
He's watching all the gay butt stuff.
Oh,
that's
hardcore. Of course.
God,
this is what I had. This is what I had to come to terms with. God has been with every woman I was with. God has been with every man I fought. God has been with me. It's been God. God creates and allows. We choose. Okay? And our choices are limited by the ideas. And we don't find ideas when we're trapped in looping thoughts. And we don't still ourselves. This is what I keep coming back to and reinforcing this practice. Please, practice. Become still. Just be.
Jack, can I ask you a question? Was Jack, or was not Jack, was God with you when you were very drunk, like in the depths of your alcoholism, and you were sick, puking, even when you thought that you had no one? Was God still with you during all of that?
I had no awareness of it, but the evidence shows that there was something keeping me safe, something keeping me alive. I wasn't really helping those things, but by the grace of God, as I said, even in my military service, my years of drinking, and I drove drunk many times. By the grace of God, none were harmed. There were no injuries from me.
Yeah, like how many times has like bad shit happened, and then you see later that it was actually your perception causing it to be a bad experience, when actually if you saw it from a different way, it'd be actually a great experience. Is something that was preparing you for something a lot better and actually fixing your perspective everywhere where you had a false perspective. It actually fixed it.
Dude, I had the worst experience when I was like 17 in Cancun, Mexico. I got drunk and I threw up all over the bed in the hotel, and it was awful. I had a hangover for the whole next day. I thought I was dying. I mean, I didn't feel like God was there with me. I thought that this is it. Like it was really, I got really drunk. I think I had alcohol poisoning. I got so sick. But I don't know what was good about it. Even looking back, I don't know what that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what was good about that experience?
It was that last like whatever drink you had or whatever, or like And I was like, hey, like it's like that's the lesson or whatever. Before you got poisoned yourself or whatever.
Well, at least I didn't throw up in the taxi. The driver was worried he could tell I was drunk.
There you go.
But yeah.
So see,
the maid was not happy though. There was puke all over the bed, and I mean, it was a mess. But there are terrible experiences in this life, and what I'm trying to understand is how that really helps us. That's why I was wondering about Jack when he was in the depths of alcoholism.
Well, it sounds like so many things, like, you know, the comfort of the hotel, the taxi cab ride, the not throwing up. There's so many ways in which it could have gone worse. I mean, the poisoning
There's a fan
itself.
above me that was spinning, and it's like the room was spinning. Oh man, it was horrible.
Well, we could magnify it. Just for like an example, we could magnify it and say like, what is the good of a child trafficking victim or something, like a 5-year-old little girl that's being held prisoner in a basement or something? Like, what's the good from that?
Well, ideally, there's heroes that rise to the occasion. And for the survivors of those atrocities, prayerfully, the survivor becomes a healer. And they lead other young people to their healing. So I looked at, when I was first gaining faith, some of the obvious questions. Why does God allow war? Why does God allow sick children? Why? What's your explanation, Jack? Well, following logic and reasoning, if you go beyond just the limits of one life and you look into the scope of time, World War II, one of the greatest disasters and mistakes of our time, but meaning the loss of life. But on the other side, it stopped the execution of some real atrocity. So anyway, through the horrors of World War II and the atrocities in Germany, there was a lot of people devoted to study. And let's not overlook Let's not overlook what was discovered through the human experimentation during wartime. It's helped evolve our medical industries and the pharmaceutical industries and the banking industries. It's all helped. So it's all been good. But also psychology, right? There's been studies of society since then. Knowledge has grown and evolved. And so if we look at life as a lesson, it's also a game. It's a game that contains lesson. You win when you choose love. That's the lesson I learned. Breakfast tacos, I say this from experience and with respect and care. Your comment, oh yeah, everyone of sound mind knows no gods exist. I say this with respect, breakfast tacos. It's really easy for smart people to fool themselves into confidence when they have none to really be. See, denial is not something to be confident about.
Yeah, I mean, many logical people have gone mad.
Just from my perspective, though, you could apply the same thing that you just said to Christians.
Say the same thing to Christians.
You know what you said about false confidence and stuff, and it's easy to be fooled into believing what you want to believe, basically.
You're right. Yes.
Always got to keep an open mind.
Absolutely. Humility is the path to freedom. It seems counter-logical. You can't be humble. You got to fight. You got to be strong. You can't lose. You got to allow God to play into the long game and have faith in the long game. That's what I've been doing. And I think it's going to work out, but I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
Humility, that's something that some are lacking, like Illumitami, for example. I don't want to single them out, but humility, I think, is key to not only understanding God, but relating to other, like, God's creatures.
I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Oh, it's okay. I just was saying humility is part of not tacos, but it's part of relating to others. And I think if some, like, illumitomity had more humility, they would be able to relate to others more than just kind of serving. That's not me.
Yeah, sorry about that. I muted Andy for a moment.
Yeah, I like illumitomity because it is illumitomity. It's like a condition. You know, it's not like an actual person. Right?
Yeah. Let me address because I do have respect for Breakfast Tacos, and I encourage people, if you haven't checked him out, he's another one. You have some real quality conversations. However, what you're doing is you're presenting a straw man argument. You're misrepresenting me so that you can win, and that's not honest. You claim that I reject the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that has been revealed to all of sound mind through natural and special revelation in your unrighteousness. You've clinged to these habits of words, and I don't know how to get you to reopen your mind, but I encourage you to do so, because this one here is a false narrative. Okay, you're projecting, perhaps. I don't know. I don't claim to know you, but you claim that I just want sin and evil to exist outside of a conceptual nature, so you can continue to be a main character in an imaginary cosmic battle of good versus evil. This is why you reject the truth. That's a false claim. You come to the conclusion that I reject the truth and built a faulty narrative to support it. God bless you, brother. I look forward to proving you wrong. And it won't be me. That's the thing. That's the thing. Praise God. It's by God's grace the truth is found. It's through our stubbornness that we deny. I used to live in denial. It brought me to hell with depression and alcoholism and unhealthy habits. I was in denial about my responsibility. See, I was back to the early in the beginning of the stream. I was playing a role. I was performing in the world, and I listened to the world around me, and I looked at the bank and the bills and all these rules as though they had power. No. God is the power. Life is the power who you are. So figure that out. If God is life and you are the life who you are, what does that mean? Means God is living through you.
Like water in our bodies, in a way. God doesn't necessarily have to be the water, but our bodies have a lot of water, right? Like our bodies are made up of mostly water. And if that's true, we're mostly made up of God.
Ugly bags of mostly water.
I have a theory that the water allows our memory to be carried, because water carries, there's evidence that shows water carries memory. And
yes, and emotion. The different emotions, they've done these studies where the crystals of water, if you yell at it and you scream at it and hateful, versus if you love that, it's entirely different. And metal music versus go ahead, Jack.
What you just reminded me of, that experiment with how, the angry emotions affect the water, and we are made mostly of water. Think about some of our well-known emotional characters online. right? The anger and the bitterness that's coming out of their mouths, their bodies are dealing with that focus.
You can see it. They're contorting, like their face contorts if they're on camera. They just get so angry, and it's just pouring out of them like a volcano erupting or something. And it's just over the top, and they're not in control of themselves. It's like a demon has taken over.
It is. It's the spirit of anger. It's a demon. It disguises itself as righteousness. But I've done what you've said, Stephen. I've shown myself online in past experiences, yelling at people, looking all angry, and no. But because of that, I have a hard time getting upset at someone who's upset, right? Because I've dealt with that issue myself. I'm real quick to forgive people if they get a little emotional or angry once in a while. But there's people who have these habits and patterns of anger. I didn't realize the toxicity I was carrying around in my mind until, by the grace of God, I found the idea and the way to take this crap that I was carrying around and put it down. The moment I put my crap down, once I put the past aside and I said, well, here, once I did this, once I accepted the present with the purpose of feeling good, I started getting new ideas, and then everything started changing.
Jack, when you said put it down, it made me visualize in my mind somebody walking with anger, and they're carrying 100 pounds in their right hand, 100 in their left, doing a farmer's walk all day long, and they're hanging on to this shit, and it's not helping them. It's not groceries that they're carrying, it's anger. And if they put it down, they'll feel so much better, and they get rid of that weight that they're carrying. They don't need to carry it.
Stephen, that's a great analogy. And if you consider the concept of enlightened, put the heavy shit down, and you'll discover that you are enlightened. It's so simple. Our God is so amazing, dude. Once people start getting this, and I don't know, I've imagined a lot of things in the world, but once I started stepping into my own practice, following the way of Jesus, being willing to forgive, having faith, it didn't come from the world. I lost faith in the world, but I haven't given up on the purpose that's been placed in me for the world.
Put the weight down, people, and you'll be enlightened. You'll be lighter. You'll be enlightened. Set that weight down.
It's as simple as that. We create part of our personalities. Many people will carry in their personality this trauma, memories of pain and, wrongness. And so carrying around trauma, put it down. Allow yourself, rather than focus on the pain and the brokenness, change your direction. Focus on the peace and the healing, because healing starts. Healing is part of life. God is life. And the way of life is truly the way of Jesus, the truth, the way, and the light. He represented life for us. We're all capable of divinity. It's our natural state. The world we were born into corrupted many of us, drove us insane. I was insane enough to drink every day, wasting my life, missing out on the best years of my kid. I'm still missing out on years with my kid. All because of the past.
You believe that Jesus is God?
I believe he was sent by God for mankind. And as Jesus said, he was sent to glorify our God And so, in my mind, the Christian faith, we should be living to glorify Jesus in our words and our deeds.
I disagree.
How so?
Because Jesus promoted glory to the Father, not to himself.
Correct. And if you glorify Jesus, are you not in turn glorifying the Father? But it must be done through.
I think that it seems like what he wanted would, unless we're talking about the Gospel of John. I don't really accept the Gospel of John as part of the true story, but it seems like from the other Gospels, what Jesus wanted was for people to listen to what he was saying, but really what Jesus was saying was just to follow the laws of the Torah.
You reject John?
True laws.
Yeah.
Oh. Jesus wanted the true laws followed, not the harsh, judgmental, punishing laws.
You specific? Well, I mean, if we listen to what Matthew said anyway, he said every law, not one stroke of a letter will fall from the laws of the Torah or the laws of Moses until all is accomplished.
Yeah.
Well, there's been recent discoveries of, and I don't know the validity of these, but I heard of recent discoveries of older Moses scrolls that are a little bit different. They don't actually promote the animal sacrifice. So if Jesus was referring to particularly to one like that, then certainly that's what he was here to do, and regardless the other way. The 10 Commandments, right? He broke them down to 2. Love God, love one another. And his commandment as the Son of God, the messenger from God, was to love one another as he loved. He didn't condemn. Did he?
Yeah, if I could just ask Andy a question, because if you said you reject John but you accept Matthew, because
no, hold on right there. I don't accept any of it as true. I'm just saying I don't even consider John as part of the canon.
Oh, okay. So what would you consider part of the canon then? Or do you think there is a legitimate canon? But you said you don't agree with any of it.
This might be a hurtful answer, but I think that if there is any actual canon, it's just Mark, and maybe this missing Q document that everybody's trying to piece together.
Oh, interesting. So you think there was just one story and then everybody changed it or something like that?
Well, yeah, because Matthew, for instance, like we know Mark is the oldest gospel just based on the writing style and what he's talking about happening. He's speaking during or just after the temple fell, in my opinion, just after, because it's prophesized. And I don't believe in psychics, but
hey, Andy,
go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is an amazing conversation that I would love to continue, but I just recognized the time, and I started early for a purpose. So I do need us to be mindful. Let's start wrapping up in a couple of minutes. And if you're able to finish your thought, please.
Yeah, I think I could summarize just really quickly. Basically, one of my big reasons for doubting the other gospels, and I have my doubts for Mark too. It's not like I think Mark is true. I just think it's the best hope at truth. But I think that, like Matthew, for instance, takes 91 or 92% of what Mark said and puts it in this almost the same exact order, but like rewords a couple things to like direct it towards Jews more than Mark did, and like, then we get like people adding verses onto the end of Mark to like make Mark match Luke and Matthew, and Luke seems to be like also copying from some source that Matthew also had, which maybe was this Q document or something. And then John is just like literally different in every way that you could possibly imagine, even though allegedly him and Matthew were both witnesses to Jesus.
Yeah.
But they tell a completely different story about the way that he talked and the things that he taught. Yeah, John's the only person that claims that that Jesus is God. All the rest of them say he's the Son of God and the Messiah. So there's a lot to it, but I think that Mark being the earliest gospel is probably our best hope at truth, if there is any.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, John is 90% different than the other three gospels called the synoptic gospels.
Yeah, it's weird. I always wondered about that as a kid even.
What do you think about Paul? Since Jack is busy.
Well, I have a lot of pretty controversial views about Paul. I think if Paul was a real person, I think that he is a liar, and he is just, kind of conforming to whatever crowd he needs to conform to convince whoever he needs to convince.
Oh, interesting. So do you think he was a spy?
He was a dick, Paul.
Yeah, he was crucifying Christians. He saw that the movement was growing, and he realized that if he just pretended to have a vision from Jesus, that he could gain power in the movement, which is exactly what he did, and he did gain power in the movement.
But what do you think the motive was? Oh, just
power.
Personal power for Paul?
Yeah, that's what everybody wants, really. Well, I mean, it has maybe not as much nowadays, but I feel like our morals have evolved more nowadays. But like back then, that's what everybody wanted, was like power and legacy.
I'm not seeking personal power like Paul.
Yeah, I don't either. But yeah, I don't trust Paul. But I also don't think that Paul was. I personally don't believe he was a real person. I think that Luke was the first person to ever mention Paul, and then like the character was expanded on later by possibly Mark in college.
You can find reasons to reject anyone and anything, and it sounds like you have. Myself, I found, regardless of the source, I looked for the wisdom and the possibilities, and it was the writings of Paul that offered me a lot of initial inspiration and confirmation. But then I later learned and saw how the writings of Paul and the such is really behind the indoctrination of the churches, the orthodoxy of the churches. And so inspired by Paul, though, consider this, inspired by the story of Paul, in my view, I felt wrongfully persecuted as an innocent man with the way my termination was handled as a government employee. So thinking of Paul, I'm thinking, you know what? I want to appeal to Caesar. I got fucking rights that have been ignored. And so along the way, I'm also following the way of Jesus in a way to grow in my knowing of God. And that was your
I'm with
question.
you, Jeff. I still think that there's wisdom to the Bible, and I haven't let go of any of that. But I don't think that we need to get that from the Bible either. Like, I think that there's 10,000 years of, there's 7,000 or 8,000 years of written history from humans, and the Bible is just like a little 1,000-year portion of it.
Yes, I agree completely. This has been one of my criticisms of many of my brother and sister Christians is they don't look at all elsewhere. Matter of fact, many of them just keep telling me, go to the Bible. Go to the Bible. You're wrong, Jack. Go to the Bible.
There's wisdom even in a peasant, even in the Middle Ages. Somebody, like even a king, could find wisdom, or a queen or a princess speaking with a peasant. And it's not, and they were illiterate. They weren't even able to read the Bible, but they could have wisdom from life and life experience.
Yes. And that's really the key, though. But I'd encourage you, don't dismiss the possibilities. I've accepted it.
We talked about this. I still pray, I still pray. I still keep my Bible. The Bible is still my favorite book. And I ask other Christians to pray for me too often. So it's like, if there's a chance, I'm working toward it the best I can, but I can't begin. I don't have the belief, and I don't have control over whether I believe or not.
Well, I'm going to start wrapping up. Let's do final words, please.
That was it for me. I wish everybody well, and I hope everyone's happy and healthy and prospering. And much love to all you guys. God bless.
Blessings.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Blessings. Who else? How about you, Stephen? You go first this time.
Okay, we'll change it up. God bless everyone here today, and I love tacos, and I hope everyone. I'm gonna have some tacos. That's what's on my mind. I hope everybody has a great day today, and thanks for having me on. What a glorious day it's been.
Much love. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate you. Either way, Machine Lies or Denizen. What are you feeling? Actually, Denizen, please. Final thoughts?
Yeah, I put my link in the chat.
Yes.
I like having conversations like this one on my channel. So if you're into that sort of thing, check me out. It was a very positive conversation today, I think for obvious reasons. I won't mention by name. I only pissed off Jack like a little bit today, so it was a good day. Good to see you again, Jack. TML. I'll see you guys again later.
Yeah, blessings, homie.
Blessings.
Yeah,
Oh,
bless you,
sorry.
brother.
I thought I was muted. Excuse me. Holy
No.
cow. Excuse me. Thoughts from you, brother.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think it's interesting. You know, as Lao Tzu says, you know, that water, you know, even though it sustains people, right, without contention, right, the rejection of water, right, or you know, the misuse of water is not blamed on water. I mean, to quote, Fela Kuti, right, water no get enemy, right? If you're gonna wash something, it's water you're gonna use, right? But also, you know, water can destroy you, right? But nobody blames water, right, for its destruction, for its destructive capacity, right? So that's why it's good, right? So that's how you know that goodness is real, right? So going back to what Breakfast Tacos was saying, you know, that goodness and evil are, imaginary concepts. Well, we know goodness is real, right? And we know that there is a real world going on, right? So there are people who reject goodness, right? So I think the rejection of goodness can be seen as evil. So I think there is a real battle going on between good and evil. You know, but it's not done through fighting and blaming people and by finding contention, as Lao Tzu says, right? But actually using good, right, to conquer evil, right? So what he says here, he says, the highest good is like water. Water is good at benefiting the myriad creatures while not contending with them. It resides in the places that people find repellent and so comes close to the way. In residence, the good lies in location. In hearts, the good lies in depth. In interactions with others, the good lies in benevolence. In words, the good lies in trustworthiness. In government, the good lies in orderliness. In carrying out one's business, the good lies in ability. In actions, the good lies in timeliness. But this is the main thing he says. He says, only by avoiding contention can one avoid blame. Just like water does. But yeah, blessings. Thank you guys for being here. Oh, with us.
Brother, thank you. Blessings to you. And where'd that go? I didn't drop it that far ago. That's the Machine Lies. I encourage you folks, if you haven't yet, give some subscribe. Machine Lies and Denizen as well. So I'm going to wrap it up. I've got a thing scheduled for later. There's movement happening both online and offline with this Jack Talcott character. So I appreciate you. I encourage you. Do your friends a favor. Have them tune in. Let them at least check it out for themselves. See if they want to be a part of this. There's a crazy adventure going on here.
The car is on fire, and there's no driver at the wheel. And the sewers are all muddied with 1,000 lonely suicides. And a dark wind blows. The government is corrupt. And we're on so many drugs with the radio on and the curtains drawn. We're trapped in the belly of this horrible machine. And the machine is bleeding to death. The sun has fallen down. And the billboards are all leering. And the flags are all dead at the top of their poles.
Machine lies, yet where we talk about how the machine lies beyond the machine, that lies.
You know what I'm saying? Keep the movement subversive and all that. You know what I mean? This the Black Mamba serum right here. We gotta, you know what I'm saying, inject these poisoned individuals. It's all snake biters out here, you know what I'm saying? But on the real side, what was that shit, that little trickle of beat you had like two songs ago, man? I'm saying we need to massacre that. We need to make moves on it. I'm saying I got some ideas for that. I can plot that out. We need to, you know what I'm saying, let me siphon filter that. You know what I mean? We need to filtrate that. But on the real, all in all, the smart spec and all that, you know what I'm saying? We out here, you saying, trying to build things. I mean, all these little scallywags out here. all these paper bags, you know what I'm saying? These recyclable niggas and shit. You know what I'm saying? We trying to bring some new barbed wire to the table for y'all niggas to play with. You know what I'm saying? Play with matches and all that.
Mark II, he was the whatever type nigga. You know, the type of nigga that would do anything at any given time. A live wire.
Believe me, kid, you don't want this guy unless you are 100% sure you need him. He's a fucking monster.
It's biohazardous. I hold my sword so immaculate. Peep the asterisks. First place, Brody championships. Z was right as jagged Arabic to make the planet split our panic strip. Verbally, I hold the banana clip that'll rip the flip through amulets and turn niggas inanimate. Now I'm banished with my click for planet hits on presidential mannequins. Tampering with cyanide and aspirin. I peeped your Mary Magdalene's table dancing out in Nazareth. Seen you in your ambulance. Catch me acting arrogant. Walking past Jersey through Los Angeles. Too many niggas on that faggot shit, that fabric. We was never having it. Instead I keep that parliament funk. Smack fiends wanna bump. My style 360 metric ton of opium gum. Slowing your jump. These Forrest Gump niggas think they got their hands on a pump. Remind me they're still a pregnant chick who tried to stun and got straight when she was 7.5 months. You repulsed. Shit's fucked up. I juxtapose vanilla tie mixed with clumps. A chocolate skunk. Global stumped. Punch drunk off the grimy city dump. Beat bump. New York and Jersey niggas say they keep it drunk. But niggas don't wanna be rich. They wanna be Illuminati just like Turner and Trump. But we perverted like monks. Now we chant the Gregorian, Torn Peoria and the Orient. The valedictorian, Roll Warrior and the DeLorean. Feeling euphoria, distorting like historians. Or brothers who hold their glory in the 40 and sound like broken accordions, empty auditoriums. It ain't no wax to trap an auditorium. Just ask Kevorkian if he got any more of them little capsules that he store me in.
For a few seconds, this place was Armageddon.
No dessert till you finish your vegetables. 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 Deathbed instrumentals. Bleeding through your eyes every beat I put my pen to. I shine plus the sun reflect too. The Blade Walker at your rescue. Pray a Lord bless you when I make your chest move. It's back to the essence or the test tube. Jersey play my nights with Lancelot and make chess moves. Strategic slow death, Imhotep, call me nephew. You what's that nigga y'all don't wanna stand next to? Mr. Hyde, cause I don't respect you enough to let you be Dr. Jekyll. Plus your movie ain't scary. Paintball, guerrilla war. It's gay soldiers in your military. Now listen clearly. Broken Cherries got the screening calls through the secretary. Catch me offline. Inspect@hotmail.com. Shoplifting hackers. Canal Cypher. Survivor TV. Trap me in a world full of actors. Catch me on the street. Start my own Fight Club chapters. Style free as Napster. It's always tears amongst the laughter. The brilliant savages keep all the eggs in one basket. That's why your carcass smell like fried cactus. The Brody Champs slap a sound scanner with the back of a hammer. And all y'all Highlanders get buried alive in glass caskets. No dessert till you finish your vegetables. No dessert till you finish your vegetables. No dessert till you finish your vegetables. No dessert.
Yeah, mate, welcome to Plasto Flexer.
Real hip hop, DOD, daughter of the dust, intergalactic. Check it out like this. Yeah. Secret orders of the ages, corrupt politicians, still flow immaculate, distinct, label my diction. I'm quoting ancient intellects while you live in fiction. Semantical oppression plus lack in all nutrition. A coalition exists in third dimension. Spirit destiny, ellul, foreign commission. Confused competitors, expel all competition. Take you from your native like foreign extradition. A Nazi criminal like Pope John Paul the Christian. Poison gas, cyclone B, forgot to mention. Malati on no system attack the population. Pure eternally, commence sterilization. Freemason allegation is why stop infiltration. Extremists left with communist hell, fortification. By 33 degrees, intentions, illumination. Strategic and precision warfare, they move in silence. Quiet weapons for silent wars, disguise the violence. Scrutinized Marine Chronicle, secret facility. When Nelson Rockefeller retreated his 12 majesty. Confidential one megaton, Excalibur, regarded scrolling key. Bohemian Club, check Attica. Refer to Inuit co-opters for years. Those that was tested, oppressed the civilized. For real, what they requested. Indoctrinate the knowledge stolen from the majestic. The plan detested, heads of state being sequestered. Divine objected to their rogue, villainous methods. Populace affected. These last days are getting hectic. Corrected, like Kofi and on, don't just accept it. A word to the wise, cosmic conspiracy files. Set up unjust court trials, spans like the length of the Nile.
Deep in the belly of the beast, my people hold it down when the code of the streets is live in peace. Each breath I take, each step I take, divide and conquer is the work of the snakes to separate. Deep in the belly of the beast, my people hold it down when the code of the streets is live in peace. Each breath I take, each step I take, divide and conquer is the work of the snakes to separate.
The science is deep like abyss and Titanic, ruling the planet with the mental that's gigantic. The lower mysteries here washed away with the floods, while my federation spitting vocals written in blood. They dropped the bomb, but it was a dud. The indestructible beings walking this land for eons. Pyramid structures to seeing, half agreeing, half disagreeing. That's the balance, mentally challenged, bringing the violence to a state of silence. And all you hear are the sirens of the beast, aka the tyrants of the streets, also known as Babylon of the police. For centuries to decades, years to months to weeks, now in this day and time we spread the peace with rhyme release, designing the illest deeds to fill a crease of ignorance, rolling with an army of organized militants full of creative thoughts and heaven sense. Irrelevance is how I feel about this nonsense. Positivity dwells within the minds of some of the illest lyricists. It's nation time moving to a state of indigenous. I witness news dropping forced Jews. Do you been witness this? Deep, deep in the belly of the beast. It don't stop till my people's in peace or I'm deceased, cause
deep in the belly of the beast, my people hold it down when the code of the streets is live in peace. Each breath I take, each step I take, divide and conquer is the work of the snakes to separate. Deep in the belly of the beast, my people hold it down when the code of the streets is live in peace. Each breath I take, each step I take, divide and conquer is the work of the snakes to separate. The origin of false religions, rebellion, Lucifer, 180 negatives seduced in pagan crucifixion. 6 sacred letters to craft confliction. Conspiracy theory flicks, illuminism, glint sign of the last days. Lies provocative, positive, humble, mild, vibe, verbal aura through the tablets and Torah reflects of horror. Sun gods orbit amongst the ancient monks of Phoenix, 9 fallacies, Babylonian tragedies. Raised by the illuminated, witchcraft of the sacred study, the star date, the hatred, sacred government infiltrate. Foreign relations, nations, courters, world terror through the nations. One world government, rule the population. Foretold, found in the beast through revelation. Connect politics, Rothschild through the world banking. Mistaken foreign relations, deserve trapped in the cage then. The coming of the Ron of the most high land on the crash spaceship. Sharing the script, the crown objects of variation. Consul, 3-digit seal, inscripted placement. Branded the Beatles, the rock wax information. Witness of the man of the hour, new Apple nation. Open worship, I told living, false to my statement. Doctrines fit so basic, founders is traceless. Reformation, Renaissance, science of imagination. Science, Babylon movement, movement abomination. Your very last warning, Lord solemn to Satan. He mentioned there was ignorant plagues through my salvation. Camouflage network, scattered abbreviation. Overstanding speech in my tone through vibration.
With no flavor in your gobstopper. Y'all not really want to re-report through pop stopper. Suck your cock blocker, attempted to block chakra. Blow out my ganja, subtle mix with my long shumper. Me burning incense, warning vibration intense. Though we living in love, we come to burn down your fence. Kill Central's intelligence based on racing and indolence. Burn your constitution, long delusion that never makes sense. Except to who became governmental agent due to the realization that his religion is from Satan. Not claiming pray to Satan or else act like him. To be completely honest, I even know satanic. I'm trying to reach God, listen to the message I send. No one can reach Allah unless Allah grants one permission. I come as compass here to direct you from your indecision. Only through fast and submission, come on grasp what I envision. If you came from Allah, then why are not you acting like him? What do I mean? Why are you working your subtraction again? If you came from Allah, then why are not you acting righteous? What do I mean? You leave the scene as soon as the black light hits. And the black light's the sun, color and combination. I see a solar reflection reflecting in the spectrum. In every color I am of, I am love, I'm not hate. Feel the colors in the sound every time we create. Speech. Ooh, go.
Where you are come from, what religion, what color, what country, what culture you grew up, how city life you have, how much smoke, what you did, how much cocaine you did, how many times you killed, how bad experience you have. You just have a YouTube. Everything is disappear. Another world, another human being. Completely you reborn once again. All of your bad habits gone. You never experience those bad things. It never happened in your life. Can you think of it? You listen to my shit and you struggle 3 years ago.
were here the night when I was here a few months back? Raise your hand. Let's see. Thank you so much. I'm speaking on think and act now. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Say it with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you get. Okay? Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. You know the heartbreaker about a lot of people's dreams that never become a reality? All they ever do is think about them. They don't act on it. Because they have a fear if they act on it, they may not get that dream. But I guarantee you're not going to ever get anything with your thoughts until you put actions to back it up. That's going to be tonight. You be here early. It's going to be a great night. Think, act now. Think, act now. These tongues are difficult to bridle. You can cut someone's character, cut someone's qualifications, and cut someone's morals. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Say it with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you get. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act. Say it with me out loud. Now. Think. Act now. Think. Don't you know everybody went down with that flood? Glad he put some action with his thoughts. Action with his thoughts. You know the heartbreaker about a lot of people's dreams that never become a reality? All they ever do is think about them. They don't act on it. Because they have a fear if they act on it, they may not get that dream. But I guarantee you're not going to ever get anything with your thoughts until you put actions to back it up. That's going to be tonight. You be here early. Think. Act now. It's going to be a great night. Act now. Think. Act now. Stay with me, I'm out. Think. Act now. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Stay with me, I'm out. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Okay? That's going to be tonight. You be here early. It's going to be a great night.
We came from kings and queens.
That's right.
How come we ain't got any kings and queens right now?
Oh, boy, you always trying to be heavier than anybody else.
The history people. They did their thing, then they died, or they got run out of town, or killed. Where's the now people to do things now? We're always talking about what's been, never what is. What the people gonna do?
I'll think about it.